Hello, are you my daddy? Mommy said you went far away to save the world. Can you come back to save Keke first? Keke has been very obedient. Why do they still hit me? Wah. Little one, did you perhaps dial the wrong number? Where are your family members? No, I didn't. I saw the number on Mommy's phone and memorized it. I only dared to call you secretly when my aunt went out. Your name is Ye Wushang, you're my daddy. My mommy's name is Yun Shu and I'm Yun Keke, nicknamed Keke. They keep hitting me and won't give me food, daddy. Keke is in so much pain and my tummy is so hungry. Can you come save me quickly? Just then a harsh voice shouted, you little brat. Who are you calling? What did I tell you before I left? Has the floor been mopped yet? Have the dishes in the kitchen been washed? Huh, taking advantage of my absence to make a long-distance call. Do you have any idea how much food I waste on feeding you every day? It looks like you don't want to eat tonight either. Suddenly a small frightened voice. Ah, daddy, Keke can't talk anymore, my aunt came back. Please come save me quickly. Inside the rundown room, the fat woman stormed over, cursing, grabbed the little girl by the collar and threw her toward the kitchen. Get to work. No food until you're done. With a heavy thud, the little girl was thrown to the ground, hitting her head. Blood trickled down her pale face. Don't hit Keke. Keke knows she was wrong. Wah. Beep, beep, beep. Before Ye Wushang could react, the call had already been hung up from the other end. Ye Wushang tried to call back, but found the number unreachable. The last sounds he heard made it obvious that the little girl was being beaten and scolded by her aunt again. Yun Keke, I actually have a daughter. Perhaps because of the natural bond of blood, the inexplicable anxiety that had been troubling him lately suddenly settled after this call. No matter what, he had to find out the truth about this little girl named Yun Keke. Besides Yun Shu, he hadn't been able to recall that woman for a long time. But after this call, her every smile and expression surfaced vividly in his mind. So she had given birth to a daughter for him, and he had been completely oblivious to all of this. Suddenly, Ye Wushang's gaze turned razor sharp. He crushed the phone in his hand. The subordinates beside Ye Wushang were all struck speechless by his sudden reaction. The supreme commander of the Tiance Army, the greatest war power of Huaxia, who had endured countless battles and bore scars all over his body. Even when a blade had once cut into his shoulder, exposing bone, he had never shed a tear. Yet now he had such a reaction. Where are the Tiance Army? I, Ye Wushang, have fought and bled to protect Huaxia, willing to sacrifice my life for its peace. But now my daughter is being humiliated. She's still a child who should be cherished in her parents' arms, playing with friends, enjoying her beautiful childhood. Yet she suffers abuse every day. Summon Qinglong and the others. We return to Huaxia. I want to see who dares to touch my daughter. Commander, the entire Tiance Army follows your command without question. We will immediately contact Lord Qinglong and the others to return to Huaxia and rescue the little princess. Return to Huaxia. Rescue the princess. Return to Huaxia. Rescue the princess. The Tiance Army soldiers clenched their fists and chanted in perfect unison. In their hearts, Ye Wushang's word was absolute. Nothing else mattered, not even the heavens themselves. Commander. Soon 4 figures gathered around Ye Wushang: Qinglong, Yun Keke, and Xian Wu. These were merely their code names. Nobody knew their true names. They were only known to be ruthless, invincible on the battlefield. The moment enemies heard they were the 4 heavenly kings of the Tiance Army, they lost all will to fight. This was the legend whispered on every battlefield. Famous generals need not be bound. 10,000 armies flee before the Tiance. Now no one dares to challenge Huaxia's battlefields. Let's return to Huaxia. I want to see how they have treated my daughter. Yes, Commander. The 4 heavenly kings hurried off to order their subordinates to prepare the aircraft without delay. Ye Wushang boarded the plane personally piloted by Qinglong, urging him impatiently, faster. Can we go even faster? Inside the aircraft, Ye Wushang wished he could instantly return to Huaxia and appear at his daughter's side. He involuntarily clenched his fist again. 5 years ago, on the eve of his departure, he had shared a night with Yun Shu. When he left, he had tried to find her as well. But what could he have done? Back then, he was just a powerless nobody. What future could he offer her? Now it was different. He was the supreme commander of the Tiance Army. With one stomp of his foot, all of Huaxia would tremble. Even the richest man and the greatest physician of Huaxia owed him favors. The top assassination force, Yi Pintang, were all his disciples. At this moment, Ye Wushang was filled with regret. For all these years, he had a daughter and knew nothing. As the supreme commander of the Tiance Army, he hadn't even known about this. If Keke hadn't called today, who knew how much more she would have suffered? Perhaps she still resents me for leaving without a word, for never telling me I had a daughter all these years. Ye Wushang silently vowed to spend the rest of his life repaying this mother and daughter. The moment Ye Wushang boarded the aircraft, the entire Huaxia military was shaken. What? Ye Wushang is actually bringing the Tiance Army back to Huaxia. What is he planning? Find a way to contact him immediately. A general in military uniform barked into the phone. The commander has returned to Huaxia. Immediately relay the order. Everyone is to drop all current tasks and await the commander's instructions. The hall master of Yi Pintang commanded his subordinates. Young Commander Yi has returned to Huaxia. Relay the order. I must meet with the commander at the first opportunity. A sharply dressed man ordered into the phone. Anyone who saw him would be shocked to their core. This was none other than Zhao Sanjia, the richest man in Huaxia. Medicine God Valley, all disciples hear my command. Contact Lord Qinglong immediately and ask what deployment the commander has for us. The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley urged his subordinates, afraid of falling behind the other old fellows. Meanwhile in Jiangzhou, Huaxia, Yun Shu was busy printing documents at her company, serving tea and water to her office colleagues. Beads of sweat covered her stunningly beautiful face. Two women at the office desk whispered to each other, the so-called most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Now she has to serve us tea and water. 5 years ago she had a child out of wedlock. Her reputation is ruined. Nobody knows who the father is. If our boss Wang hadn't taken pity on her, she'd probably be begging on the street. I don't know what boss Wang sees in her. Boss Wang, may I come in? I have a document that needs your signature. Come in. Yun Shu, when we're alone you don't need to be so formal. You know how I feel about you. He reached toward her hand as he spoke. Yun Shu quickly dropped the documents and dodged. Boss Wang, I'll just leave the documents here for your review. I'll come back for them later. She hastily fled the scene. Yun Shu quickly distanced herself from the trouble. Bah, having a bastard child with some nobody 5 years ago, and now she plays the innocent here with me. Smelly bitch wants to be a saint while being a whore. Sooner or later you'll become my plaything. Yun Shu quickly distanced herself from the trouble. Boss Wang sneered to himself about her past, and plotted darkly, vowing to make her submit to him eventually. 5 years. He had no idea how the mother and daughter had endured these 5 years. At the thought of it, Ye Wushang unconsciously clenched his fists and ordered Qinglong, faster, even faster. Are we not at Jiangzhou yet? Qinglong immediately pushed the engine to its limit, and in no time the helicopter reached the airspace above Jiangzhou. Young Marshal, we've arrived. All of you stand by. I can't wait any longer. I want to see with my own eyes how they have treated my daughter. Before Qinglong could finish speaking, Ye Wushang directly kicked open the cabin door of the helicopter and leaped from a height of nearly 100 meters. He crashed into the ground, forming a deep crater, and in an instant dust filled the air. In a small courtyard in Jiangzhou, Keke was secretly preparing to eat fried cicadas. Due to long-term abuse from her aunt, being beaten or scolded over the slightest trivial matter, a small incident could mean she would not be allowed to eat for an entire day. Among her many methods of filling her stomach, fried cicadas were the most luxurious delicacy she had. I wonder when Daddy will come to rescue me. I've even prepared a gift for him. At this thought, Keke's dirty little face filled with longing. If she had a daddy, surely no one would bully her anymore, right? She pulled 2 wooden swords carved from wood from her embrace. The big one is for Daddy, the small one is for Keke. When Daddy comes back, Keke and Daddy will go save the world together. You little wild brat. What are you hiding in your arms? Hand it over right now. Keke's little cousin, Yunza, seemed to have discovered the wooden swords hidden in her embrace. No, I can't give this to you. Keke hurriedly tucked both wooden swords deeper into her embrace and held them even more tightly. Yunza directly kicked her hard, sending Keke flying to the ground. The helpless Keke could only desperately protect the wooden swords in her embrace. Are you going to give it or not? Are you going to give it or not? Yunza had no intention of stopping. Fine. You're not giving it, are you? I'm going to find my mom right now and have her deal with you. This little brat. He usually beat and scolded her, and she never fought back. Today she actually dared to refuse giving him something. He would definitely make her pay for it. After watching her cousin walk away, Keke finally let out a breath of relief. By now her clothes were covered in footprints and her face was bruised and swollen. Good thing Daddy's gift is still safe. Phew. Keke picked up the fried cicadas that had fallen on the ground, blew on them, and thought, thankfully, they're still edible. Good thing cousin didn't step on them. Suddenly Keke noticed someone outside the courtyard staring at her blankly. Feeling a little embarrassed, she scratched her head and said, Uncle, are you hungry? Keke will share some of her food with you. And these wooden swords are for my daddy. My daddy is as tall as a 100-story building, and he's about to finish saving the world and come get me. Mom, that's the little wild brat who stole my wooden sword. Come take it back for me. Yunza had already dragged his mother, rushing toward Keke. Keke realized her aunt was coming, and her expression immediately became panicked. She looked around frantically, then quickly stuffed the wooden swords into the hands of the stranger she had only met once. Go quickly, or Keke's gift for Daddy will be gone. Little did Keke know that the person standing frozen before her was her father, Ye Wushang. Go as far as you can. If you ever meet my daddy, give him this wooden sword. My daddy's name is Ye Wushang, and he's a very, very amazing person. Tell him Keke misses him so much, and to come save Keke quickly. Wah! Keke sobbed while tears streamed down her face. Ye Wushang suddenly came to his senses. When he first arrived, he was still wondering whether this was truly his daughter. But even if she wasn't, for the mistake of leaving without a word back, then he would still help the mother and daughter. But the moment he saw the child's face, all his doubts were completely erased. Her features, her brows and eyes were almost identical to his own when he was a child. Watching his soft and adorable daughter being bullied with his own eyes, Ye Wushang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Keke, it's me. Can you still recognize my voice? I am Daddy. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. No one can bully you anymore. Daddy, are you really my daddy? Keke paused her steps, slowly turned her head, and looked at the tall, upright man before her. Why, Daddy, why did you only come now? Keke missed you so much and Mommy missed you so much too. Why did you only come save me now? It's Daddy who came too late. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy made Keke suffer. Ye Wushang lowered his body and held Keke tightly in his arms, gently pressing his forehead against hers as he spoke. Well, so you're the wild man who knocked up Yun Shu before. Doesn't look like much to me. How dare an outsider like you jump out today? Was your conscience pricked after playing turtle for too long? Keke's aunt had one hand on her hip and one finger pointing at Ye Wushang, showing not the slightest mercy. Hearing this sharp and venomous tone, Ye Wushang's gaze instantly turned cold. It was my negligence before. My daughter, Ye Wushang's daughter, is not someone you can hit and scold as you please. From today onward, I will use my entire life to love and protect her. Ye Wushang picked up Keke, his eyes grew sharp, and he walked step by step toward Keke's aunt. You little brat, what are you trying to do? Trying to hit a woman. Let me tell you, this is a society ruled by law. Try laying a finger on me. Take a look at yourself. You're dressed up like a decent person, now talking about protecting forever. Do you even have what it takes? Was it this hand that hit my daughter? I don't think it has any reason to exist anymore. Ye Wushang grabbed Keke's aunt's pointing hand and crushed it into fragments with force. Keke's aunt immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching her shattered right hand in pain, sweat pouring down from her forehead continuously. What are you doing? Do you know who my superior is? Just you wait. I am a member of Jiangzhou's #1 prestigious family, the Long family's young Master Long. Just a clown like you dares to offend me. Just you wait. Son, hurry, and call your father, notify young Master Long. The little boy who had just been bullying Keke had now been completely frightened by Ye Wushang's presence. He stood there with vacant eyes, not daring to speak a single word, a mysterious liquid dripping between his legs. Young Master Long, what a young Master Long. Let me tell you, since I've returned, even if you're a dragon, you must coil up for me. Even if you're a tiger, you must lie down for me. Every wrong you've done to Keke over the years, I will repay you doubly. Ye Wushang kept advancing toward the woman who had just been bursting with bravado, fearless of heaven and earth. He stomped his foot on the ground, and instantly a deep crater appeared on the ground. From beneath his foot, cracks spread all the way into the house, showing just how powerful this kick was. Sorry, my foot slipped. This is only an appetizer for you. Once I investigate everything you have done to Keke and her mother over the years, I will make you regret why you are still alive today. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It was young Master Long. Young Master Long heard from somewhere that your daughter is a person born with tremendous fortune. As long as she is continuously abused, this fortune can be transferred to his son. From then on, the Long family would be invincible and advance further. Everything was young Master Long's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Please be generous and spare me. Keke's aunt, seeing the deep crater Ye Wushang had stomped into the ground, and his overwhelming presence, finally understood he was not merely talking. She knelt on the ground, kowtowing, continuously begging. Today I can spare your life for now. Go notify your master properly, that young Master Long of yours. I will make him know the regret of being born into this world. Because he was afraid Keke would witness any bloody scenes, and because Keke had been abused for so long and was malnourished, Ye Wushang decided that the most important thing now was to settle Keke properly before dealing with the remaining matters. Keke, does it still hurt? Daddy will take you to see a doctor first. Daddy knows a white-bearded old grandpa whose medical skills are amazing. I promise Keke will be well right away, and then Daddy will take you to find Mommy. Yes, I'll listen to Daddy. As long as I'm beside Daddy, it doesn't hurt. See, Keke already doesn't hurt anymore. Keke rolled up her little sleeve to show Ye Wushang that she was already fine. Daddy is really amazing. She just saw her aunt being subdued by Daddy in one move, though she couldn't believe it. She is Daddy's daughter, so she has to become just as amazing as Daddy. Amazing people don't cry. Good girl. Qinglong. Give Sun Xiuan a call and tell him to get to Jiangzhou as fast as possible, no matter where he is. Ye Wushang took out his phone and called Qinglong. Young Marshal, you didn't even need to give that order. The moment Sun Xiuan heard that you had returned to China, he set out for Jiangzhou. Zhao Sanjia is here with me too, and every member of Yiping Hall is also heading to Jiangzhou. Qinglong and the others who had been waiting anxiously finally received Ye Wushang's instruction. Good. Go to Jiangzhou Hotel and wait for me. I'll come over as soon as I've settled things here. With that, Ye Wushang hung up the phone and looked at the mother and son on the ground. Listen, think carefully about how you phrase it, and tell your young Master Long to prepare his funeral and pick out a decent coffin. After I've settled Keke, and I'll come and settle accounts with him. With that, Ye Wushang hugged Keke and headed straight for Jiangzhou Hotel. The woman, still kneeling on the ground, finally let out a sigh of relief when she saw Ye Wushang walk away. She turned to her son, who stood there dumbfounded with his pants soaked in fear, and roared, "You useless piece of trash. I'd have been better off raising a piece of char siu than you. You're no help at all at a critical moment. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and tell your father everything and inform young Master Long. Oh no, call an ambulance for me first. That little beast. Who would have thought he could strike so hard? Daddy, can you run a little slower? Keke is so sleepy. You're running so fast that Keke is afraid you'll put me down as soon as we get there and go save the world again, and Keke won't get to see you anymore. Keke nestled in Ye Wushang's arms and whispered. After finally getting her daddy back, she was terrified that the moment she opened her eyes he would be gone again. That won't happen, Keke. Get some sleep first. When you wake up, you'll see the white-bearded old grandpa who will heal you. After that you'll be full of life and strength. You and mommy are daddy's whole world. Daddy isn't going anywhere, I'll stay with you forever. Ye Wushang looked at the daughter in his arms and could not help soothing her. There had been a time when Ye Wushang never imagined he would have such an obedient and endearing daughter. In the most luxurious room of Jiangzhou Hotel, Keke was laid on a snow-white bed. She had never before lain in such a soft, comfortable bed, and before long she fell asleep. She slept deeply, the grime on her body wiped clean. Perhaps it was the sense of security her father's presence finally gave her. No longer would she suffer her aunt's scolding and beatings, or her cousin's bullying. So she slept peacefully with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Ye Wushang sat quietly beside Keke, not saying a word, just staring blankly at her, savoring the joy of finally seeing his daughter. Xinglong and the others stood behind Ye Wushang, quietly watching the blissful father and daughter. Ye Wushang stood up and looked at his daughter on the bed with deep tenderness. He gently covered her with the quilt and kissed her forehead. Seeing how adorable she was at that moment, his own heart was equally warm. Old son, how is my daughter's health? Please, you must cure Keke. Speak softly, don't disturb her. Afraid of waking Keke, Ye Wushang lowered his voice as well. Young Marshal, your words are too kind to this old man. I examined the little princess's body the moment I arrived. What a ruthless heart. The little princess is covered with scars, she must have been abused often. Even I can't help but feel heartache. What's more, years of malnutrition have left her even frilier. But don't worry, young Marshal. Even if I must exhaust every resource of the Medicine God Valley, I will give you back a healthy, chubby little princess. The medicine god Sun Xiuan pounded his chest and gave his guarantee. At that moment Sun Xiuan was deeply shaken. That war god, so powerful he could cover the sky with one hand, and so decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, was actually asking him for help. He felt utterly honored and flattered. Ye Wushang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Sun Xiuan, elder son, I'll leave everything to you. Consider it a personal debt I, Ye Wushang, owe you. In the future, whatever happens to the Medicine God Valley, my Tiance Army will never refuse. Sun Xiuan smiled, and said, young Marshal, you're too polite. If you hadn't saved this old man back, then how could the Medicine God Valley have achieved what it has today? Your matters are my matters. The little princess's case is absolutely my top priority. Ye Wushang nodded and thanked Sun Xiuan. Xinglong, all of you come out for a moment. I have instructions for you. Ye Wushang opened the door and said to the people behind him. Yes, young Marshal. Everyone answered in unison and followed Ye Wushang out of the room, leaving only elder son and Keke inside. Everyone followed Ye Wushang to the hotel rooftop. Ye Wushang placed both hands on the railing, took a deep breath, and said, 5 years. I'm finally back. It's time for the wind to rise. 5 years ago, I left this place determined to make something of myself before returning to see the woman I love. Perhaps heaven took pity on me and gave me a daughter. All these years I never fulfilled a father's duty, causing the mother and daughter to live under someone else's roof and suffer endless humiliation. And the Long family of Jiangzhou investigate them thoroughly for me. What kind of background do they have to dare touch my daughter, Ye Wushang's daughter? I will make them pay a bloody price. Xinglong immediately gave the order, not daring to waste a single minute. Zhao Sanjia, the richest man in the country, had been standing by for a long time. Seeing that Ye Wushang had finished giving orders, he finally dared to speak. Young Marshal, through my own efforts over these years I have accumulated a little wealth. Although I'm only a merchant, I have considerable connections in this area. I guarantee that once I give the word, no family in Jiangzhou, or even in all of China, will have any financial dealings with the Long family anymore. Zhao Sanjia had seized the moment, thinking that he must quickly show his loyalty. Why among all his children was there not one with outstanding medical skill? He had let that old man Sun Xiuan get ahead of him. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Being able to help the young Marshal with even a little of his strength was the greatest honor of his life. The sky over Jiangzhou should change as well. I want them to know that my wife and daughter are not to be touched. Do as you suggested. Go find out who has financial dealings with the Long family and cut off their lifelines first. Let me stay alone on the rooftop for a while. Go down now. If you run into Xinglong, tell him to have the Yipin Hall members come to me when they arrive. I still have other tasks for them. Ye Wushang closed his eyes, greedily breathing in the air of Jiangzhou, his mind pondering everything that was about to happen. Ring, ring, ring. Accompanied by the ringing, Ye Wushang finally noticed that the phone in his pocket had yet again accumulated a number of missed calls he had only just discovered. Ye Wushang picked up his phone and glanced at it, smiling. Well, given that I returned to Huaxiao without reporting such an important matter to that old man, it's no wonder he's frantic. What must come will come. Ye Wushang, you little brat. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to explain. Why? You were unreachable all day. You must give me an account today. What exactly is going on? Why did you bring the entire Tiance Army back to Jiangzhou? Are you rebelling? Do you still have any respect for me? Speak up. And what about the people from your Yipin Hall, Elder Sun and Zhao Sanjia? Why did they all go to Jiangzhou? Was that your doing? Are you trying to tear the very sky over Jiangzhou down? Inside the Huaxiao military headquarters, the old general in uniform kept pounding the table, roaring with all his strength into the phone, as if he wished he could rush straight to Jiangzhou and put a bullet through Ye Wushang. Old general, please don't be so angry. You're well along in years. Don't let your health be ruined. Sit down and have some tea to calm your temper. I'll explain the whole matter to you slowly. Facing the old general who had personally brought him into the army and treated him like his own son, Ye Wushang hurriedly put on a smile and offered apologies, deeply afraid that the old man's rage might break his health. Ye Wushang took a deep breath. Old general, here's how it is. 5 years. I've fought 5 years of wars for Huaxia. No matter how perilous the battles, I always charged to the front, all so that I could return home in glory one day and be worthy of my wife. But only now do I learn that I have a daughter. It wasn't until she called me that I found out all these years she hasn't had enough to eat or a warm place to sleep, and she's constantly beaten and scolded by her own aunt. A dignified nation like Huaxia can still harbor such a serpent-hearted woman. The Long family of Jiangzhou, because my daughter is imbued with immense fortune, instructed that woman to use the star-shifting art to constantly beat and scold her, transferring my daughter's fortune onto themselves for their own rise and prosperity. What did I gain from risking my life to protect this nation? Was I protecting a pack of beasts? Do you know how heartbroken I was when I heard the sound of that slap land on my daughter's body over the phone? How I hated myself. Hated myself for not protecting her all these years, for not giving her a happy childhood. How laughable. I protected Huaxia, and what I protected was this crowd of scum. This time, no matter how you decide to punish me, I will demand justice for my wife and daughter. Ye Wushang grew more excited with every word, his voice unconsciously rising. The old general's heart trembled as he listened. Nonsense. Why didn't you tell me the moment such a huge matter happened? Do you think your wings have grown so strong that I can no longer manage you, or do you think I'm too old to help you settle these affairs? If I hadn't contacted you, were you planning to keep it from me? Do you still have me in your eyes at all? Hearing about the torment Ye Wushang's daughter had endured, the old general's forehead veins bulged. He resented Ye Wushang for not informing him of such a major matter. He had no daughter of his own and had remained unmarried for the sake of Huaxia. He treated Ye Wushang as his very own son, and Keke was therefore his own granddaughter. How dared they, fortified by bare heart and leopard gall, bully his granddaughter? Even if Ye Wushang did not make a move, he himself would go to Jiangzhou and grind those people into ashes. Wushang, you know I've always treated you as my own son. If anything like this happens in the future, you must inform me at once. I'm heading to Jiangzhou right now. Don't be afraid. Even if the sky collapses, this old man will hold it up for you. Go ahead and do it boldly. I'd like to see just what this Long family thinks they are. But your health. I can handle this myself. Hello. This old body won't die yet. That's final. Before Ye Wushang could finish, the old general hung up, afraid that Ye Wushang might worry about his health and stop him from going to Jiangzhou. Contact the intelligence department. Investigate for me. Investigate immediately. I want to see just when the Long family emerged in Jiangzhou daring to commit such lawless deeds. The personnel of the intelligence department of the Huaxiao military headquarters immediately sprang into action, uncovering all information regarding the Long family of Jiangzhou, as well as Ye Wushang's wife and daughter. Before long, a young major general rushed in and said anxiously, "Old general, we've found it. This is the information regarding the young marshal's wife and daughter in connection with the Long family of Jiangzhou." With that, the old general opened the file. 5 years ago, the Long family of Jiangzhou had been an insignificant minor clan in the city. Then, for some unknown reason, their business ventures suddenly flourished without exception. Every investment turned a handsome profit. Their fortune blazed like the noonday sun, and in a single leap, they became the foremost prestigious family in Jiangzhou. Ye Wushang's wife Yun Shu had given birth out of wedlock 5 years ago. Her father, in a fit of rage, cast her out of the house, and she had been staying with her uncle's family ever since. The once favored daughter of heaven could now only work as the lowest-level clerk in a small company to sustain her livelihood, while Ye Wushang's daughter Yun Keke suffered abuse at the hands of Yun Shu's uncle's family. The old general continued through the materials and looked at the photo of Yun Keke. What an adorable little girl she was. But a clear handprint marked her face, and her thin, frail body testified to chronic malnutrition. The old general slammed his palm on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Good. What a fine Long family. What a fine Yun family. They've actually bullied my granddaughter and daughter-in-law. No wonder Wushang brought the entire Tiance Army, no wonder elder son and Zhao Sanjiao rushed desperately to Jiangzhou. Transmit my order, we're going to Jiangzhou. I must go and seek justice for Wushang and for my granddaughter. The old general could no longer suppress his tears. He had long since deeply regarded Ye Wushang as his own son and Keke as his own granddaughter. In the face of such an outrage that would enrage gods and men alike, he could no longer restrain the emotions surging in his heart. Hearing the old general's words, his men knelt down immediately. Old general, please reconsider. Your health cannot withstand such an ordeal. The old general waved his hand and closed his eyes. Say no more. Do as I instruct. I know my own body best. If I can't go to Jiangzhou today to help Wushang settle this matter, then what meaning is there in living any longer? Also muster the entire Werewolf squadron. After all, I am a military commander. I can't let my presence be overshadowed by those old fellows who got there first. The Werewolf squadron, the strongest combat force within the Huaxia military headquarters, immediately swung into action, deploying armed helicopters. They had to follow the old general's orders and accompany him to Jiangzhou. The Long family of Jiangzhou still had no idea what terrifying existence they had provoked, nor what was awaiting them. The Long family of Jiangzhou. Long Xinghe had just received a call from the Yun family, and he furiously overturned the table in rage. What? The wild man from Yun Shu's past 5 years ago has returned. And he took that illegitimate child away. What good are you? I gave you such a simple task, and you can't even handle it properly. Upon hearing this news, Long Xinghe's teeth nearly shattered from anger. For so many years, by relying on the star shift technique to transfer fortune, his Long family had risen to prominence. Now all of that had been destroyed by some brat who had appeared out of nowhere. Ding ding ling. Suddenly a phone rang. My son was deliberately rammed by a car on his way to school, and then dragged out and beaten until he was barely recognizable. The attacker was just one person. What's the point of keeping all you useless trash? What are you waiting for? Go find the people from Medicine God Valley. If anything happens to my son, you all might as well stop living. Long Xinghe stared at the photo his son's bodyguard had sent, beaten black and blue, covered in wounds. The fury in his heart had reached its peak. First that Ye Wushang, and now his son immediately suffers such a fate. The two incidents must be connected. What audacity! Let me see what this kid is made of, daring to provoke the Long family in Jiangzhou. Long Xinghe had only this one precious son. He himself couldn't bear to scold or hit the boy. Now someone had actually beaten him to such a state. An old man leaning on a cane suddenly pushed open the door to Long Xinghe's room. This was Long Ao, the true patriarch of the Long family. Xinghe, my men just told me that Tianer was hurt. What exactly happened? Long Xinghe told him everything that had transpired and handed over the photos from his phone as well. Excellent. These people actually dared to be so arrogant, to treat my grandson this way, to sabotage our Long family's fortune. Then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Issue my orders. Every member of the Long family will follow me to confront them. I want to kill them with my own hands, crush their bones, and feed them to the pigs. Understood. I'll immediately inform the shadow guards to reduce those beasts to dust. In recent years, the Long family had become all-powerful in Jiangzhou. Even if a single copper coin fell from the sky, it belonged to the Long family. Today someone actually had the nerve to offend them. All the shadow guards of the Long family mobilized, and even their leader Long San set aside his current mission and departed with them. The reason the Long family had risen from a third-rate clan to becoming the premier family of Jiangzhou in just a few years was not only because they had transferred Ye Wushang's daughter's fortune. They had also taken in Long San, a warrior of extraordinary martial prowess. Over the years, anyone who refused to cooperate with the Long family would be found dead the very next day, all thanks to this Long San. It was precisely because of these reasons that in Jiangzhou the Long family was the heaven itself. No one dared to provoke them. Now not only had the fortune-transferring scheme been disrupted, but even the family's legitimate grandson Long Tianyi had been attacked. The Long family would not swallow this insult. In no time, nearly 100 people had gathered at the Long family compound, and they set off in a grand procession toward Jiangzhou Hotel. Meanwhile, inside Jiangzhou Hotel, the members of Yiping Hall had also arrived at Jiangzhou Hotel to rendezvous with Ye Wushang. Not bad. Although you didn't follow my orders and acted on your own initiative, giving them an appetizer first isn't entirely unacceptable, Ye Wushang said to the leader of Yiping Hall, Knight 16. Young commander, I simply couldn't swallow this insult. That's why I made the first move on the road. They actually did such a despicable thing to the little princess. They were slapping your face. Slapping the face of the Tiance Army. Slapping the face of Yiping Hall. Knight 16's face was flushed with agitation. Although he was the leader of Yiping Hall, China's premier assassin organization, all of his skills had been taught by Ye Wushang. Though Ye Wushang never acknowledged any master-disciple relationship in Knight 16's heart, Ye Wushang was his master, and Keke was his little junior sister. You have my gratitude. From today forward, stop calling me young commander. Come, let's go see your little junior sister together. Ye Wushang helped Knight 16, who had been kneeling on one knee, to his feet. Young commander, if I shouldn't call you that, then what should I call you? Little junior sister. You're finally willing to acknowledge me as your disciple. Little junior sister. Yes, let's go see her first. The leader of China's premier assassin organization, Knight 16, had tears in his eyes. Anyone who saw him in this state would be utterly shocked. Knight 16 followed Ye Wushang into the room. Ye Wushang walked to the bedside, tucked the blanket around Keke, and gently stroked his daughter's forehead. Master, his little junior sister, all right? She looks so frail. Knight 16 asked softly, afraid of waking his little junior sister from her sleep. Elder son has already examined her. She's not seriously hurt, just chronic malnutrition, sleep deprivation, and long-term abuse. Elder son will be able to nurse your little junior sister back to health. Elder son also chimed in with a scolding smile toward Knight 16. Boy, you don't trust this old man's medical skills. How many times have I pulled you back from death's door when you were badly injured? Let Keke continue sleeping. After all these years, this must be the first time she's had a peaceful night's rest. With that, the three of them walked out and gently closed the door. Xing Long had been waiting outside for some time. Young Commander, my men report that the Long family is already on their way. They're mostly small fries, but it seems there's a master among them. As for his exact capabilities, Yun Keke and the others haven't been able to investigate thoroughly. All we know is that all the Long family's dirty work over the years has been handled by him. Small fries indeed. Even though my injuries haven't fully healed, I wouldn't need to use even 1% of my strength to deal with them. Ever since the battle with the Rome Kingdom's great general a year ago, when Ye Wushang could only fight to a stalemate, leaving both of them severely injured and forcing the Rome Kingdom to temporarily retreat. Ye Wushang had spent the past year recuperating while also searching for an opportunity to break through. Ye Wushang smirked. Since they were so eager to meet their doom, he might as well grant them their wish. Let's go. We'll wait for them in the lobby. I hope they move quickly and don't keep me waiting. Ye Wushang still hoped the Long family would arrive quickly. He had too many things to attend to and didn't want to waste too much time on the Long family matter. Because there was a woman who had waited for him for a full 5 years. All these years she had raised a child alone, endured so much hardship, and sacrificed so much. He owed her far too much. Once the Long family matter was settled, he would do everything in his power to make it up to Yun Shu and Keke. Several hundred members of the Long family, each armed with weapons, marched grandly through the streets toward Jiangzhou Hotel. Pedestrians on the road scrambled to get out of the way. All the small shop owners hastily pulled down their shutters. No one knew what was happening. Who could have possibly transgressed against the Long family's taboo? A suffocating aura filled the entire city. Everyone on the street couldn't help but feel their hearts race with terror, not daring to even breathe, too loudly terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone could sense an overwhelming pressure. Did you hear? Apparently, the Long family's legitimate grandson was deliberately rear-ended on his way to school, then dragged out and beaten until he was almost unrecognizable. Even Long Xinghe probably couldn't identify him now. The onlookers whispered among themselves. The Long family of Jiangzhou is making a move. If you don't want to die, shut your mouths and get out of our way. We might be inclined to let you off, but these weapons in our hands might not agree. The pedestrians who had been murmuring immediately scattered and found places to hide their mouths firmly shut. In no time the group arrived at Jiangzhou Hotel. You few guard the main entrance. And you two hold the back door. Today not even a fly gets through. The rest of you follow me inside. We're going to carve that bastard into 1,000 pieces to avenge my grandson. Yes, family head. In an instant the horde surged into Jiangzhou Hotel. The Long family is conducting business here. All uninvolved persons who don't want to be implicated stay to the side and behave. The hotel's guests and staff were all terrified by this sudden invasion. They quickly huddled on both sides of the lobby, trembling and not daring to speak a single word. Where is that bastard surnamed Yi? Get out here. I'll teach you today that in Jiangzhou the Long family, yes, the heavens. No one who offends the Long family gets away unscathed. Hand over your daughter yourself, chop off both your arms, and I might give you a quick death. Long Ao, the family head of the Long family, bellowed at the top of his lungs throughout the hotel lobby. Everyone had moved aside to both sides of the hotel, leaving only a young man leisurely seated on a grand armchair in the lobby with Yi Shulu and the others standing beside him. Did you take my words for hot air? I think you're tired of living. I'll start by making an example of you. Go cut off their feet. If they can't understand human speech and won't get out of the way, then there's no need to keep them. At those words, the man beside Long Ao immediately charged out, raising the machete in his hand, ready to slash at Ye Wushang and the others. Before Ye Wushang even gave an order, Yi Shulu shot forward. With one hand, he seized the thug's throat and slammed him into the hotel wall. The concrete wall sank into a deep hollow, and the small fry arms dangling at his sides was pinned motionless in the dent. Stop your shouting. I am Ye Wushang, the one you're looking for. You took even longer to arrive than I imagined. How, with so many of you showing up, I suppose I'm saved the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today I'll settle accounts with you properly. Ye Wushang raised his head toward the Long family and their men, his face utterly expressionless. 16, that old man is too noisy. I don't want to hear his voice anymore. Yi Shulu gave Ye Wushang a knowing nod and flashed to Long Ao's side at a speed the naked eye could not follow, crushing his throat in one grip. Before the Long family party could even react, their patriarch Long Ao had already collapsed to the ground. Clutching his throat with both hands, he vomited blood from the corners of his mouth until all signs of life faded. Ye Wushang rose to his feet, walked over to the now lifeless Long Ao, and crouched down beside him. All right, let me introduce him. He's Yi Shulu, the one who rammed his car into your grandson's and beat him until he was unrecognizable. Actually, I never really planned to kill you, it was just that you were too noisy. Then again, why should I waste so many words on a dead man? Lin Tiance stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said, enough. Let's see whatever tricks you have. Wait any longer, and you'll all be going below to keep your patriarch company. Father, you little beast, how dare you? All of you attack. I want all of you buried with my father. Long Xinghe roared in anguish, clutching Long Ao's corpse. Young master, please restrain your grief. I'll cripple the bastard who just killed the patriarch. Long Sen, the strongest member of the Long family, was finally making his move. Long Sen, break the limbs of Ye Wushang and that brat. Kill everyone else. I want to keep those two alive so I can torment them at leisure and show them what it means to be worse off than death. Long Xinghe gritted his teeth, unconsciously tightened his hold on Long Ao's corpse, and roared with all his might. The Long family members drew their weapons one after another and charged at Ye Wushang. Ye Shilu stood in front of him and cycled his qi. A faint radiance shone from Ye Shirlio's body, and those cleavers could not be brought down in the slightest. Ye Shilu moved, sweeping his palms in both directions, and the crowd was sent flying several meters, as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. Seeing this, Long San hurriedly channeled every ounce of his power and met him with a palm strike. Both were blasted several meters backward by each other's inner force, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Young friend, I acknowledge your strength. Why not give up and join our Long family? I guarantee that whatever that brat promised you, the Long family will give you 10 times more. If you agree, I can also promise that you will stand shoulder to shoulder with me in the Long family. Long San wiped the blood from his mouth and said to Ye Shilu. He knew that if he continued to fight Ye Shirlio, it would surely end in mutual destruction. Huh? Do you really think the meager scraps of the Long family can tempt me? Just rest easy and go keep your patriarch company. Ye Shilu likewise wiped the blood from his lips and laughed at Long San in contempt. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Suddenly Long San took out a pill from his clothes and swallowed it. In an instant his strength skyrocketed, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the hotel. Just as Ye Shilu was about to strike again, Ye Wushang reached out and pulled him back. Enough. In the time I've been away from you, Shirlio, you've hardly improved at all. Go rest. Dealing with this kind of riffraff takes only a moment. Ye Wushang merely lifted one hand, and Long San's body suddenly floated into midair. Long San struggled desperately in the air, but it seemed as if two enormous invisible hands had locked onto him and made him unable to move. Ye Wushang clenched his hand, and Long San's body burst apart, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood. Long San never could have dreamed that having just tried to forcibly boost his strength with a pill, he would be blasted to ashes by Ye Wushang before he even made his move. How is this possible? How is this possible? Long San, stop playing games. Come out quickly. Long Xinghe saw this and was scared witless. He collapsed limply to the ground, trembling, muttering nonsense, still unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Ye Wushang walked toward Long Xinghe step by step. Long Xinghe hurriedly scrambled backward on the ground, still blustering. What use is being good at fighting? No matter how strong you are, can you beat planes and artillery? When I came, I informed General Zhou of the Jiangzhou troops, just in case. Once General Zhou arrives, I'll make every last one of you die ugly deaths. As for your wife and daughter, I'll make sure they live even more miserably than before. Just then a group of men in military uniforms walked in. At their head was an old general in full military attire, and in his hand, he casually carried a man like an eagle carrying a chick. Are you talking about him? I'm afraid he can't even save himself now. The intelligence department told me about his little tricks the moment I set out. Wushang, go ahead and do what you need to do. This old man has your back. Behind you, you have not only your Tiance Army, but also our Huaxiao Werewolf Brigade. Anyone who dares to bully my granddaughter will come to no good end. After saying this, he tossed the man down beside Long Xinghe. What do you mean, your granddaughter? That's my daughter, Ye Wushang said to the old general with a smile. You little rascal. If I say she's my granddaughter, then she's my granddaughter. Why can't I acknowledge you as my adopted son? Why can't I acknowledge Keke as my adopted granddaughter? The old general grew anxious as soon as he heard Ye Wushang's words. What Werewolf Brigade? Long Xinghe finally realized that the old general was Yi Qingtian, the old war god of Huaxia. Just what identity did Ye Wushang have? What kind of existence had he actually provoked? Master Yi, please be magnanimous and spare me. I swear I will take my wife and children and leave Jiangzhou never to set foot in it again. Long Xinghe no longer had the arrogant attitude he had shown just moments ago. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed again and again. Yet in his heart he thought that once the people of Medicine God Valley cured Tian'er, he would spend down all the Long family's accumulated fortune to make Ye Wushang pay with his life. It was then that he secretly raised his head and recognized the two men who had been beside Ye Wushang all along. One was Sun Lao, the Medicine God of Medicine God Valley, and the other was none other than Zhao Sanjiao, Huaxiao's richest man. His heart suddenly plunged into the abyss. Then his phone rang. When he answered, he realized it was his wife. Hello. Xinghe, the Medicine God Valley people refused to treat Tian'er. All the major conglomerates are canceling their contracts with us, and our company's stock has crashed to rock bottom. What on earth is happening? Hello. Hello. Say something. Long Xinghe's body went limp and his phone fell to the ground. It was over, completely over. The Long family would henceforth be erased from Jiangzhou. Their vast family enterprise was ruined, all because they had offended Ye Wushang and harmed his family. How he regretted listening to a wandering charlatan's talk of some technique to shift stars and turn fate around. How he wished none of it had ever happened. All right. If you have no last words, you can go and keep your old man company. Ye Wushang planted a foot on Long Xinghe's chest. Long Xinghe could only widen his eyes in unwillingness, clutching his chest as he fell. In that single instant, the Long family, which had once ruled Jiangzhou with an iron hand, collapsed. Jinglong, take care of this place. Don't disturb people doing business. The Long family matter ends here. Let the widow and orphan fend for themselves. They can't stir up any waves. Ye Wushang said flatly, his face expressionless. Just now he had personally killed the mastermind behind the abuse of his daughter, but to him it was no different from slaughtering a chicken. The men of the Tiance Army immediately set to work and cleaned up the scene. Before long it had returned to exactly how it looked before the Long family arrived. Suddenly old General Yi walked up to Ye Wushang and rapped him sharply on the head. Phew, that feels better. You little rascal, you're always afraid to let me worry on your behalf. Can't I make decisions for you? Let's see if you dare have a next time. I've been wanting to beat you ever since we talked on the phone. The old general let out a breath. After giving Ye Wushang that knock on the head, he felt completely relieved. Although the blow did not hurt Ye Wushang in the slightest, he knew it was an expression of an elder's affection for the younger generation, so he still pretended to clutch his head and act as if it hurt badly. I won't dare, I won't dare. As expected of Huaxia's old war god, that move still has all its old flair. I was mainly worried about your health, that's all. In front of old General Ye Wushang seemed like a changed person. Perhaps only before the old general, the one closest to him, could he lay down all his masks. If it hadn't been for me, the Jiangzhou troops would have come. Were you planning to fight them to the deaths? You never think about consequences. By the way, where is Keke? Where is my precious granddaughter? The old general looked around and asked Ye Wushang. She is still upstairs sleeping. The little one has suffered too much over these years. With that, Ye Wushang led the old general to Keke's door and pushed it open. Keke was curled up in the corner by the bed, wrapped in a blanket and trembling. Seeing her father, she immediately leapt into Ye Wushang's arms. Daddy, where did you go? Just now there was a loud noise downstairs as if someone was arguing. It woke Keke up. When Keke woke up and couldn't find you, she thought you didn't want her anymore. Ye Wushang quickly hugged his daughter and comforted her. How could Daddy not want Keke? Daddy finally reunited with Keke. Daddy just want to deal with the bad people who bullied Keke. From now on, no one will ever bully Keke again. Ye Wushang patiently soothed his daughter, then pointed to old General Yi and said, be good, Keke. Daddy wants to introduce you to an old grandpa. He is the very, very best grandpa to Daddy in the whole world. The moment he heard something happened to you, he immediately put down his work of protecting the world and came to see you. Quickly call him Grandpa. Keke shyly buried her head in Ye Wushang's chest and whispered, Gee, Grandpa. Oh my good granddaughter. You rascal, take your hands off her. You're all clumsy. Do you even know how to hold a child? Let Grandpa hold her. Old General Yi promptly snatched Keke out of Ye Wushang's arms and held her close, shaking his head and making faces to amuse her. No one would ever have imagined that Yi Qingtian, Huaxia's old war god who struck fear into other nations, could appear in such a manner. Keke had lost all her earlier shyness. She pulled at old General Ye's beard with one hand and kept firing off questions. Grandpa, why is your beard so short? Other kids' grandpas have really, really long beards. That means Keke is losing to them again. Grandpa, you protect the world just like Daddy. Are you as capable as Daddy? My Daddy's skills are as tall as a 100-story building. I think you're at most 99 stories. My Daddy must be the strongest. Keke excitedly kept gesturing in old General Ye's arms about how mighty her father was in her heart. After all, in a child's heart, her daddy is always the strongest. Did you hear that? I'm 1 story taller than you. Ye Wushang was immensely proud and boasted to old General Yi. 1 big and 1 small. You two only know how to make this old man angry. Old General Yi scolded with a chuckle. Wushang, since the Long family matter is settled, what are your plans next? Old General Yi knew it was also time to ask about Ye Wushang's next move. I plan to have Qing Long and the others return. I'm staying. After all these years, I owe the mother and daughter far too much. Qing Long and the others can handle things on their own now. I want to spend the rest of my life repaying them. Yay, Daddy isn't leaving anymore. Daddy will stay with Keke and Mommy from now on. Keke shouted excitedly. That's right. Since everything is settled, I should be going too. Without me there to keep order, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Keke, Grandpa has to leave. Grandpa is giving this to you. Old General Yi took out the family heirloom dragon-shaped jade pendant from his chest and put it around Keke's neck. Ye Wushang suddenly grew anxious. Keke quickly returned the jade pendant to Grandpa. This is Grandpa Ye's family heirloom. He has carried it on his person for years for fear that something might happen to it. Old General Yi immediately stepped in front of Ye Wushang. Why can't I give it? Since it's a family heirloom, what's wrong with giving it to Keke? Keep it, Keke, and don't listen to your father. Grandpa is leaving now. Give Grandpa a kiss, okay? Old General Yi looked at Keke reluctantly, wishing time would pass a little slower. Suddenly, Keke jumped down from his arms, ran to the bedside, and kept searching for something. It seemed that Keke had found something. She ran to the old general's side. Grandpa, Daddy will always be with Keke and Mommy from now on. I'll leave the job of protecting the world to Grandpa. I'm giving this to you. Keke made it herself. It turned out that what she had been looking for was the small wooden knife she had carved for herself. All right. This is the best gift Grandpa has ever received. With tears in his eyes, old General Yi held the small wooden knife in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. How many years had it been? So many years had passed since he had felt the warmth of family affection. The old general wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to Ye Wushang, when you get old, tears become a little uncontrollable. If anything happens in the future, remember to tell me at once. This old man will have your whole family's back. Ye Wushang nodded, then took out the large wooden knife Keke had made for him, and said with a smile, actually I have one too. Besides, I'm 1 story taller than you. I'm 100 stories tall, and you're only 99. Huh. The old general glared at Ye Wushang in anger, but still went downstairs. He had been away from the military base with Warwolf for too long. If he didn't go back, the higher-ups over there would surely be worried to death. Ye Wushang, holding Keke, followed close behind. Keke, Grandpa is really leaving now. Grandpa will come to see you again. Next time we meet, you must be nice and plump. Keke, say goodbye to Grandpa. Grandpa, goodbye. Keke will miss you. The old general got into the car without looking back. He was afraid that if he turned around and saw his adorable granddaughter, he would not be able to bear leaving. Watching the old general's receding figure, Ye Wushang shouted in that direction, old man, take care of yourself. Keke, and I will miss you. Keke, go upstairs first. I still have matters to discuss with your uncles. Keke nodded obediently and went upstairs. Chi-Chi Qinglong, since the long family matter has been settled, prepare to head back. I intend to stay in Jiangzhou and properly make up to Keke and her mother. After seeing old General Yi walk far into the distance, Ye Wushang began to handle the remaining affairs. But young Marshal, the Tiance Army is not complete without you. Qinglong said anxiously. That's right, master. I also want to stay in Jiangzhou and keep you company. Yi Shichi chimed in. Enough. Over the years I have owed Keke and her mother far too much. Besides, I am not resigning as your young marshal. During my time in Jiangzhou, Qinglong, all matters of the Tiance Army, great or small, will be decided by you. And you, Shichi, as the proud leader of the #1 assassin organization, why are you lingering around me? After all, there are plenty of shadowy matters that cannot see the light and require your Epine Hall. Don't you dare slack off again. If your martial arts are still that pathetic, the next time we meet, don't call me master. Yi Shichi could only scratch his head awkwardly and answer together with Qinglong yes. After Ye Wushang finished his instructions, Qinglong, Yi Shichi, and their entourage took their leave one after another. Zhao Sanjia and elder son, who had been standing nearby, also prepared to bid farewell to Ye Wushang. Young marshal, this card and key are a small token of my respect. This card is Huaxia's supreme black card. It can be overdrawn without limit not only in Jiangzhou but throughout Huaxia. And this is the key to Yuding Villa No. 8. You arrived in such a hurry, so this is merely a small gesture. Zhao Sanjia respectfully handed Ye Wushang the key to Yuding Villa and the supreme black card. Thinking that he would need money in Jiangzhou and that Keke and the others had no place to stay, Ye Wushang accepted them without further fuss. Seeing that Ye Wushang was willing to accept his gift, Zhao Sanjia was overjoyed. Being able to help the young marshal was his greatest honor. After bowing respectfully, Zhao Sanjia got into his private car and left. Young marshal, since they have all left, it is time for this old man to return as well. The little princess's health is no longer in danger. She only needs to eat more nourishing food from now on, and she will grow stronger and stronger. Seeing everyone depart, elder son knew it was time to return to the Medicine God Valley. After giving his instructions to Lin Chiye, he packed his belongings and left. Watching everyone fade into the distance, Ye Wushang felt a flood of emotion. 5 years ago, he had been a nobody without status or power. If not for old General Yi, if he had not become the young marshal of the Tiance Army, how could he have protected Keke and her mother? At the thought, Ye Wushang could not help clenching his fists. It's time to go see Yun Shu. If she finishes work and cannot find Keke, she will be worried sick. After settling everything, Ye Wushang planned to go see the wife he had longed for day and night. During those 5 years in the army, whenever he was on the verge of giving up, Yun Shu was the force that kept him going. Ye Wushang went upstairs, scooped Keke into his arms, and said, Keke, it's time to go see mommy. Otherwise, she will be frantic if she cannot find you. Do you know where mommy works? Let's go pick her up. I know. Yeah, let's go pick up mommy. Mommy will be so happy to see daddy. Keke gestured joyfully in Ye Wushang's arms. Yun Shu, how about dinner after work? We can go to Platinum Restaurant, abalone and lobster, your choice. As quitting time approached, Manager Wang was still pestering her, and a wandering hand rested on Yun Shu's shoulder. No, Manager Wang. I'm worried about my daughter. I must go home and take care of her. Yun Shu flung the groping hand off her shoulder. Look, Manager Wang is fawning over that bitch again. I have no idea what he sees in her. Of course it's her face and figure. 5 years ago she hooked up with some unknown man and had a bastard child. For all we know, she slept with everyone. She's just putting on a chaste act. The others in the office whispered with their heads lowered. Seeing their reaction, Manager Wang felt his dignity was compromised and dropped his earlier pretense. Don't be shameless. Do you think you're still Jiangzhou's #1 beauty? Do you think any other company besides mine would hire you? Young Master Long has already spread the word throughout Jiangzhou. You need only dare refuse me today. I guarantee that tomorrow you and your daughter will be sleeping on the streets. Manager Wang finally dropped all pretense, revealing his ugly face. Yun Shu looked at everyone with a determined gaze and said, I will never consent to someone like you. If Jiangzhou has no place for me, I will go elsewhere. And Keke is not the little bastard you all keep calling her. Her father will come back sooner or later. Manager Wang, I appreciate your intentions, but I am submitting my resignation to HR right now. Manager Wang had not expected Yun Shu to have shed her usual timid, submissive attitude. In a fury, he raised his hand ready to slap her across the face. Just as the slap was about to land, a hand clamped tightly around his wrist. Yun Shu stared at the man, stunned as tears welled in her eyes. Wasn't this the very Ye Wushang she had missed day and night? Yun Shu dropped the bag in her hand and threw her arms around Ye Wushang. Where have you been all these years? I thought you were dead. Why did you leave without a word? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Do you know how hard these years have been for me? Ye Wushang held Yun Shu tightly as she kept hammering her fists against his chest. Mommy, stop hitting Daddy. Daddy knows he was wrong. Daddy promised Keke that he would stay with us from now on. Keke, thinking her mother was truly angry with her father, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Okay. Mommy won't be angry with Daddy anymore. Yun Shu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gently stroked Keke's head. So you are Manager Wang. My wife is not suited to your company. You will have to find someone else for her position. If there is nothing else, we will be on our way. Ye Wushang took Yun Shu and Keke by the hands and was about to leave. You can't leave. Before Manager Wang could finish, Ye Wushang turned and looked at him, radiating murderous intent from his entire body. Having never witnessed such an aura, Manager Wang collapsed to the floor, his eyes vacant, and did not dare speak for a long time. Let's go. Today, Keke and Daddy picked up Mommy from work. From now on, Mommy and Daddy will both be with Keke. Keke hopped ahead, saying joyfully. Ye Wushang walked behind, holding Yun Shu's hand. Will you leave again? Yun Shu was still afraid that he might go away once more. I won't leave. With you and Keke here, how could I bear to go? I will spend the remaining days by your side, making up for all the years I have owed you. Ye Wushang and Yun Shu both gripped each other's hands even tighter, each afraid that letting go would mean never seeing the other again. Let's go. We'll head to Jiangzhou Hotel for tonight. When I came to pick up Keke earlier, I hadn't checked out of the room there. We'll make do for the night. Ye Wushang pointed at the Jiangzhou Hotel ahead. Yun Shu felt deeply conflicted. That was the finest hotel in all of Jiangzhou. One night would cost half a month of her wages. But since Ye Wushang had already booked a room there, she could only steel herself and go. After a long, tiring day, Keke had already fallen asleep in Ye Wushang's arms before they reached the hotel. Ye Wushang gently laid her on the bed. Can you book another room today? After all, Ye Wushang had disappeared for so many years and suddenly reappeared. Yun Shu still could not accept them all at once. No need. I'll sleep on the sofa. You and your daughter can sleep in the bed. Ye Wushang walked straight to the sofa and lay down. He would have to take things one step at a time and make Yun Shu accept him. Thinking this, he too drifted off to sleep. And so the two spent the night without anything happening. You earned so little during those years in the army. Let me pay. At the hotel entrance, Yun Shu and Ye Wushang vied to settle the room charge. Hello, miss. Our manager has instructed that your room fee be fully waived. The hotel attendant spoke in a trembling voice as she looked at them, thinking to herself, isn't this the very man who wiped out the Long family in the blink of an eye and wielded considerable influence even within the military? She was terrified that one wrong word might offend such a great figure. Really fully waived. Yun Shu still could not quite believe it. Yes, miss. You and your husband may leave now. You are our hotel's most honored guests, and we welcome your next visit. The attendant strained to produce her professional smile. Perhaps the hotel's chairman has some business dealings with my friend. Don't overthink it. Aren't we going to see your parents? With that, Ye Wushang, holding Keke's hand and gently guiding Yun Shu by the shoulder, walked out of the hotel. Yun Shu was still puzzled. How could such good fortune exist in this world? It was good that it cost nothing, though. That one night would have taken more than half a month's wages, and had she paid, she would have had to scrimp and save afterward, which would have broken her heart. As the family walked out of the hotel and strolled through the streets of Jiangzhou, Yun Shu felt an extraordinary lightness of heart, having resigned from her previous job and no longer needing to endure the judgmental gazes of others or the harassment of her boss. Yun Shu, what are your plans now? How about I take care of you? I've saved up enough over the years for you and Keke. Ye Wushang suddenly stopped, intending to ask her about her next steps. Yun Shu smiled and said, I'm a modern, independent woman. I don't want to be your housekeeper. And don't think that you can just disappear without a word for so long and have it all brushed aside. We haven't even had a wedding. I'm going to reassess you to see if you're a qualified father and husband. Besides, we can't afford to provoke the Long family. Maybe we should leave Jiangzhou and start over. Thinking of the Long family, Yun Shu couldn't help but furrow her brow. Don't worry, after today there will be no more Long family in Jiangzhou. You can rest assured and stay here. Miss Yun, would you give me another chance to pursue you? Ye Wushang knelt on one knee, gazing at Yun Shu with deep affection, hoping for her affirmative answer. Stop teasing me. How can such a powerful family as the Longs just disappear overnight? Who would agree to marry you without a ring? Tomorrow you'll come with me and Keke to see my parents. Yun Shu raised her chin coquettishly, but her heart was already blooming with joy. Mommy, Daddy, what are we doing now? Why aren't you moving? Hurry up. Keke turned around and found her parents far behind her. Yun Shu walked over, picked up Keke and tapped her nose playfully. Today Mommy is taking Keke to see Grandma and Grandpa. Do you want to see them, Keke? Keke thought for a moment and said, If Mommy wants to, then Keke wants to. Both Ye Wushang and Yun Shu were amused by Keke's response. Let's go then. Off we go. Yun Shu began running with Cuckoo in her arms. Watching the mother and daughter Ye Wushang could only shake his head with a smile. Yesterday Yun Shu had brought Cuckoo and Ye Wushang to visit her parents. 5 years ago, because she became pregnant out of wedlock, her parents had insisted she abort the child, and in a fit of anger, she had cut off contact with them. Now that Ye Wushang was back, she wondered how they would react to meeting him for the first time. Soon they arrived at the Yun family's small bungalow. Once the Yun family, though not a wealthy clan, had been well known in Jiangzhou. But after Yun Shu gave birth to Cuckoo, for some unknown reason, the Long family began to oppress them at every turn, forcing the Yuns to sell off their property and move into this small house, barely scraping by on the modest clothing company run by Yun Shu's father. Dong dong dong. Yun Shu stood outside the door for a while, gathering her courage, then knocked. Who was it knocking so early in the morning? Yun Shu's mother, still in her pajamas and half asleep, opened the door. Seeing her long-missed daughter, she instantly woke up, tears welling in her eyes. Mom, I've brought Cuckoo and her father to see you. Seeing her mother after so many years, Yun Shu couldn't help but shed tears as well. As long as you're back, that's what matters. Your father was just complaining on the phone yesterday about how heartless you were not seeing us for 5 whole years. This must be Cuckoo. Come, let grandma hold you. Yun Shu's mother quickly picked up Cuckoo and, supported by Yun Shu, walked inside. Ye Wushang stood there dumbfounded, still holding the gifts. The first time meeting his mother-in-law, even the young Marshal of the Tiance Army was so nervous he didn't know what to do. Hey, why are you still standing there? I may not yet acknowledge you as my son-in-law, but you are Cuckoo's father, and that can't be changed. For Cuckoo's sake, come on in. Yun Shu's mother turned back to look at Ye Wushang still lingering at the door and urged him to come inside. After pouring them tea, Yun Shu's mother remarked, I don't know who pulled the strings, but the Long family has collapsed overnight. Without their suppression, your father spent the whole night at the company hoping to seize this chance to rebuild. Shu, why don't you come back to work at the company too? You've been out there alone struggling to make ends meet and putting up with people's looks. Mama. Before Yun Shu could answer, her mother quickly cut her off. It's settled. That old man, his daughter's back's such a big thing, and he still can't drop what he's doing. What's more important than family? With that, she picked up the phone again to urge him. After a round of urging, Yun Shu's mother turned her gaze to Ye Wushang. Since you're back now, I'm not asking you to make them rich and powerful. I just want them to live in peace. What have you been doing all these years? I know. Daddy went to protect the world. Cuckoo raised her hand, chiming in eagerly. Ye Wushang set down his teacup and said quickly, Cuckoo, don't be silly. Mother-in-law, I've held a minor post in the military over the years and achieved some modest success. Yun Shu's mother scoffed unabashedly. A minor post? Why not say you've become a general and returned home in glory? Stop boasting. If you had any real rank, would you still be in this shabby state? Don't blame me for looking down on you. Tomorrow you'll go to work with Yun Shu. I'll have her father put in a word. You can be a security guard. After all those years in the army, you must know basic self-defense, right? Ye Wushang could only smile wryly. Who would have thought that the young Marshal of the Tiance Army would be reduced to working as a security guard in a small company? Where are you living now? Yun Shu, don't stay at your uncle's place anymore. They've never had good intentions all these years. Yun Shu's mother stroked her daughter's hand, worried that her granddaughter and daughter had no place to live. Mom, we plan to rent a place for now. We'll figure out the housing situation later. Yun Shu lowered her head. Living under someone else's roof for years, she hadn't managed to save much money, and Cuckoo was about to start kindergarten, which required money everywhere. Just then Ye Wushang remembered the villa Zhao Sanjia had given him and quickly said, Actually, I think we do have a house. A friend of mine gave it to me when I arrived in Jiangzhou. It's at Yuding Manor. Hearing this, Yun Shu's mother became increasingly convinced that Ye Wushang was a liar trying to deceive her daughter, and she grew furious. You own a house at Yuding Manor. I'm begging you, stop trying to save face. Why don't you just say that friend is Zhao Sanjia? From now on, you'll work honestly at Yun Shu's father's company and stop dreaming about nonsense. Ye Wushang could only smile bitterly. If he were in Yun Shu's mother's shoes, he probably wouldn't believe his own words either. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Yun Shu's mother ran upstairs and came back down with a bank card, handing it to Ye Wushang. Here, this is my savings over the years. It's not much, but it should be enough for a down payment. You can pay the rest in installments. I'll make it clear this house has nothing to do with you. I just don't want people gossiping. A child so big and still no home of their own. Ye Wushang sat blankly on the sofa, staring at the bank card his mother-in-law had handed him, momentarily at a loss. Over the years, he had failed in his duties as a father and husband. He had braced himself for a furious scolding from his mother-in-law and being barred from the house. But from the first moment he saw Mother Yun, although her sharp tongue refused to let him off as she berated him, it was ultimately out of concern for their family. Over the years, the Yun family had been suppressed by the Long family in every way. This money was probably her own retirement savings, yet now she was actually taking it out to help Ye Wushang and the others with a down payment on a house. Ye Wushang felt deeply ashamed at that moment. Don't be so sentimental, you grown man. Just take it. If you truly still consider yourself a man, then treat Keke and the others well from now on. Be down to earth and stop boasting about this and that. I don't want my daughter and granddaughter to end up without a place to live. Fearing that Ye Wushang would keep being sentimental, Mother Yun shoved the bank card into his chest. Just then Yun Shu's father Yun Tianhe heard the news that his daughter was finally willing to come home. He immediately dropped what he was doing and hurried back to the house. The moment he entered, Yun Tianhe saw his daughter, whom he had not seen for years, sitting on the sofa, and tears welled up in his eyes. But he quickly closed his eyes, steadied his emotions, and put on a stern expression. 5 years ago, Yun Shu had been a favored daughter of heaven, meant to marry into a distinguished family and live a glorious life. That was the life she deserved. But look at how she was living now. What kind of life is this? Yun Tianhe was about to lose his temper, but when he saw Yun Shu in cheap clothes and cheap makeup, long stripped of her former radiance, his heart felt as if it were being pierced by knives. As much as his heart ached, Yun Tianhe still said coldly, "I wondered who it was. What wind blew you back here today? Didn't you slap palms with me 3 times and declare that you were severing father-daughter ties with me? I've long since acted as if I never had a daughter like you. So why have you come back now?" The moment he said it, Yun Tianhe regretted it deeply. He had only just seen the daughter he had missed day and night. What if he angered her into leaving again? Yun Tianhe wished he could slap himself across the face. "Dad, I brought Keke and Wushang to see you. If seeing us makes you unhappy, we'll leave right now." Yun Shu bit her lip hard and clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms. From this one could see how strong-willed a woman she was, otherwise she would not have stayed out of contact with her family all these years over a moment of stubborn pride. "You old fool, say that again, and see what happens. Yesterday who was it that said he missed his daughter and shouldn't have driven her out in a fit of anger? If you anger her away today, I'll never let you hear the end of it, Yun Tianhe." Mother Yun hurriedly grabbed Yun Shu, afraid that the daughter she had only just seen again would storm off and never come back. Yun Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief, but his mouth kept up the act. "I have never given you a single thought. I can allow you to come back for Keke's and your mother's sake. A fine daughter of heaven like you has turned into this god-awful state. I can also pretend the past never happened. Tomorrow you can go back to work at the company. But if this man hasn't done anything I deem worthy of respect, I will never acknowledge him as my son-in-law. By the way, where's Keke? Where's my granddaughter?" Looking around, Yun Tianhe finally spotted his precious granddaughter and scooped her into his arms. "Grandpa, please don't be angry with Mom and Dad. Keke will give you some candy, and after you eat it you won't be angry anymore. This candy is so delicious. Keke has never eaten anything this good." Speaking in her sweet childish voice, Keke handed Yun Tianhe the white rabbit milk candy that Mother Yun had just given her. Okay, Grandpa isn't angry anymore. Be good, Keke, and eat it yourself." Seeing that his granddaughter at her age had never even tasted a white rabbit candy, Yun Tianhe's heart nearly broke. All right. A family should be harmonious. Today I'll cook myself. Sure, it's been a long time since you've tasted my home cooking. And you, young man, come help me. Our Yun family doesn't keep idle people. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Mother Yun quickly changed the subject. Both father and daughter had fiery tempers, and she was deeply afraid the pair would stir up more trouble. "Grandma, I want sweet and sour spare ribs." Keke sucked her fingers and said with eager anticipation, "All right, Grandma, we'll make you sweet and sour spare ribs. You need to eat more. You're so thin. All these years with your mother, you surely never got to eat anything good." Mother Yun's heart ached as she looked at Keke's frail body. "What are you standing around like a fool for? Come into the kitchen with me." Her attitude toward Ye Wushang changed completely after all. Her daughter had suffered so much, and Ye Wushang was inseparable from that. "How can you not even sort vegetables properly? A grown man like you who can't do anything. Fine, just go out. You're only making things worse for me." In the kitchen, Mother Yun looked at Ye Wushang with disdain at everything he did. Yun Shu also hurriedly smoothed things over. "Go out and keep Keke company. Leave this to me. That's just how my mother is. Don't take it to heart." Ye Wushang could only force a bitter smile. A mother-in-law never looks favorably upon her son-in-law at first sight. The daughter she had raised with great effort had become someone else's wife, and he had even left without a word for so long. In the living room, only Yun Tianhe and Ye Wushang remained. Ye Wushang was so nervous that he swallowed hard. Even if he were asked to fight 300 rounds against the warriors of the Rhone Kingdom, he would remain calm and composed. But today, meeting Yun Shu's parents, he was beset by anxiety. The two men just looked at each other without exchanging a word, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Ye Wushang thought to himself that he would rather be trimming vegetables in the kitchen. Finally, after who knows how long, "Food's ready." Mother Yun's voice instantly broke the awkward tension, and Ye Wushang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Every second just now had been truly unbearable. In just a short while, Mother Yun had turned out a whole table of dishes. Keke had never seen so much delicious food and wolfed it down nonstop. Mother Yun happily kept putting food on her plate. "What's the matter? Doesn't my cooking suit your taste? Look at you, such a handsome young man but so thin. What exactly have you been doing these past years? You have no color in your face at all. If you go out looking like this, people will think I've been mistreating you." Mother Yun said this without stopping, constantly placing food on Ye Wushang's plate. Ye Wushang could only hold his bowl, force a smile, and repeat, "Enough. I was wounded during my military service, and it will heal soon. Please stop, it's enough, really enough." Before long, the food in Ye Wushang's bowl was piled as high as a small mountain. Mother Yun said with a look of reproach, "Enough. Eat more. Tomorrow I'll buy some pig blood to nourish you properly, like cures like." A fine young man like you looks exactly like someone suffering from kidney deficiency. Ye Wushang could only give a bitter laugh inwardly. His internal injuries could not be cured by merely eating a little pig blood, but he could not rebuff his mother-in-law's kind intentions, so he simply nodded. The family's dinner passed with Mother Yun endlessly placing food on everyone's plates. After his parents had fallen asleep at night, Yun Shu still insisted on sleeping in separate rooms from Ye Wushang. In his heart, Ye Wushang understood that the estrangement of these past years could not be mended so quickly. He had all the time in the world, and he would prove himself through his actions. Mommy, why don't you sleep in the same room as Daddy? Other children's parents sleep together. I want you to sleep together too. Keke kept shaking Yun Shu's hands as she repeatedly protested about the separate sleeping arrangements. Seeing her daughter's behavior, Yun Shu truly felt at a loss. Unable to withstand her daughter's requests, Yun Shu sighed and walked to the door of Ye Wushang's room saying, "This time for Keke's sake you can sleep with us. But I'm warning you, don't get any ideas. I haven't forgiven you that quickly. Alright, I understand. I promise to be on my best behavior." In his heart, Ye Wushang was overjoyed. Having a daughter really was a blessing. She was helping her old man with a divine assist. Ye Wushang quickly grabbed his pillow and rushed into Yun Shu's room. When Yun Shu had finished her evening routine and emerged in her nightgown, Ye Wushang stared at her with glazed eyes. The nightgown, her flowing hair, and that exquisite beauty, no man could remain unmoved. Seeing Ye Wushang's expression, Yun Shu shyly lowered her head. "Behave yourself tonight. You still haven't passed my test. The look in your eyes tells me you have impure intentions. Mommy, Daddy, Keke wants to sleep between you two. Hold hands and hug me while you sleep." Yun Shu and Ye Wushang glanced at each other, then reluctantly took each other's hands, gently patting Keke. Before long, the little girl had fallen into a peaceful sleep, a smile occasionally appearing on her lips. "These past years you raised Keke alone. It's been hard on you. I will make it up to you with all my strength. I will give you a wedding that every person in Jiangzhou will envy." Ye Wushang felt the warmth of Yun Shu's palm against his hand. This moment was a wish he had yearned for so desperately over these years. "Just don't leave without a word again. Keke suffered too much from your sudden departure last time. I hope she can have a beautiful childhood from now on. Go to sleep. We have other things to deal with tomorrow." After Yun Shu finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Ye Wushang knew that patience was key. After Yun Shu urged him to sleep, she drifted off holding Keke. Ye Wushang gently hooked his finger around Yun Shu's hand. When he confirmed she was completely asleep, he carefully put his arm around her. Seeing that she did not wake, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was even more nerve-wracking than going into battle, leaving him in a cold sweat. Gazing at the sleeping mother and daughter, Ye Wushang smiled softly. His lips moved gently as he whispered, "For the rest of our lives, please take care of me." After tucking them in carefully, Ye Wushang also fell asleep. The next day, Yun Shu's uncle Yun Shu arrived early in the morning with his whole family at Yun Tiance's home. It was not that they had missed Yun Shu at all, or rather they had come specifically to humiliate her. Wasn't this simply human nature? Even with relatives and friends, the vast majority do not wish for others to live better than themselves. They only hope to look down upon others. Yun Shu had long planned for his son Yun Jihong to drive his newly purchased BMW, determined to show off before Yun Shu. His son and daughter were now managers at the Wanfa Group. They were truly outstanding talents. "A long time no see, Yun Shu. Look, your cousin just bought a car and insisted on taking us for a few spins. By the way, what was it called?" "BMW." Yun Shu had especially emphasized that it was a BMW, as if afraid others wouldn't know. Yun Jihong also looked at the plainly dressed Ye Wushang and sneered. "So you're that man Yun Shu has outside, eh? It seems like after all these years you still haven't made anything of yourself. Have you ever seen a BMW? You probably couldn't afford one even if you worked your whole life. But since we're family, I'm giving you a chance to broaden your horizons." Beep beep. Yun Jihong pressed the key in his hand and unlocked the car. "Here, I'll let you touch the steering wheel and step on the gas a few times. Let this country bumpkin experience what a luxury car feels like. But don't you dare touch the key. If you somehow crash it, you couldn't afford to compensate for it." Yun Jihong was insufferably arrogant with no regard for the occasion. He was determined to humiliate Ye Wushang completely. "Sorry, but I don't know how to drive. In the military, I had my own driver. And as for this pathetic heap of metal, I don't even give it a second glance." Ye Wushang tried to keep his composure. If it weren't for the fact that this man was Yun Shu's relative, he would have made him pay with blood on the spot. Hearing Ye Wushang's words, Yun Jihong flew into a rage, practically jumping up as he said, "What do you mean you don't give it a second glance? With your miserable appearance, you couldn't afford this car in a lifetime. You're really something, aren't you? Where's your car then? Give you a little bit of rope and you'll hang yourself. Can't you take a good look at yourself? You have a driver. Then where is this driver of yours? Let us see him. Did you hire him in such a rush that you forgot to find a proper extras? We're all family here. We won't laugh at you for having no house or car, right, Yun Shu?" Yun Jihong stared at Ye Wushang for a long time, but no luxury car appeared. He was overjoyed, already convinced that Ye Wushang was nothing but a braggart trying to save face. Yun Shu quickly pulled at Ye Wushang's sleeve, signaling him to stop. People like them only got worse the more you engaged with them. Her parents on the side had long faces. "What, can't let people speak? Are you planning for your whole family to squeeze into this crummy little house? Take a look at my daughter Yun Mingyao. She bought a house at Jiangzhou Garden next to Jade Ding Mountain Villa. Do you even know Jade Ding Mountain Villa? That is where all the wealthiest people in Jiangzhou live. I've heard that Villa number 8 belongs to Zhao Sanjia, the nation's richest man. As they say, the one who gets the best seat gets the moon first. Who knows, maybe my daughter will catch the eye of some wealthy young master one of these days. And that'll be a leap to fortune, a phoenix rising from the ashes. Yun Mingyao also lifted her chin proudly. She now considered herself and Yun Shu to be from completely different worlds. Today she was determined to trample this former prodigy under her feet. It's nothing more than Jade Ding Mountain Villa. I once saved Zhao Sanjia's life. When I came to Jiangzhou, he gave me the keys to one of the villas there. Ye Wushang took out the keys Zhao Sanjia had given him. He was going to give them a proper slap in the face. As relatives, they had been so merciless and shameless. There was no need for him to hide any longer. However, he still intended to keep his identity as the young commander of the Tiance Army concealed for now. After all, if he revealed it now, they would never believe him anyway. He would take it step by step. Anyone who humiliated his family was humiliating Ye Wushang himself, and that was an insult to the entire Tiance Army. Come, let me see what the key to your so-called Yuding Villa looks like. You didn't happen to pick up some broken key somewhere to put on airs, did you? Yun Shu snatched the key from Ye Wushang's hand and scrutinized it himself. After examining it for a long time, he still couldn't be certain whether it was genuine, since he had never seen what the real key looked like. Could this guy really have stumbled onto a stroke of luck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that were so, would they still have been crammed into this shabby little house yesterday? That's right, it must be fake. How could I believe her nonsense? Yun Shu thought to himself for a long while, still unable to believe it was true. You've had enough of looking, haven't you? That's right, just as you said you could strive your whole life and still never set foot through the gates of Yuding Villa. If you still don't believe me, I can personally take you to see the villa. But now can you give me back the key? I'm afraid you might lose it. Even selling your son's BMW wouldn't be enough to cover it. Ye Wushang's words stabbed into the hearts of Yun Shu's family like knives, each word cutting deep. Yun Shu jumped up at once. What do you mean selling the car won't cover it? Do you really think you're the owner of No. 8 Yuding Villa? Fine, let's go right now. I'd like to see how you handle this. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. You can't afford the consequences of barging into Yuding Villa. Don't just come back and end up in jail again. Don't be so fiery, so early in the morning. We're all family. Let's just forget about the villa. This little house of ours is fine. Having a roof over our heads is enough. Let's all sit down. We'll get together properly at Baijin restaurant later. It's our treat. Mother Yun hurriedly stepped out to smooth things over. She couldn't figure out whether her son-in-law who had appeared so suddenly was telling the truth or not. Old sister-in-law today, I must see this villa he speaks of. Isn't he so arrogant? I'll watch him try to get himself out of this. Yun Shu put his hands on his hips. From Mother Yun's reaction, he was certain that he had Ye Wushang in his grasp today. He had to make Ye Wushang lose face once and for all. Mother Yun quickly tugged at Yun Shu, signaling her to tell Ye Wushang that perhaps they should just drop it. Don't worry, it's fine. Come on, Keke. Daddy will take you to see our new home. It's big and spacious. Keke will love it. The moment Keke heard that they were going to see her new home, she began dancing with joy, hopping and jumping as she shouted, "Let's go. Keke is going to see the new home." Along the way, Yun Shu and her parents were worried about how it would end if Ye Wushang was only putting on airs. Meanwhile, Yun Shu's family refused to believe that Ye Wushang owned No. 8 Yuding Villa, and they were just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Before long, the two families arrived at the entrance of Yuding Villa and were stopped by the security guard. "Hello, sir and madam. These are all private villas here. Outsiders are not allowed to tour the area. If you have no business, please turn back the way you came." Since the security guard had never seen Ye Wushang and the others come or go, and their plain attire suggested no connection to the villa residents, and since he hadn't heard of any villa being sold recently, the guard firmly blocked their way. What's a mere gatekeeper so full of himself for? Open your eyes wide. The man behind me is Zhao Sanjia's lifesaver. Zhao Sanjia personally gave him the No. 8 Villa. Don't you agree? What's your name? Yun Jihong was deeply afraid that Ye Wushang's family would simply turn the car around and leave. He was determined to make Ye Wushang lose face today, to humiliate him so thoroughly that he would never be able to hold his head up again. "Sir, if you keep making trouble like this, I'll call the police." Hearing Yun Jihong's insulting words, the guard still suppressed the anger in his heart and maintained his professional integrity. In the car, Yun Shu and Mother Yun nervously clutched their own clothes. Yun Shu whispered, "Let's just forget it. Let's apologize and turn back home." Looking at Yun Shu's face flushed with shame, Ye Wushang gently patted her hand and said, "Trust me, I'll handle it." With that, Ye Wushang got out of the car and dialed Zhao Sanjia's number. "You there, stop putting on an act. Who are you calling? Don't tell me it's that Zhao Sanjia you mentioned. Ha ha, if you don't hurry up, the staff might call the police and have you arrested." Yun Jihong laughed mockingly in the car without restraint. He had already concluded that Ye Wushang was just putting on an act, and he had him right where he wanted him. He was especially eager to see Yun Shu's family utterly humiliated. Far away in Jiangzhou, Zhao Sanjia was holding his weekly group meeting when suddenly a ringing bell interrupted him. "Who is it? How many times have I emphasized that phones should be silenced during meetings? Are you all deaf to my words? Zhao Sanjia suddenly flew into a rage at being interrupted. The people around the conference table were so intimidated by his demeanor that they didn't dare make a sound. Mr. Zhao, it seems to be your phone, said the secretary standing beside him, leaning close to Zhao Sanjia's ear and speaking softly. Only then did Zhao Sanjia realize that it was his own phone ringing. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was Ye Wushang's call. He wondered if something had happened to the young marshal that he would personally call him. The meeting is over for today. Bring this quarter's reports to my office later. You may all leave. Zhao Sanjia quickly ordered everyone to withdraw. Amid the bewildered gazes of the others, they all left the office. Who could be so important that even the regular meeting was abandoned? Hello, young marshal. This is Zhao Sanjia. What instructions do you have? After everyone had left, Zhao Sanjia immediately answered the call and carefully asked why Ye Wushang had called. It's like this. When you left Jiangzhou before you gave me a villa. As it happens, Keke and I still don't have a place to live, and we plan to move in today. But the security guard had never seen us and stopped us outside. Please handle it. It's my negligence. I'll call their manager right away. I'm sorry, young marshal, for causing you trouble. Zhao Sanjia only then realized how huge a blunder he had made. His forehead broke out in cold sweat from anxiety. He had worked so hard to build a relationship with the young marshal, and he couldn't let it be ruined like this. It's nothing. We're right at the gate. Just handle it quickly. With that, Ye Wushang hung up the phone, smiled at Yun Shu and the others, signaling them to rest easy. Oh, you finished your call. Don't tell me you just pretended to talk to the air for a while. Yin Jihong didn't miss a single opportunity to humiliate Ye Wushang. Just then a man in a well-tailored suit came running toward them, panting heavily. Hello, you must be Mr. Yi. I'm terribly sorry. You are our most distinguished guest, and it was our negligence that made us rude to you. President Zhao has already given his instructions. I'll lead the way for you now. The newcomer was the property manager of Yuding Villa. After receiving Zhao Sanjia's call, he had sprinted at full speed to the gate, terrified of offending the group. Yin Yushu's entire family were stunned, their jaws dropping. It seemed the young man was telling the truth. Yun Shu's family also found it incredible. Could Ye Wushang really have stumbled into luck and saved Zhao Sanjia's life all those years ago? Lead the way. Ye Wushang looked calm and composed, as if such a trivial matter could never stir the slightest ripple in his heart. The security guard who had stopped them earlier quickly apologized as well. Ye Wushang smiled at him and signaled that the guard was only acting out of professional duty and needn't give it another thought. Under the manager's guidance, Ye Wushang and his companions finally stepped inside the grounds of Yuding Manor. Rows of rustic villas were scattered amid the dense green trees. Standing there, it felt as though they had left all the clamor of the city far behind. The tranquil, profound serenity was so intoxicating that everyone couldn't help taking a deep breath. The air was exceptionally fresh. What a wonderful place, Ye Wushang couldn't help sighing after entering the manor. That's right, sir. Our Yuding Manor is the most luxurious villa estate in all Jiangzhou. It's not just anyone with money who can buy a villa here. The property manager dared not show the slightest negligence. His superiors had personally called to tell him to receive them. Besides the original owner of Villa No. 8 was Zhao Sanjia. And who was Zhao Sanjia? The wealthiest man in China. For him to hand over this villa meant that this young man's status and standing were certainly exceptional. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 8. So we're here. If you need anything, just call me. Here is my card, and these 3 are the access cards for Yuding Manor. From now on, you can come and go from your home freely with them. The manager respectfully proffered the access cards. All right, you can go about your work for now. We'll look around and get familiar with the place ourselves. Ye Wushang also accepted the business card and access cards held out to him. If something came up later, it would be much more convenient to contact the manager directly. Stop staring. Now that you're going to live here, there will be plenty of time to enjoy the view. Don't stand at the door. After you, mistress of this villa. Ye Wushang smiled and made an inviting gesture toward Yun Shu. Yun Shu could not believe, even in her dreams, that all of this was real. Even during the height of the Yun family's prosperity, she would not have dared to imagine owning a villa in Yuding Manor, let alone now. She pinched herself hard. It hurt. It really was not a dream. Yun Yushu's family was already so angry that their teeth were clenched, wishing they could grind them to pieces. That young man surnamed, he had somehow stumbled onto a stroke of great luck and actually owned a villa here. This was truly the ideal home. The first thing to catch the eye was a garden of more than 400 square meters. The entire villa was finished with dry-hung stone, its facade beautiful and imposing, and there was also a private open-air swimming pool. In the living room, black marble slabs paved the floor, glazed tiles shone like mirrors, and a splendid crystal chandelier hung overhead. Antiques and famous paintings were placed all around. Any one of them would be worth a fortune if taken out. Wow, Daddy, is this a princess's castle? It's so big, so pretty. Keke had never seen such a luxurious villa. At the thought that this would be her home from now on, she wriggled out of Yun Shu's arms and ran around, gleefully taking in everything. This little shabby house surely can't compare to the house your daughter bought in Jiangzhou Garden. But there's no helping it. Since I have no real ability, I'll just have to make do living here. Ye Wushang turned back to mock Yun Yushu's family, who were grinding their teeth with rage. Since they were the ones who had started the conflict, he intended to toy with them properly. So what if you lucked out and saved Zhao Sanjiao once. Favors are used up in the end. Does owning a villa make you someone special? With that poor miserable look of yours, you'll be working for others your whole life. Look at my son and daughter. They're both managers at Wanfa Group now. Buying a house with your own hard-earned money, that's real ability. Hearing their father's words, Yun Jihong and Yun Mingyao's eyes lit up, and they straightened their backs and puffed out their chests. Right? Why would they be angry at a man who had merely stepped in dog's hit? Even if this villa was huge, could his military discharge pay even cover the property management fees? Can you even afford a year's property management fee for this villa? Don't think you got a bargain. With that handful of peanuts from your discharge pay and Yun Shu's salary, I'm afraid you can barely feed yourselves. Yun Jihong felt he had seized yet another opportunity, completely uncaring about preserving any dignity between relatives. As for the property fee, don't trouble yourselves over it. I'm going back to work at my father's company soon, so I can easily afford it. But Uncle you lot should hurry up and take a few more looks around. You may not get another chance to come in later. Oh, and don't leave our property. It'd be bad if someone mistook you for thieves and caught you. Faced with her uncle's family's ceaseless, deliberate provocations, Yun Shu finally decided to stop enduring and push back. Yun Shu was so angry that he clutched his chest. With a furious wave of his hand, he said to his son and daughter, "You useless good-for-nothings. What are you still staring at? Let's go." Watching his brother walk away, Yun Tianhe could only shake his head helplessly. His elder brother had always loved competing with him since childhood. Even after they had children, he still insisted on comparing them with one another. We are born from the same root. Why must we torment each other in such haste? Those annoying people are finally gone. Mom, Dad, this villa has so many empty rooms. Both of you should pick one and stay. When Wushang and I go to work, Keke will need someone to take care of her. Afraid her parents would refuse to move, and Yun Shu promptly brought out Keke as her secret weapon. That's right, Grandpa and Grandma live together with us. Keke still wants to eat Grandma's cooking. Keke licked her lips, savoring the leftover taste of yesterday's sweet and sour spare ribs. You naughty girl, how could you call your uncle that? Fine, Grandma and Grandpa will both stay. Grandma will make sweet and sour spare ribs for Keke every day. Yun's mother bent down and stroked Keke, completely powerless against this granddaughter of hers. Your mother told me yesterday. You'll come back to work at the company later. Hey, you kids surnamed E, you'll start as a security guard in the security department for now. As long as the family works hard, down-to-earth life will only get better and better. Also, until I admit you are my son-in-law, you are not allowed to mention your relationship with me in the company. Ye Wushang nodded. Having just arrived in Jiangzhou, he also planned to slowly reveal his identity to Yun Shu and the others. Being a security guard was fine by him. It was just a way to keep his wife company and pass the time. At night, under Keke's strong insistence, Yun Shu and Ye Wushang could only sleep in one bed with Keke in their arms. Why are you still awake? Ye Wushang turned and saw Yun Shu still looking at him with her eyes open. All this time we've been living under other people's roofs. Keke is already this old and still hasn't entered kindergarten. I don't even know who we could ask to smooth things over. That's right. Keke was already 5. Only then did Ye Wushang realize that his daughter had long since passed the age when she should have started kindergarten. Don't worry. I still have a few connections in the military. And if worse comes to worst, have you forgotten that your husband is Zhao Sanjia's lifesaver? You don't need to worry about Keke going to school. My daughter is going to attend the best kindergarten in all Jiangzhou. You'd better. Also, I've only acknowledged you as Keke's father. If you want to be promoted, you'll have to work much harder. With that, Yun Shu kissed Ye Wushang's forehead, then immediately turned away and closed her eyes. What? She had just kissed him. Feeling the lingering warmth on his forehead that was not his own, Ye Wushang was delighted. This showed that Yun Shu was gradually accepting him. He pulled the covers up for Yun Shu, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth still curling into a smile. After moving into their new home, the whole family slept especially soundly. Early in the morning, Yun's mother had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for everyone to wake up. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe, weighed down by company matters, finished his breakfast in a hurry and left before Ye Wushang and the others had even gotten out of bed. Ye Wushang lay in bed looking at his wife, who was still fast asleep beside him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Ever since he learned he had Keke, the rest of his life seemed to have changed. He would spend all his remaining days protecting mother and daughter. Vaguely, he felt that the bottleneck in his cultivation had loosened a little as well. He was certain that if he could advance just one step further, his injuries would benefit greatly. You're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? Ye Wushang asked softly as he looked at Yun Shu, who had just opened her eyes. Then he moved closer to Yun Shu and held her tightly. Keep your voice down. Don't wake Keke. In all these years, only the past few days have been the happiest for her. It's rare for her to get a peaceful sleep. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Yun Shu pushed Ye Wushang away and then tucked the quilt around Keke, afraid of waking her. How about we buy a car of our own? Now that you and I are going to work at my father's company, having a car will keep us out of the wind and rain. Keke is about to start kindergarten, and having a car will make dropping her off and picking her up much easier. And you, a grown man like you, don't even have a driver's license. I really have no idea what you've been doing in the military all these years. Get your driver's license first. Yun Shu pouted as she spoke. In the military, Ye Wushang had after all been the young marshal of the Tiance Army. Driving was something he never needed to do personally. He never expected that one day he would sit in the driver's seat as his wife's personal chauffeur. At the thought, Ye Wushang couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. After we finish breakfast, we'll go find a car dealership to look at cars. As for the money your mother gave us to buy a house, why don't we return it to her? Now that the housing issue is resolved, the money she set aside for her old age should go back to its rightful owner. Yun Shu nodded too. Keke, who was sleeping between them, saw that her parents had finished talking, opened one eye, and smiled at them. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Are we going to buy a car? Keke wants to go too. Keke wants to ride in the new car. Keke had actually woken up long ago, but when she noticed that Mom and Dad were still talking, she didn't want to interrupt them. She pretended to be asleep until Ye Wushang and Yun Shu finished talking, and only then did she put on a look of just having woken up. Ye Wushang got up and scooped Keke into his arms. All right, my little princess. Did you sleep well last night? After we brush our teeth, wash our faces, and finish breakfast, we'll go buy the new car. Keke rubbed her eyes and said happily to Ye Wushang, Keke slept so well last night. This bed is big and soft, and Mom and Dad are here with Keke. Keke even dreamed that Mom and Dad took Keke to the amusement park to ride the carousel, eat ice cream, and go down the slide. Okay. Little princess Keke, after Mom and Dad order a car at the dealership, we'll take you to the amusement park. Daddy will make your dream come true. Ye Wushang also realized that over the years Yun Shu had been busy making ends meet and Keke had been living under someone else's roof. She had probably never been to an amusement park. Since they were going to look at cars today anyway, and had plenty of time, he might as well take Keke to the amusement park for a trip. Why aren't you hurrying to brush your teeth and wash your face? Grandma has been waiting downstairs for a long time. And you're always taking her side, and are going to spoil her completely. Yun Shu was utterly helpless against this father and daughter pair. As long as Keke was happy, that was all that mattered. Children should grow up joyfully and have a wonderful childhood. Ye Wushang replied with a smile. Time to brush teeth and wash faces. Keke is going to the amusement park. Keke hopped out of bed full of joy. Too many happy things had happened these past few days. Not only had Dad come back, but she had moved into a big house. And in the afternoon she would go to the amusement park. Oh, and there was ice cream too. At that thought, Keke couldn't help licking her lips. Before long, Keke finished washing up, and Ye Wushang carried Keke downstairs with Yun Shu. What time is it now? You're only coming down now. Breakfast has gone cold. Eat quickly. This is the last time. Soon you'll be going to work at your father's company, and you still get up this late. Don't blame your father if he decides to be strict. Yun's mother complained verbally, but her hands still picked up the porridge and milk and carried them into the kitchen to heat up. Ye Wushang followed her in. Mom, this is the bank card you gave me before. We have a place to live now. The money you planned to use as a down payment for the house is no longer needed, so perhaps you should take it back. Besides, I have actually saved up a good amount over the past few years, enough to cover our expenses. Ye Wushang held out the bank card that Yun's mother had pressed into his hand before asking, cautiously afraid of displeasing her again. No, wait. Stop right there. I have never acknowledged you as my son-in-law. I'm only doing this for Yun Shu's and Keke's sake. Since it's just the two of us here, I want to lay down 3 rules first. Yun's mother glanced out of the kitchen and, seeing that Yun Shu had not followed them, and let out a sigh of relief and continued. First, take this money for now. What I gave you is yours. Although you do have a place to live, you still need to get a decent car. Consider this money as something I'm lending you for now. Yun's mother took a sip of water and continued, and no matter whether what you said before about having connections to get Keke into the best kindergarten is true or not, you have to come up with a solution soon, because Keke is at that age. Also remember that this house was obtained through good luck. In life, good luck doesn't follow a person all the time. I hope that from now on you will be down to earth and live a proper life with Yun Shu. Then I can rest easy. And you, young man, need to show some backbone in the future. I'm just an old woman, and I have only this one daughter. Once you've earned enough money, you must make it up to her with the wedding she deserves. For your sake and Keke's, she has sacrificed far too much. Yun's mother went on without getting tired of repeating herself, and Ye Wushang could only keep nodding. In his heart, he knew very well that his mother-in-law had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. On the surface, she never let up on him, but deep down she still took special care of him. After all, she was even willing to give him the money she had set aside for her old age. After Yun's mother finished her instructions, Ye Wushang lost no time in saying, "Don't worry. I'll give mother and daughter a good life, and I'll give Yun Shu a wedding that the whole of Jiangzhou will envy. I will keep every word you have said in my heart. I'll deal with Keke's kindergarten matter right away. As for the car, Yun Shu and I plan to go pick one out together after breakfast." Seeing that Ye Wushang and her mother still had not come out after a while, Yun Shu walked over and happened to hear what Ye Wushang was telling her mother. So she spoke up, "Don't worry, Mom. Your daughter is far too shrewd to forgive him that quickly. We're going to buy a car in a little while. Would you like to come with us? I'm too old to walk around much, so I won't go. You two go ahead. And you, boy, don't forget anything you promised me. Otherwise I'll kick you out of this house, and don't ever think about seeing Keke or Yun Shu again." Yun's mother had already stepped into the role of the family's matriarch. For now she could not figure out what other abilities her son-in-law truly possessed, nor whether everything he had said was actually true. She could only hope that everything would move in a better direction. After finishing the meal, Ye Wushang, Keke, and the others went out and headed to the 4S dealership. The car Zhao Sanjia had given him before had never been used. He planned to buy Yun Shu a decent commuter car, and this was the perfect chance to use it. Ye Wushang had originally thought of going all in and buying the best car in one go, but Yun Shu would definitely be reluctant to spend the money and would ask exactly where the money had come from. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ye Wushang decided to buy a moderately good one instead. So Ye Wushang decided to buy an executive car worth around 4 or 500,000 yuan. It would be presentable and spacious. Later, when the whole family went on trips or visited relatives, they wouldn't have to squeeze together. It was economical and practical, and even if it got scratched or dented, he wouldn't feel too heartbroken over repair costs. Let's go to the 4S dealership up ahead. In the future, you'll inevitably have to go out with your dad to discuss business. An A6 executive sedan would be spacious enough for the whole family to ride in when we travel, and it will give you more face when you go out. It suits you very well. Ye Wushang raised his hand and pointed to the 4S dealership not far ahead. In her heart, Yun Shu only wanted to buy a car around 100,000 yuan for daily commuting, but she couldn't talk Ye Wushang out of it, and was dragged to the entrance of the 4S dealership. Hello, welcome. Are you here to buy a car? Have you already decided on a model? The salesperson in the store saw people about to come in and immediately hurried over. But after seeing the cheap clothes on Ye Wushang, Yun Shu and the others, her attitude changed instantly. Before Ye Wushang could even speak, the salesperson put on a look of disdain, as if implying Ye Wushang couldn't afford a car at all. Another one who can't afford a car and just came to look. What a waste of my smile. Are you here to mooch the air conditioning or pretending to buy a car so you can freeload our staff lunch? You can take a look, but don't go bumping into anything. Even if you hurt yourselves, that's fine, but if the car gets scratched, can you even pay for it? Pumpkins. The weather had been getting hotter, and there were always people using the excuse of buying a car to enjoy the free air conditioning at the 4S dealership and the free staff lunch. Since it was already close to noon, seeing Ye Wushang and the others' outfits made the salesperson even more convinced that her judgment was correct. Can you talk like a human being? If you can't, then get someone who can. A fierce glint instantly appeared in Ye Wushang's eyes, and even the salesperson was startled by his gaze. The salesperson straightened herself and cursed at Ye Wushang. What, you can come and freeload food and drink, and I'm not allowed to say anything? Look at your own shabby self. Buy a car. You probably don't even have the down payment. What is a broke nobody like you putting on airs here? Security. Security. Someone here is causing trouble. Keke was also terrified by that woman's demeanor. She shrank beside Ye Wushang and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Yun Shu also quickly pulled Ye Wushang, signaling that if it didn't work out, they could just switch to another dealership. It wasn't as though they had to buy here. Another young saleswoman in the store hurried over to mediate. Sisterly, you've been busy all morning. Go have some tea first. Who knows? They might really want to buy a car. I just started my internship here, so let me attend to them. Even if they don't end up buying anything, it won't waste your time, right? Him buy a car. Xiaojiang, don't blame your sister Li for being blunt. With the way you are, when will you ever get to become a regular employee? Keep hovering around poor wretches like this, and you'll wear your lips thin without ever squeezing a single coin out of their pockets. After saying that, the saleswoman, surnamed Li, sat back in her original seat, crossed her legs, and started cracking sunflower seeds. Hello, sir and madam. My surname is Jiang. You may call me Xiaojiang. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness earlier. Allow me to show you around. If any model catches your eye, you are welcome to take it for a test drive. With that, he made a gesture of invitation and respectfully ushered Ye Wushang and his party inside. Ye Wushang nodded with satisfaction. This was the proper service attitude. Keke hopped merrily into the 4S store. As soon as she entered, she spotted the R8 in the showroom. Its sleek, imposing exterior instantly captivated the little girl. Keke tugged at Ye Wushang at once. Daddy, this car is so beautiful. Let's buy it. Xiaojiang smiled at Keke and said, the little one has great taste. This is the R8. Not only does it have a sleek, imposing exterior, but its 5.2 LV10 engine delivers a maximum of 620 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.1 seconds. It really is impressive, but we were thinking. Before Ye Wushang could finish, the saleswoman named Li, who was still seated on the sofa, sneered. Oh yes, it's certainly good, but can you afford it? You probably missed 10, right? Oh, sorry, I was being rude. Based on the way you're dressed, it should be 2 zeros. A mere 2.3 million yuan. Young lady, do you accept card payments here? Ye Wushang was somewhat petulant, since this was not the model he had originally intended to buy, but today he was determined to wipe the smug look off that snobbish saleswoman's face. Wushang, why don't we choose another one? Yun Shu felt her heart sink at the mention of 2.3 million. Even if she used the money her mother had given her as a down payment, the monthly loan installments would crush her. There was no need to act on impulse. Ye Wushang patted Yun Shu's hand and said, don't worry. I still have some money set aside. A mere 2.3 million is nothing to worry about. Xiaojiang also froze for a long moment. She had only been courteous to Ye Wushang and his family out of professional duty as a salesperson. She never expected that they would actually buy the car. Of course, sir. This car just arrived today. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes, I'm sure. I'll pay in full. Ye Wushang nodded and took out the bank card Zhao Sanjia had given him earlier. Having sold cars for so many years, Sister Li had never seen such an upstanding customer who decided on the spot and directly wanted to swipe his card for full payment. She immediately leapt to her feet. If this car sold, the commission this month would be enormous. She rushed over to Ye Wushang, as if transformed into a different person. Sir Xiaojiang is just an intern here, and her introduction just now was not comprehensive. Allow me to handle the paperwork for your purchase. Sister Li was not about to let this excellent opportunity to boost her performance slip away. Seeing her approach, Xiaojiang could only lower her head and step back reluctantly. The 4S store manager heard that someone was going to buy the R8 in full, so he prepared to come out to meet this generous customer. But when he saw the Supreme Black card in Ye Wushang's hand, he rushed over immediately. This was a Supreme Black card. There were only a few in all of China. It was said that Zhao Sanjiao, the richest man in China, held one. This young man's identity was certainly extraordinary. Hello, sir. I am the manager of this store. It is an honor to meet you. Switch to another person for the formalities. Some people are too snobbish like this, Miss Li here. Of course, there are also excellent service staff, and I think that Xiao Jiang is quite good. Let her handle the procedures for me. The manager quickly turned around, pointed at Sister Li, and said, you don't need to come in tomorrow. Go to the finance department and settle your wages now. On what grounds are you firing me? With your attitude, isn't it only natural to fire you? Ye Wushang asked with a smile. Just wait. My cousin and his crew won't let you off. And you're a typical upstart flaunting your stinking money like that. My cousin works for Brother Biao. I'll make you all know the consequences of crossing me. With that, Sister Li stormed out of the 4S dealership like a hysterical shrew. The manager of the 4S dealership could only shake his head helplessly. After all, she was a woman with long hair and short wit who didn't even recognize the Supreme Black card. A person holding such a card, let alone her cousin being a subordinate of Brother Biao, even if her cousin were Brother Biao himself, he would have to kneel on the ground and beg this gentleman for mercy. The manager smiled and waved at Xiaojiang. Come over, Xiaojiang. I knew you had potential the moment you arrived. Starting today, you're a regular employee. You'll handle the procedures for this gentleman and give him a 20% discount on the original price. Yes, manager. Xiaojiang was so excited she could jump. Originally, she thought this commission was hopeless. How could she, a newbie, compete with an old employee like Sister Li? Unexpectedly, the commission had been regained, and she had even been made a regular employee. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience today. Here's my business card. At noon, I'd like to host you. Please do me the honor. The manager handed over the business card with utmost respect. For such a big shot who possessed the Supreme Black card, he certainly wanted to build a connection with him. After accepting the card, Ye Wushang said, no need for the meal. I'm satisfied with your decisive attitude. If I ever buy a car in the future, I will definitely consider your 4S store first. Please hurry up and handle my procedures now. Xiaojiang quickly led Ye Wushang and his companions into the office to sign the subsequent car purchase contract. Sir, this is the first car purchase contract in my life. If you're not satisfied with the price, I can give up part of my commission to reduce the cost for you. Xiaojiang still couldn't quite believe this regained car purchase contract. She was afraid that Ye Wushang might change his mind. Already satisfied with becoming a regular employee, she didn't expect any commission. It's fine. Just follow what your manager said. You take what you deserve. It's all rightfully yours. Ye Wushang smiled at the saleswoman who had been respectfully serving them all along. What he valued was her service attitude. If everyone at the door had been like Sister Li, he would have long taken Keke and Yun Shu to another 4S dealership. After all, there were plenty of cars better than Otis, and it wasn't like he was short on money. Hurry up, cousin. If you're any slower, that guy will be gone. After Sister Li stormed out of the 4S dealership in a fury, she immediately fetched her cousin to seek revenge on Ye Wushang. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you get even today. And that manager of yours, he really was blind as a bat, said the man at the lead, who was none other than Sister Li's cousin Li Donglai. Over the years, he had been throwing his weight around by relying on Brother Biao's power. A gang of underlings followed behind him as they swaggered toward the 4S dealership. Cousin, that guy should still be inside. Relax. Today I'll make him know why the flowers are so red. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Donglai swung the steel pipe in his hand, shattering the entrance of the 4S dealership, and roared inside. Where's the bastard who bullied my cousin? Get the hell out here now. Seeing this, the manager hurried over to Li Donglai and explained the whole course of events. Li Donglai picked his ear, then curled his lips into a crooked smile. What did you say? I brought too many brothers today, and it's so noisy I can hardly hear. I don't care what actually happened. Anyone who dares to bully my cousin Li Donglai's cousin is in the wrong. No more bullshit. Tell that brat to roll out here and kowtow to my cousin in apology. Ye Wushang heard the commotion from the office and knew at once that someone had come to settle scores. He signaled for Yun Shu and Keke to stay put. If a fight broke out, he didn't want either of them to see a bloody mess. Ye Wushang walked out of the 4S dealership's office. Since that woman was so senseless as to insist on provoking him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Li Donglai saw someone walk out of the office and quickly asked his cousin, take a look. Isn't that the punk who came out of the office just now? Li Jie nodded firmly and said, that's him, cousin. You have to stand up for me. Don't worry, Li Donglai replied. Today I'll let him know that in Jiangzhou there are people you simply do not offend. With that, Li Donglai waved for his subordinates to move in. But when he got a clear look at the man's face and realized it was Ye Wushang, his legs immediately began to tremble. This was none other than the big shot who had destroyed the Long family with a mere raise of his hand. That day he had happened to be at the Jiangzhou hotel and witnessed Ye Wushang extinguish the Long family with calm, effortless ease. What's more, Ye Wushang had close ties with the military. Even the Long family, once the premier power in Jiangzhou, had been wiped out just like that, let alone a small fry like him. Haha, boss, should we chop off that bastard's hands or break his legs? Li Donglai's underlings grabbed their weapons and got ready to attack. Li Donglai was scared out of his wits by the move. Was the idiot afraid he would die too slowly? He sprang up and delivered a flying kick to his underling. Are you trying to get me killed, you stupid bastard? Li Donglai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough. If that blind fool had crashed into that exalted god, he truly wouldn't have known what hit him. The whole group was baffled. Why were they attacking one of their own? Ye Wushang was equally stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Weren't these people here to cause trouble for him? What kind of stun is this? If you want to avenge that woman, get to it. Come at me all at once. I'm short on time. Hearing what Ye Wushang said, Li Donglai's mind raced as he desperately searched for a way to save his own skin. Suddenly an idea struck him. Sorry, cousin, he thought, but you'll have to take this fall. Li Donglai dragged his cousin up to Ye Wushang and delivered a hard slap to Li Jie's face. The slap landed with an especially crisp crack. Li Jie's eyes were full of disbelief. Had her cousin lost his mind? She was the one who had come to him to stand up for her, and now he was striking her instead. Li Donglai quickly explained to Ye Wushang, boss, my cousin is a blind fool and offended you. The moment I heard, I dragged her here to apologize. Please be generous and let her off the hook. Afraid that Li Jie might say something reckless, Li Donglai lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, he's the one who destroyed the Long family. Open your eyes, you fool. If you don't want us both to die, kowtow and apologize right now. Li Jie dropped to her knees, kowtowed repeatedly on the ground, and kept saying that she was wrong. Ye Wushang could only shake his head with a wry smile at the sight before him. The situation had taken such an abrupt turn that he was caught off guard. Still, on reflection, it was just as well that they hadn't resorted to violence here, which would inevitably have disrupted others' business and damaged their property. Do you know me? I don't recall ever meeting you before. Ye Wushang asked Li Donglai, baffled as to what had caused such a sudden change in attitude. A small fry like me would never have had the chance to be known by you. I was simply fortunate enough to witness your extraordinary power at the Jiangzhou hotel. Li Donglai was about to vividly recount what Ye Wushang had done at the Jiangzhou hotel that day, but Ye Wushang immediately cut him off. Ye Wushang only wished to live a low-key, peaceful life with Yun Shu and Cuckoo. Forget it. Keep your mouth shut about the Jiangzhou hotel. Tell this woman that she'd better not look down on others like a dog again. Today's matter ends here. Li Donglai hastily pressed Sister Li's head to the ground, forcing her to kowtow repeatedly, while scolding, see if you still dare to throw your weight around in the future. Luckily, the gentleman was magnanimous enough not to hold it against you. If there's ever a next time, I'll disown you and beat that mouth of yours to pulp. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if he hadn't reacted quickly enough this day, next year would have been his death anniversary. Seeing that Ye Wushang no longer intended to make things difficult, he hurriedly took Sister Li and his subordinates and got ready to leave this place of trouble. Wait a moment. Ye Wushang called out to Li Donglai and his group, who were about to leave. Li Donglai froze on the spot, at once his heart leaping into his throat. It was over, he was really done for. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. You've just broken the shop's front door, right? You weren't planning to simply walk away from this, were you? When he realized it was about the door they had broken before entering, Li Donglai finally relaxed. He quickly said, yes, of course we'll pay. When something is damaged, it should be compensated at the full price. We'll pay right now. Li Donglai immediately asked the 4S store manager for the price of the door and made the payment via mobile phone. Then, leading his crew, he hurried away, terrified that Ye Wushang might change his mind and leave him with no good end. I apologize for all the trouble we've caused you. Ye Wushang was a little embarrassed as well. The shop was running its business normally, and yet the door had been smashed because of him. A man who could make Li Donglai kowtow and admit his mistakes was certainly someone of great stature, especially with a supreme black card in his possession. Seeing Ye Wushang's modest attitude, the manager felt flattered and hastened to reply, no trouble at all. It is our utmost honor to receive a distinguished guest like you. What's a mere door? A trivial matter, truly trivial. Besides, it's already been compensated, hasn't it? Let me go and urge Xiaojiang. A simple contract is taking way too long to handle. With that, the manager hurried off to speed things up. For such an important guest, the service had to be immaculate. He had to be treated like God. Urged on by the manager, it didn't take long before Cuckoo and Yun Shu emerged from the office. Daddy, are we heading to the amusement park in our new car now? Cuckoo was overjoyed, not only because they had bought a new car today, but also because Daddy had promised before leaving home that he would take her to the amusement park. Right? We'll grab something to eat first, and then we'll go to the amusement park. Okay. Ye Wushang picked Cuckoo up and asked softly. No, I want to eat at the amusement park. Cuckoo wants a hamburger and ice cream. Cuckoo kept acting spoiled in Ye Wushang's arms. Ye Wushang was utterly defenseless when it came to his daughter, so he could only give in to Keke. Yun Shu felt both pleased and a touch annoyed by the sight. She could plainly see how deeply Ye Wushang spoiled his daughter, yet she couldn't help but feel helpless at how he obeyed Keke's every word. The manager hastily proffered the car keys. Ye Wushang took them and handed them to Yun Shu. "Don't look at me like that. I really don't know how to drive. I'll have to ask you to bear with me. I've always had my own personal driver all these years." Since Ye Wushang couldn't very well drive without a license, he passed the keys to Yun Shu. Yun Shu planted her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and pretended to be annoyed. "Fine. Now I've become your personal chauffeur. You'd better go get your driver's license soon. This is the last time I'll play substitute." "Yay? Off to the amusement park. Daddy and Keke sit in the back together. How awesome." Keke clapped her hands with glee. The family set off for the amusement park in high spirits. Perhaps because she had been woken up too early, the little girl played with Ye Wushang for a short while before dozing off in the car. Since the brand new car hadn't yet been fitted with a child safety seat, Ye Wushang simply cradled Keke in his arms, a gentle smile lingering on his face. Gazing out the car window, Ye Wushang mulled it over. In the end, Keke's schooling was still something he would have to trouble Zhao Sanjia with. None of his other connections could be of any help. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought of having imposed on Zhao Sanjia so many times in just a few short days. "The young marshal is calling. The young marshal is calling. Please answer the call. Please answer the call." Afraid of missing a call from Ye Wushang, Zhao Sanjia had specially changed the ringtone for Ye Wushang's incoming calls. If any of his subordinates ever heard that embarrassing ringtone, they would laugh their heads off. Zhao Sanjia saw that it was Ye Wushang calling and hastily picked up. "Hello, young marshal, is something the matter? Are you satisfied with the house?" Zhao Sanjia asked with utmost deference from the other end of the line. Hearing Zhao Sanjia's obsequious tone once again, Ye Wushang said with a chuckle, "You're the wealthiest man in all of China after all. Can you at least not act like this every time? I've already thanked you for the house. Aside from that, my daughter Keke, whom you've already met, has reached the age for kindergarten. Could you help me find a good one? Young marshal, you're being far too formal with me. What am I in your eyes? Being able to do even a trifling little favor within my power is my greatest honor. Leave the little princess's schooling to me. I'll have my people handle it right away. Give me 1 minute, and I'll give you an answer forthwith." Zhao Sanjia treated Ye Wushang's matters as if they were imperial edicts. He quickly set his phone aside and used the landline to call his secretary. "Quick, look up the best kindergarten in Jiangzhou. International Bilingual Kindergarten. Good, that's the one. Donate a building in my name right away, so I can get onto the board of directors. Move fast, got it." In less than a minute, Zhao Sanjia had taken care of Keke's schooling. He gently picked up the phone he had set aside moments ago, cleared his throat, and said, "Young marshal, the little princess's schooling is all settled. I bought my way straight onto the kindergarten's board of directors. Her enrollment will be a grand affair, you can rest assured. When I handle something, you can count on it." Ye Wushang chuckled from the other end of the line. "Sorry to trouble you. I overheard you on the phone just now. You've gone and spent money on my account again. Let's leave it at that for now. The little one is set on the amusement park, and we're almost there. Young marshal, you go ahead and attend to your business. If anything else arises, just give me orders." With that, Ye Wushang hung up. Zhao Sanjia, however, was secretly elated. The young marshal had re-entered the mortal world, and who would have imagined that he of all people would get to help him the most? Right, Jiangzhou? He absolutely had to steer more of the group's projects toward Jiangzhou, so that he would have more opportunities to come into contact with the young marshal. Having made up his mind, Zhao Sanjia decided to convene a group meeting to announce the latest strategic direction. "Daddy is calling the uncle who came to Jiangzhou to see you. He has already found a kindergarten for you, and soon Keke can start going to kindergarten." Ye Wushang smiled and stroked Keke's head as he explained to her. Upon hearing that she could start kindergarten, Keke jumped up in joy and almost hit the car's sunroof. Yun Shu felt a stone lift from her heart now that Keke's kindergarten issue was resolved. Keke was already 5, and Yun Shu had previously worried that finding a kindergarten would bring all sorts of trouble. She had no idea whose connections Ye Wushang had called upon. More and more she found him impossible to read. Ye Wushang was becoming increasingly mysterious. "Keke, don't act up. Sit still with your father. We'll be at the amusement park soon. Wushang, is Keke's schooling really settled?" Yun Shu still wanted to hear another definite answer from Ye Wushang. "Don't worry. International Bilingual Kindergarten, the friend I mentioned, gets things done. You can rest assured. There won't be any mistake." Yun Shu was so astonished that her mouth fell open. International Bilingual Kindergarten was the best kindergarten in Jiangzhou. She had originally assumed that he had merely pulled strings for an ordinary one. Never in her wildest dreams had she expected International Bilingual Kindergarten. "Are you sure? You didn't mishear, did you?" Yun Shu asked anxiously, hoping Ye Wushang would think it over carefully so they wouldn't end up with a huge blunder. "It's International Bilingual Kindergarten. I, Ye Wushang, just want my daughter to attend the No. 1 kindergarten in Jiangzhou. Don't overreact, mother of my child, it's a small matter." Ye Wushang teased Yun Shu with a smile. "It had better be. Everyone sit tight. We're almost at the amusement park. Get ready to get out soon." After driving the whole way, the car finally reached the amusement park. Yun Shu, out of practice because she hadn't driven in a long time, had been fiercely focused throughout the trip and was now exhausted. She couldn't help twisting her body to stretch. Ye Wushang hastily rubbed Yun Shu's shoulders and said, "You drove all the way. That must have been tiring." Yun Shu responded with a weary look. "Yes, give me a good rub. I didn't dare let my mind wander for even a second the whole way. I really need to practice driving more. Even parking nearly took half my life. No, it's you who should hurry up and get your driver's license. Why should this kind of rough work fall on me?" Yun Shu then had a sudden realization, right? She was the one who should be sitting in the passenger seat. Why should she worry about her driving skills? Yes, stop nagging. Keke is staring at the amusement park drooling. She's dying of impatience. Ye Wushang felt extremely happy. Yun Shu's series of actions showed that she was already accepting him. He thought to himself, we really do look like a family now, no? We are family. Mom, stop nagging. Dad, let's charge. Keke can't wait any longer. Ye Wushang smiled and lifted Keke onto his shoulders. Father and daughter exchanged a knowing smile and ran toward the amusement park, shouting in unison, "Amusement park. Here we come." Yun Shu watched the father and daughter and shook her head with a smile. She quickly locked the car door and followed closely on their heels. Inside the amusement park, crowds surged everywhere and long lines stretched before every attraction. Ye Wushang could only smile wryly. This was hardly taking a child out to play. It was clearly standing in line to court misery. Ye Wushang and Yun Shu had no choice but to accompany Keke in line for the carousel, the one ride she wanted most. Keke happily licked her ice cream. In all these years she had rarely enjoyed such treats, but now things were different. Her father was back, and she could not only eat ice cream, but also visit the amusement park. The entire queue moved along like a trail of ants. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally almost Ye Wushang's family's turn, when suddenly a little fatty rushed over and shoved Keke aside. "Get down here this instant, I'm playing this." The little fatty shoved Keke to the ground without any courtesy. Yun Shu hastily rushed to pick up Keke, who was lying on the ground. "Keke, are you alright? Does it hurt?" "I'm fine, Mom. Wasn't it our turn? Why did this brother pull me off?" Looking at the exceptionally sensible Keke, Yun Shu felt even more indignant and heartache. "Where are your parents? Whose child are you? Do you have any manners? If you want to play queue up like everyone else. And what do you mean by pushing my Keke to the ground? Do you have any breeding at all?" Just then the little fatty's nanny rushed over and said arrogantly, "What with that attitude are you going to hit a child? Do you know who he is? This is the sole heir of Chairman Zhao from the Wanfa group. The entire amusement park belongs to their family. If he wants to play, he plays. Look at you common workers, you have to queue up for everything. What's the big deal about pushing you aside? Consider it an honor. What's wrong with us working folk? We've been waiting in line all this time, why can he just push my Keke to cut in line? Today he must apologize." Yun Shu grew even more furious at the unreasonable nanny. "Apologize? You must be dreaming. Don't believe me. With one wave of my hand the security guards here will throw you out. You should be grateful you can still stay here." The nanny acted aggressively with her master's backing, while the little fatty stuck his tongue out at Yun Shu. "Security. Security. You all recognize this young master, don't you? Chairman Zhao's sole heir. These people are disturbing his fun. Get them out of here." The nanny commanded the security guards to expel Ye Wushang's family from the amusement park. "How can you be so unreasonable? Is there no law in this land?" Yun Shu shielded Keke with her body. "That's right, how can they act like this? They were clearly here first. Just because they're rich doesn't mean they can do whatever they want." The people waiting in line murmured among themselves, but none dared to help. Who would when this little fatty had such powerful backing? They couldn't afford to get involved. The security guards were about to forcibly remove Ye Wushang's family. Seeing this scene, Keke was so frightened that she burst into tears. "The dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you die. You all deserve to die." Looking at Keke, crying her heart out, Ye Wushang's killing intent suddenly erupted in all directions. The surrounding temperature dropped involuntarily, and the security guards were so terrified they didn't dare make a move. "Quick, do your job. What are you good for? Do you have any idea who feeds you? A bunch of useless wretches." Though deeply displeased by the nanny's words, the security guards exchanged glances and charged toward Ye Wushang. With a single swift movement, Ye Wushang executed the move mountain smash technique, sending those few guards flying. They were no match at all. Within the span of a single breath, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "Daddy, you're amazing. Daddy, you're so awesome." Seeing that Ye Wushang had effortlessly taken down the guards, Keke cheered excitedly and started clapping. "Fine, you actually dare to hit someone. Wait right there. I'm calling Chairman Zhao right now, he won't let you get away with this." When the nanny realized the guards were no match for Ye Wushang, she frantically dialed Chairman Zhao. No matter how many times she tried to call, kept saying the line was busy. Just then Ye Wushang's phone rang. "Hey Marshal, if you're free you can take the little princess to kindergarten for registration tomorrow." Zhao Sanjia always placed matters concerning Ye Wushang above all else. The moment he learned that Keke could go to kindergarten tomorrow, he immediately contacted Ye Wushang. "While making phone calls to rally help, are you? Show me what you've got. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Once Chairman Zhao's call goes through, even kneeling and kowtowing won't save you." The nanny sneered upon seeing Ye Wushang on the phone. Judging by their shabby clothes, they were clearly poor and powerless. To her chairman, Zhao could crush them as easily as ants. What's wrong, Marshal? I heard someone being disrespectful to you again. Need me to intervene? Zhao Sanjia overheard the disdainful tone directed at Ye Wushang through the phone. Ye Wushang chuckled and said into the phone, Keke wanted to go to the amusement park, and we finally got in line. But then some son of the Wanfa Group chairman shoved her to the ground. Kids are just kids, but this nanny is being completely unreasonable, throwing her weight around just because the amusement park belongs to her boss. Who do they think they are laying hands on the little princess? Rest assured, Marshal, let me handle this for you. I'll make sure you get a satisfactory resolution. Quickly, find out which amusement park belongs to the Wanfa Group and buy it outright. Also cut off all cooperation with Wanfa Group. Who the hell do they think they are to throw their weight around in Jiangzhou? Little did Zhao Heng, chairman of Wanfa Group, know that a mere carousel ride would cost him his golden patron Zhao Sanjia, leaving his company's future hanging by a thread. Zhao Heng suddenly received a barrage of calls terminating business partnerships. Overwhelmed and exasperated, he noticed the nanny's phone buzzing endlessly. In a fit of rage, he hurled his own phone to the ground. She calls nonstop over every trivial matter. What a nuisance. When I get back, I'll pack her bags and kick her out. Zhao Heng racked his brain, unable to figure out what had gone wrong. Why would his partners willingly pay breach penalties just to sever ties with him? Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers surrounded Ye Wushang and the others so tightly that escape was impossible. The nanny, unable to reach anyone by phone, was drenched in anxious sweat. Seeing the nanny in such an awkward state, Ye Wushang didn't want to escalate things. After all, he had brought Keke to the amusement park to have a good time, not to waste their day on a squabble. Besides, it was all just a children's matter. He let out a sigh. How about this? You and that kid apologize to my daughter, and we'll call it even. I'll pretend nothing happened. You're not worthy of an apology. Just look at yourself. Ye Wushang had offered an olive branch, yet the nanny's arrogance showed no sign of abating. Instead, she spat in his direction. Just then, the amusement park manager approached, flanked by 2 lawyers in suits. Seeing the manager arriving with lawyers, the nanny assumed that the park staff had notified Zhao Heng and that he had even sent legal counsel. She planted her hands on her hips, a smug expression spreading across her face. Hey kid, you see that? The manager's here with lawyers. It's too late for regrets now. You'll be spending a few days locked up in a cell. And once Chairman Zhao gets involved, he'll make sure people take really good care of you. With that, she scurried toward the manager, but the 3 men walked right past her, heading straight for Ye Wushang. Hey, are you blind? I'm President Zhao's maid. Hey, are you deaf or something? The maid screamed desperately, but the 3 security guards didn't even glance in her direction. May I ask if this is Mr. Yi? I am the manager of the amusement park. Just now this park has ceased to belong to the Wanfa Group and has been transferred under your name. My lawyer has also arrived with the documentation. The lawyer respectfully presented the contract to Ye Wushang. Ye Wushang took the contract wearing a wry smile on his face. He had merely mentioned that Keke was being bullied at the amusement park, yet Zhao Sanjia had gone and bought the entire park for him. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Just then Zhao Sanjia's phone call came through. Young Marshal, are you satisfied? Don't worry, I have severed all cooperation with the Wanfa Group, and I've bought the amusement park to give to the little princess. I've already made arrangements. How about we rename this place Keke's Amusement Park from now on? Zhao Sanjia kept boasting about his achievements on the other end of the phone, as if seeking praise like a child seeking validation. Ye Wushang could only say with a bitter smile, Thank you for your kindness, but this is a bit too exaggerated. I've troubled you these past few days, running around and doing so much for me. This is nothing. It's my honor to assist you, but I've merely used some trivial resources. Without you, young Marshal, where would I be today? You and the little princess enjoy the park. It's entirely yours now. Let her play however she likes. If there's nothing else, I'll stop disturbing you. After Zhao Sanjia finished speaking respectfully, he waited until Ye Wushang hung up the phone before lowering the phone from his ear. No problem. Let's proceed according to the contract. After hanging up, Ye Wushang glanced through the contract briefly. Since Zhao Sanjia had already taken care of everything, this was merely a formality. He signed his name on the contract with a flourish. Mr. Yi, regarding the park's name change, we will begin work immediately after closing today. Here are a few VIP cards for the amusement park. Your relatives and friends can use these to enjoy any attraction directly. After receiving the contract, the manager handed the VIP cards to Ye Wushang. Now that the entire amusement park belonged to Ye Wushang, giving him the cards was simply to help the staff identify their true employer, lest anyone forget who the boss was. Are you all mistaken? The amusement park is President Zhao's asset. When did it become this brat's? Have you all lost your minds? Can't even tell who your master is anymore. The maid pointed at the manager and his group, cursing without restraint. Madam, the amusement park now belongs to Mr. Yi. Please stop making a scene. If you wish to continue enjoying the park, please line up properly at the back. If you continue like this, we will have to escort you out. Mr. Yi, oh, my apologies. You should be addressed as President Yi now. Would you like us to have this lady removed from the premises? It must be said this manager was quite adept at reading the situation. The security guards, who had just been beaten up by Ye Wushang while defending the maid, quickly surrounded her, flexing their muscles eagerly. Fortune favors the wise. Now that Ye Wushang was the boss of this amusement park, those guards hurried to show their loyalty. Moreover, they had been fed up with the maid's attitude for a long time. The nanny, upon witnessing the scene before her, hastily pulled the chubby boy to leave. The boy twisted his body in resistance, repeatedly crying out, "I'm not leaving. I want to ride the carousel." The nanny could only muster all her strength to pull him along, while hastily trying to soothe him. "Come now, young master. This amusement park has suddenly become someone else's property. Let's hurry back and ask Director Zhao what happened. Let them go. Remember, from now on, do not bully others with your power." Only after hearing Ye Wushang's command did the security guards disperse, allowing the chubby boy and his nanny to leave. After walking a good distance away, the nanny spat in the direction of Ye Wushang, as if to convey that this matter would not be settled so easily. The security guards, upon seeing this, were about to chase after her, but the nanny fled with the chubby boy in her arms. Ye Wushang waved his hand, signaling to let it go. With so many people around today, there was no need to make things worse, otherwise they might end up on the news. "Mr. Ye, today we brothers were blind enough to offend you. Thanks to your excellent skills, would you be so gracious as to spare us?" The security captain, dragging his injured body, hastily came to beg for mercy from Ye Wushang. After all, the Ye Wushang of today was someone they absolutely could not afford to provoke. "It's no big deal. You're all just workers trying to make a living. You're injured too. Consider today's incident as work-related injury. Go ahead and go downstairs with your manager." These security guards were also pitiful working folk. Ye Wushang could understand their situation and didn't make things difficult for them. After hearing this, the security guards were relieved. Not only had they obtained Ye Wushang's forgiveness, but today's incident would even count as work-related injury. At that moment, they wished they could worship Ye Wushang at home like a deity. "Very well then, Mr. Ye. I hope you enjoy your time here." After Ye Wushang finished speaking, the manager and his group also departed. Those around were still discussing who exactly Ye Wushang was. How he could make such a grand gesture, acquiring the entire amusement park in the blink of an eye. It was truly an overwhelming display of power. Soon the crowd that had been densely packed around had scattered. Everyone had seen the spectacle, so now it was back to queuing and doing whatever they came to do. People had come to the amusement park to have fun. With the excitement over, there was no reason to stand around together. Kiki, from now on, this amusement park is called Kiki Amusement Park. Kiki won't have to line up anymore, right? Yay? Kiki doesn't have to line up. Daddy, let's go quickly. The little kid just left, so it's our turn now. Hearing that she didn't need to wait in line, Kiki jumped for joy, completely oblivious to the fact that the entire amusement park now belonged to her. Ye Wushang lifted Kiki into his arms. Seeing that the little girl no longer had the unhappy expression from before, Ye Wushang smiled as well. When Yun Shu heard that this amusement park belonged to Ye Wushang, and that it would even be renamed after Kiki, she stood there in shock. However, she soon came to her senses. Over these past few days, Ye Wushang had done so many unimaginable things for her. Now, no matter what happened, she wouldn't find it so difficult to accept. "You two walk slower. Wait for me." Yun Shu hastily chased after Ye Wushang and Kiki. In her heart, she resolved to ask Ye Wushang tonight what he had been doing all these years. These past few days felt as if the entire sky over Jiangzhou belonged to Ye Wushang. No matter what the issue, he could resolve it effortlessly. Without needing to queue anymore, Ye Wushang took Kiki through almost all the attractions. This exhausted Yun Shu considerably. Before they knew it, evening had arrived, and it was time to head home. "Kiki, are you happy today?" Ye Wushang and Yun Shu each held one of Kiki's hands, and Kiki skipped along between them. I'm happy. Kiki is super happy today. I had ice cream, rode the carousel with Mom and Dad, went on the roller coaster, and lots of rides Kiki can't even name. Daddy, can we come play here often from now on? Okay. As long as Kiki wants to come, Daddy will bring you. Sound good? Looking at Kiki's expectant eyes, Ye Wushang simply couldn't refuse and agreed readily. At this rate, you're going to spoil her rotten." Watching the father and daughter laugh happily, Yun Shu scolded him with a smile. "Girls should be raised in comfort. Kiki has suffered so much these past few years. I will do my utmost to make it up to her, and make Kiki the happiest child in the world." As he spoke, Ye Wushang clenched his other fist. What he had just said was a vow he made to himself. After a whole day of wild fun, Kiki had long since fallen asleep in the car, exhausted. Ye Wushang gazed affectionately at Yun Shu, who was driving, and for a moment did not know what to say. Yun Shu turned off the music, thought for a moment, and was the first to break the awkward silence. "Where exactly have you been all these years? I can't see through you anymore. You used to be just an ordinary man, but since you came back, you have luxury cars, and a villa, and you can even buy an entire amusement park in an instant. You even solved Kiki's schooling in no time. Have you gotten involved in something illegal like the underworld? Mercenary work?" Yun Shu was filled with fear at the sudden improvement in their material life. Everything was unbelievable. She was afraid that Ye Wushang's money had come from dishonest sources, and that he had done something illegal. She did not ask for riches or honor, she only hoped to live a peaceful life with Kiki. Ye Wushang sighed, thought for a moment, and said, "At first I left because I felt I wasn't worthy of you. You were a daughter of heaven while I was just an ordinary man with neither status nor money. I never expected that you would be carrying Kiki after that night. Joining the army, fighting the enemy on the front lines, and earning merit was the greatest shortcut for an ordinary man like me to rise in the world. At that time I thought that if I died on the battlefield maybe you wouldn't even remember me. Only by earning enough honors to be worthy of you would I come back, marry you, and give you a grand wedding for everyone to see. But then Keke suddenly called me, so I decided to come back early. These past few days Ye Wushang had so many things he wanted to tell Yun Shu, but never knew how to begin. Now that Yun Shu had asked, he had the chance to explain clearly why he had left. Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything illegal. I do have some standing in the military now. The villa and that supreme black card were both given to me by Zhao Sanjia. I saved his life twice a few years ago, and he has kept it in his heart wanting to repay me. Oh, and he also helped solve Keke's schooling. After thinking it over, Ye Wushang decided not to tell Yun Shu that he was the young marshal of the Tiance Army. Ordinary people had never heard of the Tiance Army anyway. Besides, he hadn't lied to Yun Shu. He did indeed hold a small bit of status in the military. Really? If that's the case, why don't I talk to my dad and get you out of the security guard job? You tell me, what position do you hold in the military now? Working as a security guard isn't really appropriate anymore. After hearing Ye Wushang's words, Yun Shu still felt a little joy inside. Who wouldn't want their husband to be an outstanding man? It's fine. Apart from killing enemies on the battlefield, I don't know how to do anything else. Being a security guard suits me. The main thing is that I can always stay with you. Since we'd work at the same company, it would also be convenient for me to drive you to and from work. Ye Wushang felt that the kind of job he did didn't matter. What mattered was being able to stay by his family's side. Besides, he wasn't short of the meager wages one earned from working for others. Then fine, as long as you think it's suitable. Yun Shu nodded, and Ye Wushang went on to talk endlessly about his army years while Yun Shu listened attentively. After a day of busyness, it was already late at night when they returned home. After Keke and Yun Shu washed up and went to bed, Ye Wushang tucked the quilts around the two, then walked to the villa balcony, took out his phone, and called Qinglong. On the 8th of next month, hold a grand wedding for me and Yun Shu. Use my identity as the young marshal of the Tiance Army. First, send the betrothal gifts to the Yun family. Ye Wushang thought for a moment and continued, remember, it must be a magnificent wedding. The wedding of Ye Wushang must cause a sensation throughout the city and be envied by all. Send invitations to every notable person. I hope that all our relatives and friends can be present to bless us at my wedding with Yun Shu. Also take care of my driver's license. I haven't had any use for it all these years, but after arriving in Jiangzhou, I've realized it's quite inconvenient not to have this thing. Ye Wushang could only smile wryly. Although he knew how to drive, he could not drive without a license. What driver's license? Have you really fallen to working as a driver now? If you truly needed, a small matter like this can be handled in minutes. Hearing that Ye Wushang actually wanted him to process a driver's license, Qinglong was stunned for a moment. After Ye Wushang hung up, Qinglong immediately took action. All the major powers received the news that Ye Wushang was getting married, and it immediately caused an uproar as they all wondered what gifts they could send that would be worthy of Ye Wushang's notice. Keke, time to get up. Did you forget that today we're going to kindergarten? Mom and Dad are already dressed and waiting for you. If you don't get up soon, we'll be late. Ye Wushang shook Keke awake from her dreams. Today was Keke's first day of kindergarten, and they absolutely could not be late. She needed to leave a good impression on the teacher. The first impression was the most important. Right, today I'm going to kindergarten. At the word kindergarten, Keke immediately woke up with a start and jumped out of bed, quickly throwing on her clothes. She was really looking forward to kindergarten because she could make many new friends there. For all these years confined to her aunt's house, Keke had never had a true friend. After washing up with time quickly running out, Keke kept stuffing breakfast into her mouth. Yun Shu's mother kept fretting and telling her to eat more slowly, while complaining about why no one had woken Keke earlier, leaving them so pressed for time. Ye Wushang hurriedly grabbed Keke's little backpack, then he and Yun Shu swiftly set off with Keke for kindergarten. Along the way, Yun Shu pressed the accelerator hard, and finally got Keke to the kindergarten right at the last minute. The teacher was waiting at the door. After sending Keke into the kindergarten and telling her to be good, just as the car door was opened, Ye Wushang snatched the keys and sat in the driver's seat. What are you doing? Can you drive? Stop messing around. We still have to get to the company for work. Yun Shu was momentarily angry, thinking Ye Wushang was being unreasonable, because after all he was the one who said he couldn't drive and didn't have a license. What are you doing? Can you even drive? Stop messing around. We're in a hurry to get to work. Yun Shu was momentarily angry, thinking Ye Wushang was being unreasonable. After all, he was the one who said he couldn't drive and didn't have a driver's license. Here, look at the driver's license the military department sent over last night. As a soldier, how could I not know how to drive? What are you standing there for? Ye Wushang waved his hand, signaling Yun Shu to get into the car quickly. Yun Shu had no choice but to get in, her heart still full of anxiety. Along the way, Ye Wushang drove very steadily, and Yun Shu gradually relaxed. With her directions, they soon arrived at the company entrance. At the entrance of the Yun group, the security guards spotted NR8 approaching from afar. They wondered which executive had bought a new car. This car was far from cheap, and given the company's recent development, no one should have been able to afford such a fine vehicle. When Ye Wushang drove up to the gate, he was stopped by a guard. Hello, you two aren't from our group, are you? Please fill out this form to register and explain the reason for your visit. The guard, realizing he had never seen the people in the car before, stopped them and asked Ye Wushang to register. Yun Shu leaned out from the passenger seat. Old Zhao, it's me. After all these years, you're still working at the group. Realizing that it was still old Zhao who had stopped them, Yun Shu quickly played up their old acquaintance. You are? Old Zhao rubbed his eyes intently, racking his brain to recall who this person was. You're the young miss. Good. Are you back to work this time? It's good to have you back. It was only after seeing Yun Shu in the passenger seat that old Zhao let Ye Wushang and the others through to the group's parking lot. Old Zhao, who was that? So rich and driving an R8. Tang Long, the security team leader, walked out of the guard hut chewing melon seeds. Seeing that the people in the car had been waved through without registration, he hurried over to ask. I don't know about the driver. The one in the passenger seat is the only daughter of President Yun Tianhe, Miss Yun Shu of the Yun Group. She's finally returned after all these years. Bah? What young miss? I heard that a few years ago she hooked up with some random man and gave birth to a bastard child, and she was kicked out of the family long ago. How does she have the nerve to come back now? And here I thought she was some big client. That driver to me is nothing but a kept man. Just look at his face. There's not a trace of color in it. Old Zhao quickly waved his hand to signal Captain Tang to stop. They were all just low-level workers. If their superiors caught them gossiping, there would be no good outcome. After parking the car, Yun Shu led Ye Wushang into the Yun Group building. After so many years, it was still exactly the same. Following her memory, Yun Shu easily found Yun Tianhe's office. After knocking on the door, Yun Tianhe called them in. Yun Shu, you should start from the lowest level. If you take a high position from the very beginning, the people under you won't be convinced. Take it one step at a time. First, get familiar with the environment at the grassroots level. You young man go with Yun Shu to HR and report to the security team leader afterward. Yun Tianhe still held no regard for his son-in-law. The cabbage he had painstakingly raised for so many years had been rooted up by a pig who anyone would feel a sting in their heart. Moreover, it was precisely because of Ye Wushang that father and daughter had been at odds for so many years, refusing to see each other. After receiving the notice, the HR staff led Ye Wushang to the security room. After giving instructions to the security team leader, they left. Inside the security room, Tang Long was holding up a dumbbell, staring at Ye Wushang's pale but extremely handsome face. He thought to himself, bah, this pretty boy is a kept man. Why was he sent to my unit? No matter. I'm going to have some fun with him. Hey kid, what did you do before? With your frail body, don't collapse after running a couple of steps. Look, this is what a man's body should be like. Then Tang Long kept flexing his biceps to show off. Watching the security captain, Ye Wushang felt as if he were looking at a monkey in the zoo and found it quite ridiculous. Unable to hold back a laugh, he replied, I served in the military for a few years. With no real education, I came to Yun Group to work as a security guard. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future, Captain. Oh, you've had some training, huh? Let's have a match. If you win today, I'll give you the captain's position. But if you lose, you'll buy me 2 packs of premium cigarettes as a fee for looking after you in the future. How about that? Over the years, relying on his burly build, Tang Long had used this line to swindle every new security guard into giving him something. It wouldn't be impossible to decline, but Tang Long was the captain after all. If he made things difficult for you later, it would cost far more than 2 packs of cigarettes. This was the so-called spending money to buy peace. Come on, I could use the exercise. Watch out, Captain. Ye Wushang was also quite eager to have a good time with this captain. Better get ready. Your brother Long is about to strike. Tang Long clenched his fists and charged at Ye Wushang. Seizing the momentum, Ye Wushang raised both hands and slammed Tang Long to the ground with a counter throw. Ouch! Kid, why are you so ruthless? I wasn't even ready when you attacked. Tang Long lay on the ground holding his waist, already making excuses that he hadn't been ready. Brother Long, how about we call this one off and go again? Ye Wushang said with a smile. No more. I played cards all night and didn't get any sleep, so I couldn't use my full strength. Otherwise, even 10 more of your scrawny kind wouldn't stand a chance against me. Trembling, Tang Long held his waist and struggled to his feet. He quickly drank some water and waved his hand. If they had continued, he might have ended up in the ICU today. Alright, I'm not taking your captain's position anyway. Since we're going to be colleagues, I hope we can get along in harmony. Hearing Ye Wushang's words, Tang Long sighed in relief, thinking his captain position was secure. He quickly threw his arm around Ye Wushang's shoulders and said, Not bad, kid. Though compared to your captain, there's still a small gap, but not much. Keep working hard in the future. Huh. Tang Long patted Ye Wushang on the shoulder and shamelessly boasted about himself, as if it weren't someone who had just failed to fend off a single move. Old Zhao had long grown accustomed to such antics. He could only shake his head. He had originally worried that Ye Wushang might get hurt, and was about to report to Yun Shu, but now it was completely unnecessary, so he continued sipping his tea and reading the newspaper. In the office of Yun Group, everyone was curious about Yun Shu, the sudden newcomer, and they were all murmuring among themselves. Did you hear? She's the boss's own daughter. What? Apparently 5 years ago she cut ties with the boss over some random man. Now she's come running back without any sense of pride. She wouldn't be sent here to spy on whether we're slacking off, would she? She's the boss's daughter, so she's bound to climb up the ladder. If she catches us slacking, she'll settle the score later. Ugh, we're really doomed. Below, people whispered amongst themselves. Yun Shu had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. Harsh words were nothing new to her ears. She never once regretted her decisions, and returning meant she feared not the pointing fingers and murmuring judgments that followed. Everyone, please be advised, the old chairman will arrive shortly. Stay vigilant and cease any idleness. Yun Tianhe's father Yun Jinghao had 5 years ago surrendered full control of the company to his son, feeling increasingly helpless under the Long family's relentless pressure on their business. Today, for reasons unknown, he had chosen to visit the company once more. Shortly afterward, an elderly man with silver hair settled into Yun Tianhe's office. Father, what brings you here today? Yun Tianhe was equally puzzled by his father's sudden unannounced visit. Could it be about Yun Shu's matters? Yun Jinghao sat before the tea table, tapping his cup to signal Yun Tianhe to pour him tea. Seeing this gesture, Yun Tianhe had already deduced it concerned Yun Shu. The old man was certainly here to unleash his fury. Contrary to Yun Tianhe's expectations, after surveying the room, the old man suddenly grasped his hands and exclaimed excitedly, "Tianhe, the day has come for our Yun family to rise. Do you understand?" Witnessing his father's exhilaration, Yun Tianhe urged him to calm down. "Father, compose yourself. It isn't good for your heart. Speak slowly." This morning, military officials arrived with countless antique paintings, precious calligraphy, gold, silver, and pearls. Their young commander had sent these as betrothal gifts for the Tiance Army's young commander had long admired a maiden of our Yun family. Soon after, others delivered boxes upon boxes of ginseng and spiritual herbs, followed by property deeds and luxury vehicles. Many prominent figures who once wouldn't give us the time of day are now scrambling to offer their gifts. Yun Jinghao took a sip of tea and continued, "I pulled strings and called in favors to learn that every soldier in the Tiance Army is fierce and battle-hardened. Their young commander possesses strength enough to face 10,000 warriors alone. Most importantly, the legendary war god of Huaxiao regards him as his own son. Such a man wishes to marry a daughter of our Yun family. Wouldn't you call this a heaven-sent fortune? I've already called your elder brother to inform Ji Hong and Meng Yao, summoning them here for an urgent meeting. Yun Shu has returned too, hasn't she? Tell her to come as well, and bring along her so-called husband." At the mere mention of Yun Shu, Yun Jinghao furrowed his brow. This granddaughter of his was most like her, stubborn and refusing to yield. Soon members of both families gathered in Yun Tianhe's office. When everyone had arrived, Yun Jinghao spoke. "The young commander of the Tiance Army wishes to wed a daughter of our Yun family, but we don't know whether it is Yun Shu or Meng Yao. So I wish to ask, you two, have either of you encountered anyone or experienced anything unusual lately? If the young commander of the Tiance Army becomes our Yun family's son-in-law, then our Yun family will undoubtedly become the foremost in all of Jiangzhou." Yun Shu contemplated for a moment. Lately, she had only been with Ye Wushang and Keke, and she had encountered no other men all these years. Thus, she was the first to shake her head. Yun Jinghao could only sigh in disappointment. In his heart, how he had wished it was this granddaughter whom the young commander sought. Yun Shu had been obedient and sensible since childhood. Only her stubborn temperament mirrored her grandmother. All those years she had quarreled with her father, enduring such hardship. If she had been the one chosen to be married, how wonderful it would have been. Her latter years filled with prosperity and comfort beyond measure. Yun Mingyao quickly weighed her options and spoke up. Yun Shu has already had a child with this man. With the young marshal status, how could he possibly take an interest in a married woman? Surveying the Yun family, the only girl left is me. He must have been traveling incognito somewhere, fallen for me at first sight, and gone back to order his men to send betrothal gifts. Yun Jinghao mulled it over and found that only Meng Yao's words seemed reasonable, so he could not help nodding. Ye Wushang had just been thinking that Qin Long and the others had acted quickly enough when in the next breath that shameless Yun Meng Yao jumped out and declared herself the one he wanted to marry. He swore to heaven that a woman like Yun Meng Yao was truly beneath his notice. Ye Wushang had just raised his hand about to speak and explained that he was in fact the young marshal of the Tiance Army. Yun Meng Yao sneered at the sight of him. "Humph, you pauper, don't tell me you're tired of living and want to claim you're the young marshal of the Tiance Army. Take a good look at yourself. Can a low-born wretch like you bear that title? When the real young marshal loses his temper, I fear your entire family, second uncle included, will be buried alongside him." Yun Jinghao also gave a look at this young man he had never seen before and asked, "And who might this be?" "Him. He's that wild man Yun Shu took up with 5 years ago. Only recently, for some unknown reason, he came slinking back again. Now he works as a security guard at the company." Yun Jinghao had still harbored a faint hope that Ye Wushang might possibly be the young marshal of the Tiance Army, but hearing that he was now the lowliest security guard at the company, he immediately shook his head, thinking he must be growing senile to have even entertained such an idea. Yun Mingyao laughed and went on, "Since we're all one family, if anything should happen, I'll plead for you before the young marshal. After all, the young marshal will marry no one but me." With her hands on her hips, Yun Mingyao gloated, already convinced that she was the one the young marshal would marry. Soon she would transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. "Little sister, from now on we'll all be counting on you. Don't forget to put in a good word for us before the young marshal. Meng Yao, a fortune teller, said when you were young that you would meet a benefactor and soar straight to the top. It seems he was absolutely right. Yun Shu's family kept heaping praise on her, each chiming in one after another. Yun Shu, however, had no real interest in this so-called young marshal. She felt he could not possibly have the slightest connection to her, and it was enough to keep her feet on the ground and live a steady, peaceful life. Grandfather, hurry and take me to see the bridal gifts the young marshal sent me. I want to put them on right now and dress up beautifully to wait for my young marshal to come and marry me. Yun Mingyao kept shaking Yun Jinghao's shoulders, hardly able to wait to see the jewelry that had been delivered. Don't you think you're being a little too full of yourself? What part of you could I possibly find worth admiring? You want to claim what isn't yours? Are you worthy? Ye Wushang had not wanted to pay her any mind in the first place, but this woman actually dared to covet the things he had originally prepared for Yun Shu, and she kept babbling about the young marshal wanting to marry her. It galled him deeply, for he had never once entertained such a thought, so he could not help stepping forward to retort. Oh ho ho, you're really addicted to putting on this act. I've already given you a way out. What's the word for it? With her limited vocabulary, Yun Mingyao could not for the moment think of a word to describe Ye Wushang. She's too deep in character, sister. I think he's used to bragging and has genuinely convinced himself he's the young marshal. Yun Jihong quickly interjected to remind them. Right, too deep in character. No wonder he managed to fool Yun Shu so completely 5 years ago. Even after he vanished, she was willing to sever ties with her own father to raise the child. All that, and here we meet in person. With acting skills like yours today, you'd win awards on television. One of these days, when the real man arrives and finds out you're impersonating the young marshal, he'll have you court-martialed. Yun Mingyao crossed her arms and sneered at the business office. Enough. All of you shut up. I don't care whether you're the young marshal of the Tiance Army, nor do I care whether you're the one the so-called young marshal intends to wed. This is a company, not a place for you to squabble like fishwives at a vegetable market. Incensed that a happy occasion had descended into such chaos, Yun Tianhe finally erupted, slamming his palm on the table. Everyone present was startled by his sudden outburst. His eldest brother had always loved competing with him, and now the children had dragged them into yet another clash. Wasn't this just making the family a laughingstock? Yun Tianhe's head throbbed, as if it might split. Ever since Yun Shu had come back, every family gathering devolved into bickering and one-upmanship. They had never once sat together in harmony. He started it. It had nothing to do with me, Yun Mingyao said defiantly, puffing out her lips. Enough, no more arguing. The day after tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday. Even Azure Dragon, the commander of the Tiance Army, will come to offer his congratulations. When the time comes, we'll know exactly what's true. Yun Jinghao let out a sigh and shook his head helplessly. He couldn't tell who was right or wrong anymore. He could only wait for his wife's birthday to reveal the truth. Dad, big brother, let's go. When grandmother's birthday arrives, I want to see exactly how this brat kowtows and begs for mercy before Commander Azure Dragon. As for you, keep eating and drinking while you still can. If you dare impersonate the young marshal, we'll see how you survive Azure Dragon's fury. Seeing that things had reached this point, Yun Mingyao felt there was no point in staying. She decided to return home and start preparing properly to welcome her young marshal. You two should get back to work as well. After the Yun Shu family had left, Yun Jinghao gestured for Yun Shu and Ye Wushang to go about their own business. Yun Shu sighed. What she disliked most were these family gatherings. Every time her uncle's family insisted on proving they were better than theirs, leaving everyone miserable in the end. The meeting was finally over. She walked out of the office with Ye Wushang and quietly closed the door. Tell me the truth, are you really the young marshal? Ye Wushang had referred to himself as the young marshal just now, and Yun Shu had been dying to ask him about it. Me? Guess. What kind of young marshal would ever fall for a brainless fool like Yun Mingyao? In looks or talent, she can't hold a candle to you. So the one the young marshal wants to marry is certainly not her. Ye Wushang grinned at Yun Shu. He didn't deny being the young marshal, intending to reveal it at her grandmother's birthday banquet. For one, it would be a surprise for Yun Shu. For another, he wanted to see how her uncle's family would react when they learned who he truly was. I bet you're not. The young marshal is a great figure. How would a nobody like me ever have anything to do with him? Let's get back to work. Oh, by the way, my grandmother's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Go pick up Keke from school later and take a look around for something to give her as a birthday gift. The day after tomorrow would be grandmother's birthday. After 5 years apart, Yun Shu also prepared to join Ye Wushang in selecting a proper gift for grandmother's celebration. Ye Wushang nodded in agreement. He was also quite looking forward to seeing how everyone's reactions would be when they learned during grandmother's birthday celebration that he was actually the young commander of the Tiance Army. Before he knew it, it was almost time for Keke to get out of school. Ye Wushang planned to ask his team leader for half an hour off early. Brother Long, my daughter is about to get out of school. I'd like to request half an hour of leave. All these years he had never once asked for leave from his superior. After all, how could he request time off from himself? Hey, hold on. Since you've entered our security department, if Lao Zhao doesn't say anything, you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, who would know you left early? We're all brothers here. Tomorrow you just write up an abnormal clock-in report, and I'll sign it for you. Tang Long slapped his chest and gave Ye Wushang his word. No problem, leaving half an hour early, easy stuff. Remember to teach me a couple moves sometime. That throw you used to put me on the ground today was seriously cool. As Tang Long spoke, he mimicked the moves Ye Wushang had used, looking thoroughly delighted. Thanks, Brother Long. I'll definitely teach you a few more techniques next time. They're just low-level tricks, but I hope you'll find them worthy of your attention. After saying goodbye to Brother Long, Ye Wushang hurried to his car and drove off toward the kindergarten. Daddy, I'm here. Keke spotted Ye Wushang immediately in the crowd and waved enthusiastically to get his attention. Ye Wushang smiled and ran over to Keke, scooping her up and saying, Keke, say goodbye to your teacher. She quickly twisted around in his arms to face the teacher and waved goodbye with her little hand. Daddy, why are you picking me up today? Where's Mommy? Keke looked around the car with curiosity, realizing it wasn't Yun Shu driving in the evening. Your mother is still at work. I left early just to pick you up from school. What's the matter? Don't you like Daddy picking you up? The proud young commander of the Tiance Army felt a pang of jealousy that Keke's first thought was about why Yun Shu wasn't the one picking her up, so he asked his daughter. No, Daddy, picking me up makes me happy too. And we can pick up Mommy from work together, that's awesome. Keke waved her little hands happily. Keke, before we pick up Mommy, we need to go with Daddy to pick out a birthday gift for your grandmother. Sit tight, Daddy's driving now. After Yun Shu gave her instructions, Ye Wushang had been contemplating what would make the best birthday gift for the old lady. After much deliberation, he decided to head to the antique street to see if there were any fine antiques or jade pieces worth considering. After parking the car on the antique street, Ye Wushang took Keke's hand and prepared to browse the shops. Brother, I've got something valuable here. Want to take a look? Are you talking to me? Ye Wushang stopped in his tracks, utterly bewildered. The person calling out was a scrawny young man with squinty eyes so thin, he looked like a monkey. Brother, the moment you entered this antique street, I could tell from your bearing that you're no ordinary person. I happen to have an authentic Zheng Banxiao painting. Normally, I wouldn't show such treasures to just anyone. But since we've crossed paths today, why not come take a peek at my stall? The man acted as if they were old friends, constantly showering Ye Wushang with flattery. In reality, from the very beginning, he had watched Ye Wushang and Keke step out of an R8. A young man who could afford such a car accompanied by a child was clearly no ordinary driver. He must be some wealthy heir combing the antique street for treasures. At that moment, he had marked Ye Wushang as fat prey. Wu Wushang smiled and said, "Oh, you truly possess fine treasures. Then lead the way ahead, but if it's too far I shan't bother going." Wu Wushang had developed quite an interest in this antique street anyway. His purpose was to find a gift for the old lady, so having someone show him around certainly wouldn't do any harm. Brother, my stall is just ahead, not far at all. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with my wares. Had it not been for your distinguished air and remarkable bearing, I wouldn't have spared even a glance for an ordinary person. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes, already convinced that today's plump sheep was secured for his business. Within moments, they had arrived at the stall. Yuji, bring out that authentic Zheng Banxiao calligraphy. Let our new friend here take a look. When Wu Wushang approached the stall, the skinny monkey hastily signaled his partner to retrieve the item, all the while winking incessantly. This comical display, of course, did not escape Wu Wushang's notice. Brother Monkey, didn't I tell you? This is my family heirloom. It's not for sale. Brother, you put on an act of slight irritation and impatience. Since it's a cherished family treasure, I'll leave it be. A gentleman shouldn't covet what others hold dear. From the very beginning, Wu Wushang had seen through their trap, so he pretended to leave just to amuse himself with them. Wait, brother. Isn't fate at work here? This piece is one in a century. Yuji, look at yourself. You can barely make ends meet, and this gentleman came specifically for this painting. Today, do me a favor and let it go to this brother. The two performed their rehearsed act in perfect harmony. Wu Wushang had long since seen through all their petty tricks. Wu Wushang scanned the stall when his gaze suddenly landed on a cup tucked away in the farthest corner. Upon it was painted an elegant scene of rocks and peonies alongside lively mother and chick hens. The peony leaves were delicately spaced and beautifully arranged, the chicks plump and adorable, their wings spread in joyful celebration. Two roosters stood poised, one crowing, the other turning to watch the hen as she foraged. The entire composition brimmed with vitality and charm. Above the design read the inscription, "Made in the Changhua era of the Great Ming." Wu Wushang was genuinely taken with this cup and resolved to acquire it. How much for this painting? But you must include that cup as a gift. Wu Wushang had no desire to waste time haggling. She certainly wasn't short on funds for bargaining. 30,000 and not a yuan less. Upon hearing how generously the customer offered, Brother Yu hastily quoted a price, thinking to himself that this fool surely couldn't believe the cup was actually an authentic Changhua period cloisonné chicken cup. Such treasures simply didn't exist anymore. This item had been bundled along with worthless junk he'd collected from the countryside not long ago. Someone had simply thrown it in as a throwaway. In his heart, he had already dismissed Wu Wushang as one of those idiots who feigned interest in calligraphy to get their hands on what they thought was a valuable chicken cup. Brother Yu swiftly packaged both items and handed them over. Come now, old brother. Cash or card? Fearing Wu Wushang might change his mind, Brother Yu urged him to pay with lightning speed. Wu Wushang produced a prestigious black card and gestured to swipe it. When the beep of approval sounded, Brother Yu could barely contain himself. He wanted to leap up and embrace Monkey, shouting for joy. The excitement was beyond words. Goods bought from the countryside for mere tens of yuan had just fetched 30,000 from a fool who hadn't even bargained. Goods sold, no returns allowed. Should anything be amiss, that's simply your own poor judgment. No seeking trouble after the fact. Monkey hastily added this disclaimer, fearing Wu Wushang might discover the items were fakes and come looking for trouble. Just then an elderly man, nearly 60 years old, rushed over to the stall where Monkey and Brother Yu were selling their wares. Monkey, where's that chicken cup I wanted to buy from you yesterday? I left in a hurry yesterday and didn't bring any money. Today I've brought enough. Exactly 3,000, not a single yuan less. The newcomer was precisely Old Master Huang, the proprietor of Stone Records, the renowned antique shop on this ancient street. Oh, Old Huang, I'm truly sorry, but you've come just a step too late. This gentleman just walked away with the chicken cup and Zheng Banqiao's painting together for 30,000. Monkey smugly tapped his foot, musing that yesterday Old Huang refused to sell for 3,000 and even tried to haggle down to 50. Today he sold it for 30,000. A decade without business, one deal sustains a decade indeed. Old Huang gazed at the chicken cup in Ye Wushang's hands, his heart filled with regret. He had arrived just one step too late, yet he still prepared to make a tentative inquiry. Young friend, this old man simply adores these bottles and jars. Could you bear to part with it for me? I won't take advantage of you. 30,000 paid in cash immediately at my shop. How about the painting as a gift for you? Monkey and Brother Yu wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Usually this old man was as shrewd as a demon, yet today he seemed so peculiar. Ye Wushang smiled and shook his head, saying, No, I simply bought it because I like the look of it. Whether it's genuine or fake, a mere 30,000. I don't give it a second thought. Seeing that Ye Wushang remained unmoved, Old Huang could only slap his thigh in frustration. Alas, this old man simply has no fate for such things. This is a genuine Chenghua period painted chicken cup. Young friend, you truly are a person of great fortune. Old Huang shook his head repeatedly, sighing endlessly. The opportunity had been right before him yesterday, yet he had insisted on savoring the bargaining process, planning to tease Monkey and the others before returning today to buy. In the end, Ye Wushang had beaten him to it. What? Old Huang, say that again. It's real. After hearing Old Huang's words, Brother Yu and Monkey could no longer remain seated. Old Huang was not only the owner of Stone Records, but also the revered authority of the Jiangzhou antique world. If he declared something genuine, there was essentially no possibility of it being fake. Brother Yu collapsed onto his chair, nearly unable to breathe, while Monkey desperately pinched his philtrum. A Chenghua painted chicken cup worth a staggering several 100,000 had been sold for just 30,000. Now both of them wished they could slap their own faces. Observing the three men's reactions, Ye Wushang wondered to himself, could this really be an authentic piece? He glanced at Keke beside him. Could the dragon family's words about Keke being a person of great fortune have been true? Doubt also arose in Ye Wushang's heart, but if it was genuine, it would make a perfect birthday gift for the old madam. A Chenghua painted chicken cup would certainly bring great prestige when presented. Father, this cup is truly beautiful, but I still think the jade pendant Grandpa gave me is the prettiest. After saying this, Keke took out the dragon-shaped jade pendant that the old war god had given her, which she had been wearing around her neck all along. Old Huang smiled. What jade pendant could a child randomly playing about possibly have that's more valuable than a Chenghua painted chicken cup? As he glanced over casually, his eyes suddenly widened. This is... Old Huang could hardly believe his eyes. Many years ago, he had been honored to attend the old war god's birthday celebration, and at that time, he had seen the jade pendant the old war god wore. It was exactly the same as this piece. After one look, he realized this was unmistakably that very pendant. Young man, where did your child's jade come from? If its origin is questionable, I advise you to return it. Otherwise, the fury of the true owner of this jade pendant is something you cannot bear. Old war god, ye had no sons or daughters, so Elder Huang immediately dismissed the idea that Keke could be the old war god's granddaughter. The only person who could possibly own this jade pendant was the legendary young Marshal of the Tiance Army, but it was unthinkable for the young Marshal to show up here, and with a daughter in tow. What if I told you my surname is Yi? Seeing that Elder Huang's reaction showed he had roughly guessed the pendant originally belonged to the old war god, Ye Wushang, unwilling to cause any more trouble, let slip a hint to Elder Huang. You're the young. Ye Wushang quickly covered Elder Huang's mouth and said, keep my identity secret for now. It's not time yet. Still stunned, Elder Huang nodded hastily, never imagining that in his lifetime he would personally encounter the legendary young Marshal of the Tiance Army. Hey kid, cut the double act. This young master has taken a fancy to that jade pendant on the girl's neck. 500, I'll take it. Before he knew it, a crowd had gathered around Monkey's stall. A man covered from head to toe in logos as if he wished he could print his bank balance on his forehead stood there in studded sole loafers, his fiery red hair defiantly sculpted by gel. The beauty clinging to his arm was clearly a product of technology. Her fake eyelashes fluttered so violently they could swat a passing fly. He had already taken Elder Huang and Ye Wushang for a pair of double-act swindlers trying to hook rich prey. When Keke heard someone wanted to buy her jade pendant, she quickly hugged it to her chest and said in her soft, childish voice, not for sale. Grandpa gave it to me. Young Master Tian, looks like this little girl is really good at acting. Seems 500 isn't enough for her. The product of technology beauty snuggled into the arms of her so-called young master Tian and coquettishly went on. Young man, don't be so ignorant of the world's immensity. Never mind 500. Even if you added 5 zeros after that number, they still wouldn't sell it to you. And even if they did, you wouldn't have the good fortune to bear it. Elder Huang smiled at this arrogant kid and said the old war god's belongings are simply beyond what you can bear. You two really are good at the double act. In this antique street, there's nothing I can't afford. Keep up the act, and let's see who actually falls for it. Elder Huang's words had struck a raw nerve in young Master Tian. He was the kind of rich heir who relied entirely on his family's money and was utterly useless at everything else. Now someone actually dared to say he couldn't afford a cheap jade pendant like this. He wanted to see who else today would dare buy it. Young Master Tian, I really love this jade pendant. Buy it for me. The woman kept shaking young Master Tian's shoulder, sending a wave of desire washing through him. He couldn't resist the woman's coquettish pleading at all. There's 200,000 yuan on this card. More than enough to buy your cheap jade pendant. Today your Master Tian is feeling generous. Bring it over. After saying that, young Master Tian flung the bank card at Ye Wushang's face with an extremely arrogant demeanor, as if his face bore the words, I have money, so I'm better than everyone else. Do you know what happened to the last person who did something like this to me? Ye Wushang's face had already darkened. He really didn't want to start a fight in front of Keke, but if this fool kept being so reckless, Ye Wushang would make him pay the price he deserved. Elder Huang saw the change in Ye Wushang's expression and knew things were going badly. The young marshal was about to lose his temper. Yo, what's with the sour face? If you're going to perform a double act and hawk fake goods here, know that I, your Master Tian, have already shown you mercy by offering money. Stop pretending and just count your lucky stars. Pointing at Ye Wushang and sneering, young Master Tian still had no idea what kind of trouble he had provoked. In the blink of an eye, Ye Wushang was before young Master Tian, bending back the very finger that had been pointed at him. The young master immediately dropped to his knees, howling in agony and crying for his parents. Young Marshal, please calm your wrath. There is no need to fly into a rage over such an ignorant fool. Go to my shop and have a cup of tea. Ooh, I will handle everything. Monkey, how much longer will you lie there? Hurry up and lead the way. Elder Huang kicked Monkey. Since this had happened on his own turf, he hastily urged Ye Wushang not to be upset and said he would settle the matter himself. Young Marshal, rest assured. I will take care of everything here. Go to my shop and sit down for a cup of tea. Monkey then hurriedly led Ye Wushang toward Elder Huang's shop. Are you dead or not? If you're not, get up at once. Haven't you asked around who I am? On this antique street, this old man's word still counts. Will you slap your own face until I'm satisfied, or shall I have someone do it for you? No sooner had Elder Huang finished speaking than a crowd closed in. On this antique street, this fellow was the first to dare call Elder Huang a shill. He truly must have had a death wish. Young Master Tian was frightened out of his wits by the scene. Kneeling there in a daze, he was at a loss for words for a moment before snapping back to his senses. He slapped the woman who had been all lovey-dovey with him just moments before. It was all this bitch's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Please, you are a man of great magnanimity. Forgive me. Young Master Tian immediately kowtowed again and again, desperately hoping to obtain Elder Huang's forgiveness. Now you know you were wrong. I warned you long ago. And you are no man. You actually use a woman as a shield. Elder Huang found this behavior utterly contemptible. A grown man could not even have the courage to own up to what he had done, and at the critical moment, he shoved a woman to the front. Take good care of him. From now on, I don't want a single tooth left in his mouth. After all, a dog's mouth should never be able to spit out ivory. Elder Huang waved his hand, and two brawny men surrounded young Master Tian. In an instant, his cries and pleas for mercy grew even louder. Elder Huang gave a wry smile and shook his head. With his hands clasped behind his back, he headed into the shop. Today the young marshal had actually come to his shop. It truly made his modest little place shine with honor. Even the old war god he had only been able to glimpse from afar before. The more Elder Huang thought about it, the happier he became. Well then, today he would be sure to give the young marshal proper hospitality. Even though he had not managed to buy the chicken cup from Monkey's stall, running into the young marshal was not a loss, not a loss. Young Marshal, sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we bring out the after-rain Longjing from the shop? After returning to the shop, Elder Huang at once brought out the best tea leaves he had to serve Ye Wushang. Ye Wushang took a delicate sip, nodded, and set down his teacup. Fine tea. Seeing Ye Wushang's blissful expression, Keke thought it must be something wonderful, so she picked up the teacup he had set down and took a sip. She immediately spat it out, genuinely unable to understand why her father would think such a thing tasted good. So bitter. Seeing Keke's funny reaction, Ye Wushang gently stroked her head. This kind of thing, you children will never find it tasty. It's obviously not tasty. Dad, you're lying. Keke turned her head away with a huff. I'll just call you Elder Huang. Thank you for settling today's matter. I've had tea too. I came mainly to look for some peace. After all, as a grandson-in-law going to a birthday celebration for the first time, I wanted to choose something nice. Now that I have the chicken cup, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ye Wushang had no desire to linger any longer in this antique shop. His original purpose had been merely to find something suitable for the elderly madam's birthday celebration. Since his task was complete, he should head back to pick up Yun Shu from work. Young commander, you truly flatter me beyond measure. How could I possibly allow you to address me as Master Huang? Simply call me Old Huang. Upon hearing Ye Wushang address him in such a manner, Old Huang hastily waved his hands in protest. He dared not permit the young commander to use such an honorific. Young commander, now that you have acquired the chicken cup, it would be improper to present it in such an ordinary wrapping. I happen to have an antique box here crafted from old paddock that would be most fitting for this purpose. Old Huang beckoned to summon the shop attendant, whispering something into his ear. The attendant's eyes filled with an expression of absolute disbelief. Though merely a wooden box, it was constructed from aged paddock wood, a material Old Huang guarded most preciously. Yet today he intended to give it away as a gift, an act the attendant found utterly inconceivable. Paddock wood itself represents a variety of hardwood that grows merely 1 inch per century. Genuine paddock has become increasingly scarce in today's market, let alone pieces already intricately carved. The craft of carving paddock demands precision, 1 cutting, 2 chiseling strokes, and 7 rounds of polishing. The wood must be rubbed repeatedly with silk cloth and fine grasses until it achieves a texture resembling brocade. Only then is the work considered complete. Shortly after, the attendant returned carrying the box with meticulous care. Old Huang presented it to Ye Wushang with both hands, his posture conveying profound respect. Ye Wushang turned the box in his hands, examining it closely. The surface bore a lustrous darkness reminiscent of rhinoceros horn, while the annual growth rings displayed a vermilion hue. When he drew a gentle breath nearby, a delicate fragrance wafted forth. A truly remarkable piece. As the saying goes, an inch of paddock is worth its weight in gold. Today I see it lives up to its reputation. Would you kindly name a price? I cannot accept such a gift for nothing. Having spoken, Ye Wushang set the wooden box upon the tea table. There is no such thing as a free meal in this world, and Ye Wushang had no desire to owe Old Huang such a debt of gratitude. After all, before today they had never even met. Old Huang waved his hand dismissively with a smile, firmly declining Ye Wushang's offer to purchase the box. A young commander, since you have graced my humble establishment, I must make some gesture of hospitality. There was also that fool who had the audacity to offend you. This paddock box serves a dual purpose. First as a welcoming gift, and second as this old man's apology. One object to settle 2 matters. I am the one who profits from this arrangement. Old Huang hastily lifted the box from the tea table and pressed it into Ye Wushang's embrace. Such a rare opportunity. That this object had caught the young commander's eye. How could he possibly let it pass? Faced with Old Huang's enthusiastic generosity, Ye Wushang found resistance impossible. He could only offer a wry smile and silently accept the gift. After exchanging yet another round of pleasantries, Ye Wushang judged the time was right and took his leave of Old Huang. Picking up Keke, he departed the antique shop, ready to go collect Yun Shu from work. Watching Ye Wushang's departing figure, Old Huang hastened to inquire about the elderly madam's birthday. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune to encounter such an opportunity. He must seize this chance. He would also need to return and select what gift would be most suitable to present for the madam's birthday celebration. The timing proved perfect. Having not wasted too much time at the antique shop, Ye Wushang arrived at the company just in time to meet Yun Shu as she was getting off work. Keke, were you happy at school today? Did you listen to your teacher obediently? Upon seeing her daughter the moment she finished work, Yun Shu joyfully cradled Keke's face in her hands and asked tenderly. The moment Yun Shu got into the car, she immediately asked Coco about her day at school. As it was Coco's first time attending kindergarten, and being with other children, Yun Shu had been distracted all day long worrying whether her daughter was eating while sleeping comfortably or perhaps being bullied by other kids. Coco had so much fun. I even made lots of new friends. Can I invite them to our house next time? Coco gesticulated wildly as she described everything that happened in kindergarten that day. Being her first time at preschool, she was filled with excitement the entire day. She had made friends with many children and even played games with the teachers and classmates. Best of all, there were cookies and milk. Compared to the suffering of the past few years, the time spent in kindergarten was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not only was she not being bullied, but she could also play happily with other children. Seeing Coco's excitement, Yun Shu finally relaxed, and a satisfied smile curved her lips. Her greatest worry had been that Coco would not be able to integrate into the kindergarten's collective environment. Of course you can. Since you've made friends with them, of course good friends can be invited over to play. Yay? Mom, you're the best. After receiving Yun Shu's affirmation, Coco was so happy she could have jumped for joy. You've been out for so long. Have you prepared the birthday gift for my great-grandmother? Though she had no real expectation that Ye Wushang would have prepared the birthday gift so quickly, Yun Shu still asked tentatively. Just in case Ye Wushang couldn't find anything good, she wanted to be prepared in advance so they wouldn't arrive at the birthday celebration empty-handed. Just relax. This gift will definitely satisfy your grandmother. It might even be so good that nothing better can be found. A chicken cup from the Changhua period paired with an antique wooden box made of rosewood. Even just the wooden box alone could probably outshine a great number of people, let alone the chicken cup itself. What on earth is this gift? You're so confident it can outshine everyone. You've really piqued my curiosity. Come on, tell me quickly. Yun Shu was extremely puzzled. What kind of gift could give Ye Wushang such confidence? Even buying a small golden Buddha statue wouldn't warrant such confidence. Could he have bought an entire jewelry store? I know. Daddy and I bought it together. Seeing Yun Shu's curiosity, Coco quickly raised her little hand, as if telling Yun Shu that she knew the answer and was waiting for Yun Shu to ask her. Ye Wushang quickly raised a finger to his lips, making a shu sound to signal Coco not to reveal what they had bought as the birthday gift. Coco nodded repeatedly, as well saying, Right. If the gift is revealed, there won't be any surprise. As for what exactly we bought, of course it's a secret. Wait until the big birthday and you'll definitely be praised as the most filial and thoughtful granddaughter. Just relax and don't worry. Yun Shu was left with a wry smile by the father-daughter duo's act. It wasn't even her birthday, yet they insisted on keeping it secret from her. She really had no way to deal with them. Alright. I look forward to seeing what you and Daddy picked out for your great-grandmother's birthday gift. Mommy hopes you can give me a surprise too. Saying this, Yun Shu affectionately flicked Coco's little nose. As Mrs. Yun's birthday approached, all members of the Yun family were frantically preparing their birthday presents for the matriarch. Ye Wushang had been keeping the gift selection secret from Yun Shu, who could only go along with it, hoping that things would turn out as Ye Wushang had promised. The next evening, after seeing Keke off, Ye Wushang and Yun Shu arrived at the company. As Ye Wushang was about to thank Tang Long for covering up his early departure the day before, Tang Long rushed over in a fluster and grabbed him by the arm. Your wife's cousin is about to soar to great heights. Who knows, the entire Yun group might benefit from her good fortune. As Tang Long spoke, spittle flew from the corners of his mouth, leaving Ye Wushang with a look of utter disgust. Cousin, soaring to greatness. Ye Wushang was completely bewildered. Since his return, he had only encountered one or two of Yun Shu's relatives. He could only shake his head with a bitter smile. To be honest, I haven't even met most of the relatives on this side yet. Who exactly are you talking about? Ye Wushang was equally curious now. What on earth had happened? Why couldn't this Tang captain finish a story in one go? Having spoken too quickly and run all the way over, Tang Long was slightly out of breath. He quickly pulled out a thermos from his chest, took a sip, and continued. It's Yun Mingyao. You can't possibly not know about such a huge thing. I heard some important figure took one look at her and fell head over heels. Yesterday, a ton of jewelry was sent over to propose. This morning, she brought a pile of trinkets to the company, showing off to everyone she meets. Her fate is truly blessed. She's gone from rags to riches overnight. After hearing this, Ye Wushang was shocked and sensed something terrible was about to happen. That Yun Mingyao actually had the audacity to do such a thing. Those were the betrothal gifts he had prepared for Yun Shu. He regretted not revealing sooner that he was the young commander of the Tiance Army. Now all these complications had arisen. Where is she now? Where exactly is she? Ye Wushang could no longer conceal his fury as he prepared to seek out Yun Mingyao and settle the score. Where else would she be? Coming to the company this early must mean she wants to show off to your wife. She was always being overshadowed by your wife before. Now that she's turned over a new leaf, you don't even need to think about it to know she came specifically to wait for you too. As Tang Long kept chattering away, he suddenly looked up and caught sight of the fury on Ye Wushang's face. That familiar sensation, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped. He couldn't help but take a step back, his body trembling involuntarily. Brother, don't do anything foolish. She has powerful backing now. Just let her be. We're from humble backgrounds. If we offend them, we might not have a good life for the rest of our days. Tang Long quickly grabbed Ye Wushang's shoulder, worried that he might do something rash and go after Yun Mingyao. Though their acquaintance was only 2 days old, they had become comrades in the same workplace, and that was enough to be considered brothers. Tang Long didn't want Ye Wushang to get into trouble. Ye Wushang also felt he had lost his composure for a moment. He gently patted the hand Tang Long had gripping his shoulder and said, Don't worry. I'm just going to see what that woman is up to. Why would I provoke her? Ye Wushang clenched his teeth, his voice growing sharper. With that, he strode forward to see exactly what schemes Yun Mingyao was plotting. How dare she touch the things he had prepared for Yun Shu? She deserved to die. Based on his years of experience as the security captain, reading people was the most basic skill. Otherwise, he would never have held his position for so long. Tang Long sensed something might go terribly wrong. He rushed back to the security room to urgently contact President Yun, fearing a major incident was about to unfold. Old Zhao. Contact President Yun quickly. Something bad is about to happen. Right now. Tang Long ran up breathless and told old Zhao to contact Yun Tianhe immediately. Ye Wushang was definitely going to cause trouble for Yun Mingyao. If they waited any longer, something truly terrible might occur. Just what on earth is going on? Old Zhao was rendered somewhat at a loss by the abruptness of it all. Stop asking questions and do exactly as I tell you. After giving his orders, Tang Long immediately charged toward the office building. He had to stop it. Now that Yun Mingyao had connections in high places, Tang Long still worried that Ye Wushang might stir up a huge mess. Inside the office building, Yun Mingyao deliberately sat beside Yun Shu, flaunting the jewelry and jade ornaments adorning her wrists and neck. She had piled on all sorts of trinkets without ever minding the weight. Yun Shu, what's that saying again? A man fears choosing the wrong career, and a woman fears marrying the wrong man. Look, these are the betrothal gifts the young marshal sent me. Take a look at this blood jade bracelet. It's glass-grade red jadeite. I'm afraid this one bracelet alone would be enough to buy this entire company. There has always been the saying red fei and green cui among jade experts. Since green is the most common color, jadeite has always been valued for its green tones, and red jadeite is the most precious of all. That was why among so many betrothal gifts, Yun Mingyao's eyes had fallen on it at once. She had instantly wished she could wear it and show off in front of Yun Shu. Watching Yun Mingyao carry on like a jumped-up clown, Yun Shu thought her utterly oblivious to the immensity of heaven and earth. It hadn't even been confirmed who the gifts were for yet. She already had the nerve to display them while pretending they were hers. She could only smile wryly and shake her head, continuing with what she was doing. Seeing that Yun Shu would not even acknowledge her, Yun Mingyao got no thrill from showing off. What she truly wanted was to see Yun Shu look angry to feed her own vanity. She was absolutely determined to have the upper hand over Yun Shu. Humph, who are you trying to fool? If you envy me, just say it. Not only could that husband of yours never afford such a treasure in his next life, even if you combined all his endless future lives, he still couldn't match it. Ha! Yun Mingyao then decided to come straight to the point. She had come today specifically to humiliate Yun Shu, so, since Yun Shu refused to pay her any attention, she would voice her meaning without the slightest concealment. Come, since we're sisters, don't say I'm stingy. Here, take it and look, but mind your strength and don't scratch the blood jade bracelet the young marshal gave me. Yun Mingyao was swollen with pride now, as if she would not rest until Yun Shu uttered the word envy with her own lips. All right, I've seen it. It's a nice piece, put it away. This is an office, so if you have nothing else, please leave. Yun Shu looked quite helpless. She had never cared for such external trappings. With her family reunited, everyone in good health, 3 meals a day guaranteed, and a roof over her head, she was already content. As for money, it was enough as long as it sufficed. Oh, if you're jealous, just say so. Everyone look. Why has your young miss suddenly become so flustered? Yun Mingyao spread her hands and shrugged, putting on a look of helplessness. Among the onlookers, some were envious, some found it frustrating, but there was nothing to be done. After all, some people simply had the luck to be favored by an important man. Yun Mingyao was savoring her moment of triumph when without warning a hand seized hers. She looked up and saw that it was Ye Wushang. What are you doing? Yun Mingyao had been basking in her smugness only moments before, but the sudden grasp startled her so much that she flinched. Is this something you have the right to touch? Didn't your parents ever teach you not to take what doesn't belong to you? Ye Wushang snatched the blood jade bracelet from Yun Mingyao's wrist. This had originally been the dowry he had prepared for Yun Shu, yet it had been worn by this brazen woman. Fury and anguish churned wildly in his heart. Yun Mingyao also suffered a sprain when the bracelet was yanked off her wrist. The pain was so sharp that she squatted on the ground, clutching with one hand the hand that had been wearing the bracelet. Give my bracelet back to me. I'm telling you, you're finished. How dare you lay hands on me and snatch the gift the young marshal gave me? You clearly don't know how the word death is written. When the young marshal arrives, I'll tell him exactly what happened. So you'd better get your coffin ready. Yun Mingyao had resolved not to let this matter end here. That man surnamed Yi had humiliated her time and again. Now that her status was no longer what it used to be, she would make sure Ye Wushang came to a miserable end. Since you've worn it, it's no longer worth keeping. This was originally the most prized piece among the betrothal gifts I gave to Yun Shu, but now you've defiled it. Ye Wushang closed his fingers around the bracelet in his palm and applying force ground and rubbed it over and over with one hand. In an instant, the blood jade bracelet that had been intact just moments before was reduced to a pile of fine powder. Since you want it so much, I'll give it to you. Ye Wushang opened his hand, and all the powder drifted onto Yun Mingyao's face. Are you insane? You actually dared to destroy something the young marshal gave me. Yun Mingyao swung both arms wildly, trying to claw at Ye Wushang, but she could not even touch the hem of his clothes. Yun Mingyao's hair was now disheveled, and she had completely lost the vigorous radiance she displayed just moments before. The fact that Ye Wushang had ground the blood jade bracelet to dust only made her more frenzied. Haven't you two made enough of a scene? This is a company, a place of work, not a place for you to throw tantrums and embarrass yourselves in public. Yun Tianhe rushed over immediately after receiving Lao Zhao's phone call. The moment he saw the scene before him, fury blazed up in his chest. Family shame should not be aired in public, and now the whole company was buzzing like a nest of hornets, laughing at the spectacle. Didn't the old master say that no one was to touch those betrothal gifts until everything was settled? Mingyao, who told you to touch them? Not one person in this family knew how to give him any peace of mind. Now, before they had even seen the person the gifts someone had sent had already been ruined. If they were truly meant for Mingyao, that was bad enough. But what if there had been a mistake and they were meant for someone else? How would they explain it then? Yun Mingyao too was frightened by Yun Tianhe's attitude. She had been unable to resist the temptation and secretly opened the betrothal gifts, thinking that since they were meant for her anyway and weren't going anywhere, she might as well use them early and enjoy them. That was why she brought the bracelet out today, to flaunt it before Yun Shu. Who could have imagined things would turn out like this? You're all in league with one another, so why am I the only one being blamed? The gifts were originally meant for me. What's so wrong about using them early? Your son-in-law ruined my blood jade bracelet. Just you wait. Tomorrow when the young marshal's people come for grandmother's birthday, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. With those words, Yun Mingyao furiously waved her hand, then rushed out of the office building. Dad, I'm sorry for causing you more trouble. Yun Shu could only hang her head and apologize to her father. Although she had barely paid any attention to Yun Mingyao from start to finish, the source of the trouble lay in the end with her. Actually, this has nothing to do with Yun Shu. Ye Wushang wanted to explain that those were in fact betrothal gifts he had given to Yun Shu, and that it was Yun Mingyao who was behaving unreasonably. Yun Tianhe pressed one hand to his forehead and waved the other, saying, "Enough. This is no time to argue about who is right and who is wrong. Yun Shu, hurry downstairs and think of a way to deal with the people from the Tiance Army tomorrow. My head is throbbing. I'm going back to my office to lie down for a while." Yun Tianhe was completely at his wit's end. Tomorrow was supposed to be his mother's grand birthday celebration, with everyone in a joyful mood. But now the betrothal gifts sent by the Tiance Army had been ruined. Given the harsh threat Yun Mingyao had issued just before doing what she did, she would surely reveal this matter. Once the fury of the Tiance Army descended, his tiny Yun family could not endure it. Supported by Tang Long, Yun Tianhe slowly walked toward the office. Yun Shu could only let out a helpless sigh. "See, now I have no idea what to do. This is a blood jade bracelet. Even if I emptied the entire Yun family's coffers, I couldn't produce another one." Yun Shu bent down and cradled the blood jade bracelet that Ye Wushang had crushed into powder, wishing someone would pinch her and tell her this was a dream and to wake up. "Yua, why do you have to be so impulsive? With someone like Mingyao, you know that if you simply ignore her, she'll grow bored and disappear from your sight on her own. Why not see if you can find a bracelet of similar appearance and fob off the men of the Tiance Army tomorrow?" Yun Shu truly could not come up with a better plan, so she decided to take a gamble. Watching Yun Shu pace around in a fluster while lecturing him without pause, Ye Wushang nearly burst out laughing. He was the dignified young marshal of the Tiance Army. He never imagined he would one day be scolded by his own wife over such a trivial matter. "All right, you go attend to your business. Leave the bracelet to me. When I served in the army, I got to know a friend in the jade trade. I'll call him right now and ask him to find a close match and send it over in a hurry so we can get through tomorrow." Ye Wushang steered Yun Shu back to her seat while patting his chest and giving her his solemn pledge. "You'd better tell him to choose one similar enough that no one will see through it at a single glance." Yun Shu had no other option, so she could only pin all her hopes on Ye Wushang. Ye Wushang made an okay gesture, waved at Yun Shu, and planned to make contact shortly to have someone rush a new one over. Ye Wushang walked out of the office building and stretched. Just as he was about to take out his phone to make a call, Tang Long appeared behind him and clapped him on the shoulder. "Impressive, brother. That was jade, and you crushed it into powder with one effortless squeeze. Your skill is truly beyond words. No matter what, you have to teach me a move today." Earlier, when Tang Long was accompanying Yun Tianhe, he had seen Ye Wushang's skill from a distance, and now he was completely awestruck. That was jade. If it had been human bones, the entire hand would have been crippled. Tang Long shuddered at the thought of his earlier recklessness. "No problem, Captain Tang. I have something to take care of, so I'll make a call first." Ye Wushang agreed with a smile and shook the phone in his hand, signaling that he still had matters to handle. "Then get to your work. But don't forget later. You promised to teach me martial arts." Tang Long tactfully took his leave. Since Ye Wushang had agreed to teach him and had signaled that he was busy, lingering any longer would have been extremely tactless. After Tang Long had walked away, Ye Wushang dialed a number. "Hello, is this Xiao Zhuang? Oh, my young marshal. I'd better consult the almanac and see what wind is blowing today. You actually called me yourself? Or am I still dreaming?" A crisp slap sounded from the other end of the line. He was indeed ruthless enough to be so hard on himself that a palm print appeared on his face at once. "Oh damn, so it really wasn't a dream. I was rash. I used too much force." The little Zhuang, in Ye Wushang's words, was none other than Zhuang Muji, the most legendary Jade King of Huaxia. Rising to fame through gambling on raw stones, one cut could mean paradise or damnation. It was said that since his debut, every piece of jade he had set his eyes upon had never resulted in a loss. "How come you went back to Jiangzhou without saying a word? I heard you even have a daughter now. I heard you're getting married and having a wedding. Are you satisfied with the blood jade bracelet I sent you a few days ago? I'm telling you, it's a genuine treasure. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been willing to part with it." Zhuang Muji kept chattering away on the phone, lost in his own monologue. The aloof Jade King who presented himself so coldly to others was nothing but a verbose chatterbox before Ye Wushang. "I also heard that the moment you returned, you wiped out Jiangzhou's top family. Tisk. I thought you were supposed to abstain from killing and cultivate yourself." The voice on the phone continued without pause while the veins on Ye Wushang's forehead bulged ceaselessly. This was precisely why Ye Wushang truly dreaded contacting Zhuang Muji unless absolutely necessary. Their friendship was their friendship, but Ye Wushang simply couldn't endure Zhuang Muji's mouth. Every time he opened it, it was like the Yellow River bursting its dam, endless and unstoppable. "Enough. I'll tell you about my affairs in due time." Ye Wushang finally erupted, cutting off this inquisitive chatterbox, Zhuang Muji. "Oh, the young commander of the Tiance Army is losing his temper again. And here we are supposed to be brothers. Now that you're the young commander, you flare up after just a couple of questions. Remember when we used to steal sweet potatoes? You never ate less back then." Zhuang Muji continued teasing Ye Wushang without end. When they first met, Ye Wushang was just about to enlist in the military, while Zhuang Muji was also merely an obscure nobody. Both were penniless. They had stolen sweet potatoes together, fled from birds' nests together, and were even discovered and beaten all along the way. Throughout it all, they depended on each other for survival. Although it was always Zhuang Muji who committed the misdeeds, it was Ye Wushang who ended up taking the blame. Alright, I'm getting to the point. Can you give me some more of that blood jade bracelet? Ye Wushang hastily steered the conversation back on track, otherwise this chatterbox Zhuang Muji could go on endlessly for an entire day. What do you mean give you more? Brother, this is glass-grade red jadeite. Do you think it's red glass or cabbage from a vegetable market? Upon hearing Ye Wushang's words, Zhuang Muji nearly leaped out of his skin. Glass-grade red jadeite was something most jade merchants might never lay eyes upon even once in their entire lives, yet Ye Wushang actually had the nerve to ask if there was more. Just tell me, do you have it or not? Yes. Originally, I was planning to keep this piece to carve some small items like guanyin figures later on to give to your wife and your daughter, and the remainder for you to give as gifts to others. But I must warn you up front. This time I can truly only spare one bracelet, though I might barely manage a guanyin figure. After this there really won't be any more. Brothers through thick and thin. As long as Zhuang Muji had it, whenever Ye Wushang asked, Zhuang Muji would never be stingy. Thanks. I need it today. Hearing that Zhuang Muji had more, Ye Wushang finally exhaled in relief. At least he would have something to show Yun Shu. But then it struck him, wasn't this originally his own thing anyway? What was there to explain? He shook his head with a bitter smile. I truly do owe you in this lifetime. I'll get Elder Bai to work on it right away, and the moment it's finished I'll send someone to deliver it to you. By the way, once I find that cold stone for you I'll come see you. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll make it before your grand wedding. And then I'm definitely going to drink you under the table. About a year ago, since Zhuang Muji learned that Ye Wushang's severe injuries had never healed, and could only be suppressed with his inner energy, he began searching for the legendary cold jade stone capable of suppressing all wounds, and recently, he had finally found a lead. Seeing his brother always holding his matters close to his heart, Ye Wushang was deeply moved. A true brother stays in the heart. I know my own body best. You're someone without even the strength to trust a chicken running around everywhere. If something happens to you, I won't be able to save you. Don't worry. Haven't you heard the saying, money can move the gods? With my reputation as the Jadeite King, and being the sworn brother of Ye Wushang, the young Marshal of the Tiance Army, everyone will think twice. Enough talk. I'll have the item delivered as soon as possible. Click, click, click. Zhuang Muji had said everything there was to say. Ye Wushang could only take a deep breath. He owed Xiao Zhuang too much. Because his illness could only be cured by the legendary cold jade stone, Xiao Zhuang had ceaselessly searched the jade world, and even earned himself the title of the Jadeite King. For such an elusive thing as the cold jade stone, Xiao Zhuang had resolutely gone in search of it, holding on to even the faintest hope of healing his internal injuries. Ye Wushang suddenly strode forward, as if he had come to terms with it. Between brothers no one owes anyone anything. Everything was done willingly. Someday he would definitely find a way to repay him well. Before long, old Zhao came to Ye Wushang saying that a courier had arrived with a package requiring cash on delivery. Ye Wushang smiled. Xiao Zhuang always acted with such swift decisiveness, always putting his mind at ease. To sum it up in one word, reliable. At the guardhouse door, a courier wearing a peaked cap kept glancing around, clutching the package in his arms nervously. Only when he saw Ye Wushang approaching did he let out a relieved breath. When Ye Wushang drew near, the man checked that no one was watching and hastily said, "Young Marshal, this is what the boss asked me to deliver to you." With that, he placed the wooden box from his bosom into Ye Wushang's hand. Ye Wushang opened it and saw the blood jade bracelet, exactly like the one he had crushed before. He nodded in satisfaction. Did Xiao Zhuang have anything else you were told to tell me? Seeing that the man didn't leave after handing over the item, Ye Wushang guessed that Xiao Zhuang must have more instructions. Young Marshal, the boss told me to say before he finds the cold jade stone, you must not use your inner energy, and you must wait for him. Ye Wushang could only smile wryly inside. This brother of his really was endlessly nagging. Waving his hand, he said, "Understood. Since there's nothing else, you should head back. Tell Xiao Zhuang I've received his message." The man nodded and hurried away. Was that man really a courier? He seemed so furtive. Was he really delivering a package to you? Why didn't I see him collect the delivery fee? Old Zhao looked puzzled. The man had kept his peaked cap pulled low to hide his face, and in all these years old Zhao had never seen this person deliver packages here, which raised his suspicions. Relax, old Zhao. I just paid the delivery fee. You're getting old and your eyesight is failing. Look, this is my package. Ye Wushang shook the wooden box in his hand, indicating this was the package that had just arrived. Old Zhao tilted his head, wondering if he truly was getting old, and his eyes were playing tricks on him. Old Zhao nodded, thinking that must be the only explanation. After Cloud Shu and Keke had fallen into the depths of sleep, Ye Wushang made his way alone to the balcony, his mind consumed by a singular question: was Keke truly a being blessed with extraordinary fortune, as the dragon family had claimed? Could such a mystical concept as fate truly exist in this world? From what he could observe ever since his return and encounter with Keke, everything had been inexplicably fortunate. First, there was the remarkable discovery of the Changhua Doucai chicken cup at the antique street, and now even word of the legendary cold jade stone had emerged from Xiao Zhuang's side. Ye Wushang had previously suspected that the cold jade stone was merely false information, believing such a thing could not possibly exist. He had long abandoned that line of inquiry, yet now Xiao Zhuang's side seemed to have found a promising lead. Ye Wushang lifted his gaze toward the night sky, his fist unconsciously tightening further. He must have Qinglong investigate thoroughly. The world is vast and full of wonders with countless mysteries, yet unknown. For the safety of Keke and his family, Ye Wushang must take precautions against all eventualities. In the blink of an eye, the second day had arrived. Ye Wushang and Cloud Shu prepared themselves ready to depart for the elder matriarch's birthday celebration. Meanwhile, Cloud's mother took on the responsibility of escorting Keke to kindergarten. The area surrounding the Yun family's ancestral home was thronged with people. Countless citizens had gathered together and rumors had spread throughout all of Jiangzhou city. The young commander of the Tiance Army was to marry the Yun family's daughter. Any single item from the betrothal gifts would be considered priceless beyond measure. On this grand birthday of the matriarch, every person of significance in Jiangzhou was expected to attend. Yun Tianhe and Yun Shu stood at the entrance of the ancestral home, welcoming the arriving guests with other family members positioned respectfully behind them. Are you truly certain the gift is prepared? So many people will be arriving today. If necessary, you should hurry to the jewelry store and buy a small golden Buddha statue. There's still time. Cloud Shu asked with a grave expression, her heart filled with anxiety. After all, today was her grandmother's birthday, and so many influential figures would be present. What if the gift Ye Wushang purchased was too modest? The resulting embarrassment would be unbearable. Yun Mingyao stealthily approached Cloud Shu's side, speaking through clenched teeth, with a malicious grin. You and your wild man should prepare for your doom. The moment the young commander's people arrive, I will recount yesterday's events in full detail. You both will meet a most wretched end today. Having spoken, Yun Mingyao slowly retreated to her original position. Cloud Shu had nearly forgotten about this matter. Knowing what Yun Mingyao was capable of, she quickly turned to look at Ye Wushang about to speak. Ye Wushang regarded Yun Mingyao as one would regard a clown making a spectacle of himself. A smile graced his lips as he drew a small box from within his robes and handed it to Cloud Shu. Take a look. While you both slept last night, I stayed up through the night, grinding a wine bottle with a sanding machine. What do you think? Is it not exactly identical? Cloud Shu opened the box to find the blood jade bracelet precisely matching the one from yesterday. A wave of relief washed over her heart. Cloud Shu nudged Ye Wushang, playfully. Stop joking around. It must have been your friend who delivered it overnight. What a reliable friend this is. The craftsmanship is truly impressive. One wouldn't be able to tell it was fake without careful examination. Hearing Cloud Shu's words, Ye Wushang could barely suppress his laughter. How could she say it looked like a fake unless examined closely? This was the genuine article. I told you to rest assured. When it comes to handling matters, trust my judgment. When you present your birthday gift to your grandmother later, prepare to shine brilliantly. This gift of mine can well be described as a national treasure. As time slipped by, nearly everyone had arrived. Cloud Tianhe gestured for Yun Shu and the other juniors to enter first. Since the young marshal's men had not yet arrived, he had to personally greet guests at the entrance. Ye Wushang and the others entered as well, and the guests began offering their birthday greetings to the old matriarch one after another. The head of the Ma family wishes the old matriarch happiness as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains, and has specially sent a pair of jade ruby scepters. The head of the Feng family wishes the old matriarch the longevity of the pine and crane, and has specially sent a jade guanyin statue. The head of the Wind family wishes the old matriarch endless blessings and longevity, and has specially sent a pair of jade bracelets. Yun Jihong read from the list of gifts in his hand, his face beaming with joy. Once the Yun family was merely an insignificant minor clan. Now every prominent figure in Jiang Prefecture came to offer birthday greetings to his grandmother. This was entirely due to the young marshal's favor. The Yun family's rise to the foremost position in Jiang Prefecture was within reach. The old matriarch sat in the seat of honor listening to her grandson read the list of gifts. Her weathered face blossomed like a flower, her eyes crinkling with delight. Grandmother, this is an authentic Zheng Banxiao painting that I spent a fortune to have a friend search for. I wish you have today like every other year, and this year like every other year. Yun Jihong presented the gift he had prepared for the old matriarch. Zheng Banxiao's authentic works were exceedingly rare. He had also gone to great lengths to acquire this piece. Now presenting it publicly was clearly meant to overshadow Ye Wushang. He was determined to see what impressive gift Ye Wushang could possibly produce. Wonderful, wonderful. Hong, you are so thoughtful. Rise quickly, rise quickly. The old matriarch became even more delighted upon seeing the gift from her grandson. What mattered was not the value of the gift, but the sentiment behind it. Moreover, Zheng Banxiao's authentic work must have required considerable effort to obtain, which made the matriarch even happier. Yun Jihong lifted his chin and glanced at Ye Wushang, implying that if he had anything good, he should present it quickly. His smug expression seemed to say you cannot possibly produce anything that surpasses mine. Is it not just a worthless painting? I could casually produce 1,000 or 800 such pieces. I would even find it too rough to use as toilet paper. Ye Wushang laughed coldly, not considering Zheng Banqiao's authentic work the slightest bit valuable. What a bold claim. You speak of Zheng Banqiao's authentic work as worthless. Why don't you present what you brought, and let us all broaden our horizons? When Yun Jihong heard Ye Wushang dismiss his gift as worthless, he was instantly furious. But then he thought, perfect. You are essentially walking into my trap. If you cannot produce anything valuable, let us see how you plan to salvage this situation. Who is this? It was the old matriarch's first time seeing Ye Wushang, and she did not know how to address him. Grandmother him. He is Yun Shu's husband. He just returned after serving in the military for a few years. Since it is your birthday, he came to offer greetings as well. Hurry up and present your birthday gift for everyone to see. Yun Jihong was afraid the situation would not become dramatic enough, so he urged Ye Wushang to present his gift. Wonderful, wonderful. Military service is admirable, defending our nation. Come child, let grandmother have a good look at you. Though the old matriarch was advanced in years, her mind was clear. She knew that a soldier's annual salary was meager. How could he possibly produce something more valuable than Zheng Banqiao's authentic work? Ye Wushang walked slowly to the old matriarch and knelt down before her. Child, grandmother is merely celebrating a birthday. Birthday gifts are not important. What matters is that you and Shuer live well together. All these years she has endured much hardship. Nothing else matters. Grandma, that won't do. How could I come to your grand birthday celebration without a birthday gift? Seeing that his grandmother was speaking up for Ye Wushang, Yun Jihong hastily interjected to stop her. If Ye Wushang used her words as a way out, wouldn't the scheme he had devised to humiliate Ye Wushang collapse? Enough. Why must we turn my birthday into a family quarrel? A family should be joyful, and with so many outsiders present today, don't give them a reason to laugh at us. The old lady waved her hand, signaling the two of them to stop arguing. Yun Jihong turned his head aside. His plan to see Ye Wushang humiliated had been suppressed by his grandmother, so all he could do was let out a helpless sigh. Who said I haven't prepared a birthday gift? Ye Wushang drew from his chest the red sandalwood box that Elder Huang had given him earlier on Antique Street. Inside was none other than the Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Grandma, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Please open it yourself and see if you like it. With that, Ye Wushang handed the box to her. As the old lady took it, she caught a faint, elegant fragrance, the unique aroma of red sandalwood. Lying in the wooden box, the cup bore a painting of a rooster raising its head in proud disdain, a hen and a chick pecking at a centipede, and two other chicks chasing each other playfully. Another side depicted a rooster stretching its neck to crow while a hen and three chicks pecked at a centipede, vivid and full of delight. Good. The gift is wonderful, and that call of grandma is just as heartwarming. I like this gift very much. The old lady did not care in the least how much the cup was worth. In her eyes, it was enough that Ye Wushang and Yun Shu had come together to celebrate her birthday, and had gone to the trouble of preparing presents. Let me see just what a good-for-nothing like you could possibly gift. Completely disregarding etiquette, Yun Jihong snatched the box from his grandmother's hand and studied it closely. Tsk. I'll say this much. The wooden box is in good condition and passable as packaging. But as for what's inside, one word: fake. Yun Jihong curled his lips into a smirk and shook his head repeatedly. Don't tell me you're going to claim this is a Changhua Doucai chicken cup. I do dabble in antiques calligraphy and paintings myself. A thing like this must have been mass-produced in some modern factory. Considering the value of a chicken cup, someone of your standing could never possibly own one. Still, I have to admit the shape, glaze, colors, and inscription are copied rather convincingly. But fake is fake. It might as well serve as a water bowl for my dog Wonkai. Without caring that this was a birthday gift for his own grandmother, Yun Jihong hurled the box into Ye Wushang's arms. Ye Wushang caught it just in time, barely preventing the chicken cup from smashing onto the ground. In an instant, his murderous aura surged. This was a birthday gift he had prepared for Yun Shu's grandmother, and whether it was genuine or fake, it was not Yun Jihong's place to dispose of it. You have eyes but no discernment. With a pig brain like yours, it's a miracle you've lived this long. Ye Wushang's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he stared fixedly at Yun Jihong. Caught in that deadly gaze, Yun Jihong was so frightened that he stumbled backward for several steps. What now? You won't allow people to speak? Today is my grandmother's grand birthday. You bring a worthless piece and still won't allow anyone to criticize it. Though Yun Jihong trembled all over under Ye Wushang's oppressive aura, his tongue remained sharp. Elder Huang of the Stone Record has arrived. Elder Huang had selected a birthday gift long before and had intended to come offer his congratulations. But he had been delayed on the way today. Fortunately, he had not missed the hour and had just now arrived. The moment Yun Jihong heard that Elder Huang had arrived, his face lit up with joy. Who was Elder Huang? He was the towering patriarch of the antique world, and in Jiangzhou he reigned as the ultimate authority on antiques. His arrival could not have been better timed. Once Elder Huang declared the piece a fake, he would see where Ye Wushang could hide his face. Yun Jihong quickly clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Elder Huang as a sign of respect. Elder Huang smiled, waved his hand at him, and said, "There is no need for such formality, you are the host here. Today, in honor of Old Madam's birthday, I have specially brought a pair of premium lingji wishing Old Madam a long and blessed life." Everyone kept nodding in approval. Even Elder Huang had come to offer birthday greetings to Old Madam Yun. Such a thing would have been almost inconceivable for the Yun family in the past. I could hear how lively it was inside even before I came through the door. What exactly is going on? Elder Huang posed the question to Yun Jihong with a smile. As he looked up toward Old Madam's side, however, he saw Ye Wushang standing there, and his smile vanished in an instant. How could anyone be so presumptuous in the presence of the young marshal? Yun Jihong's heart nearly danced with joy at Elder Huang's question. He had been wondering how to ask Elder Huang to examine the chicken cup and determine whether it was genuine, and now the opportunity had walked right into his hands. Yun Jihong strode forward and grabbed the red sandalwood box. When Elder Huang saw, it was that not the very box he had given to Ye Wushang. Needless to say, it must contain the Changhua Dotsai chicken cup. Elder Huang treasured that red sandalwood box beyond measure, to say nothing of the priceless Changhua Dotsai chicken cup, now resting inside. Seeing Yun Jihong handle it so roughly, his expression changed in an instant. "Well, Elder Huang, it is like this. That fellow got some worthless cup from who knows where, and is trying to pass it off as a chicken cup. We all know the odds. It would be like winning the lottery. How could anyone still find a genuine one these days? That shabby cup of his would make me sick even if I gave it to my dog to use." The more Yun Jihong talked, the more carried away he became, completely oblivious to Elder Huang's steadily darkening face. Yes. Elder Huang, please take a look and pass your expert judgment on this chicken cup, telling us whether it is real or fake. If it is genuine, we would truly be blessed with 3 lifetimes of luck, to have lived long enough to see such a treasure. Everyone chimed in, as well, eager to know whether the chicken cup was real or fake. Not even fit for a dog indeed. Faced with this arrogant young man who knew no bounds, Elder Huang felt nothing but contempt. A pampered scion with no real ability and not a shred of discernment. How dare he humiliate the young marshal? That simpleton Yun Jihong completely failed to catch the meaning beneath Elder Huang's words, and continued foolishly, "Did you hear that? Even Elder Huang says your stuff isn't fit for a dog. Why don't you get down from there right now, and stop making a spectacle of yourself?" Hands on his hips, Yun Jihong looked immensely pleased with himself. This was the happiest day of his life. Now that he had publicly unmasked Ye Wushang as offering a counterfeit to his own grandmother on her birthday, with so many people present, Ye Wushang would be completely disgraced. At the mere thought, Yun Jihong could hardly contain his laughter. What an arrogant tone. Young Master Yun Jihong is certainly rich and overbearing. A Changhua Dotsai chicken cup worth 250 million is used only for your dog. Admirable, truly admirable. Elder Huang clasped his hands in a mocking bow toward Yun Jihong. Not at all. Elder Huang, you flatter me too much," Yun Jihong said, still beaming and accepting the compliment without yet realizing the hidden meaning in Elder Huang's words. "Old Huang, what do you mean by that? Something seems off here." Yun Jihong finally caught on. Old Huang had been speaking in riddles, using reverse psychology to mock his utter lack of discernment. "Open your eyes wide and look clearly at this sandalwood box. What's inscribed on the back? Short-sighted fool, unable to distinguish real from fake, yet still making a spectacle of yourself here." Old Huang couldn't be bothered to explain further to Yun Jihong. Continuing would be a waste of breath. Yun Jihong swallowed hard, slowly turning the sandalwood box, and on the opposite side 4 bold characters were unmistakably carved, "Story of the Stone." This is the sandalwood box that Old Huang has always treasured. Then this cup, could it possibly be the authentic Changhua Dotsai chicken cup? Yun Jihong's face was etched with disbelief. The cup in his hands was actually the genuine Changhua Dotsai chicken cup. He had kept harping on about this matter, insisting it was fake, and now this precious object turned out to be authentic. His reputation was utterly destroyed. Don't take on a job beyond your abilities. If you can't tell real from fake, then don't spout nonsense. Now you've made a complete fool of yourself. Old Huang took the sandalwood box and chicken cup from Yun Jihong's hands and respectfully returned them to the old madam. So it's genuine after all. Old Madam Yun truly has blessed fortune. A grandson-in-law who found such a treasure for her. Not if I had it. I'd willingly trade 10 years of my life for a son-in-law like that. Dream on. 10 years of life for a 250 million yuan antique. But I must say, this grandson-in-law of old Madam Yun must have quite the status. After all, he actually got Old Huang to part with his treasured sandalwood box and give it to him. The crowd chattered endlessly. After a while, they all nodded in agreement. Ye Wushang's identity must be far more than meets the eye. Old Huang, since the chicken cup is genuine, could you introduce it to everyone and expand our knowledge? Someone finally couldn't contain their curiosity. A treasure one might only see once in a lifetime was right before them. If they didn't learn its history, that would truly be a shame. Old Master Huang, since everyone is so interested, why not share the story with us? The old madam too was genuinely intrigued, desperately wanting to know what made this chicken cup so special. Very well, very well. Since the birthday honoree herself has spoken, I'll give everyone a thorough introduction to the Changhua Dotsai chicken cup. Old Huang waved his hand for silence, or else with so many people chattering away no one would be able to hear anyone else speak. This chicken cup was fired at the Jiangzhou imperial kiln during the Chenghua reign of the Ming dynasty as court ceremonial wear. Historical records say Emperor Chenghua was passionate about painting and calligraphy. Once while admiring a Song dynasty painting of a hen with chicks, he saw the mother hen tenderly leading her chicks to forage. Deeply moved by this heartwarming scene, he inscribed a 7-character poem on the painting expressing the mother's protective love for her chicks. Additionally, the rooster motif serves two purposes. First, the Chenghua era's first year was the year of the rooster. Second, the word rooster sounds like the character for auspiciousness. So presenting this chicken cup to the old madam as a birthday gift is extraordinarily fitting. As for why this chicken cup commands such extraordinary value, it is primarily because it was the imperial drinking vessel during the Chenghua period. The emperor's household demanded excellence, so the rate of acceptable pieces was not high. Superior quality pieces were reserved for the palace, while defective ones were destroyed. Therefore, very few ever circulated among the common people. The last time a chicken cup appeared at auction, it fetched a staggering 250 million yuan. No wonder. This truly is a magnificent treasure, and the timing of old Madam Yun's birthday makes it wonderfully appropriate. This grandson-in-law of the old madam truly possesses exceptional filial piety, a rare find among the younger generation. Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully affirming this birthday gift. Yun Jihong's eyes were wide with disbelief, repeatedly swallowing hard. He now wished desperately to find some place to hide. Young Master Yin, just now someone said that even their family dog wasn't worthy of this chicken cup. Then what level of elegance does their family possess? What do you all think? As the saying goes, when a wall begins to crumble, everyone rushes to push. How arrogantly Yun Jihong had behaved just moments ago, and now he was equally humiliated. Everyone was speaking in reverse, mocking him sarcastically. Yun Jihong steadied himself, swallowed, and said, "A gift lies in its intention. No matter how precious this Chenghua Doucai chicken cup is, it's merely an object. The Zheng Banxiao painting I presented to my grandmother is not inferior by any means." One had to admit Yun Jihong's psychological resilience was exceptional. Despite everyone ridiculing him so mercilessly, he still managed to salvage his dignity. Indeed, there's an old saying about certain people being utterly shameless. Old Huang, since he thinks he hasn't been embarrassed enough, why don't you examine the painting he brought? Ye Wushang clapped his hands and shook his head. There truly were people who rushed toward the muzzle of a cannon as if they feared they weren't embarrassed quickly enough. He had already given such obvious hints that this Zheng Banxiao painting was a fake. The matter had already passed, yet this fool insisted on bringing it up again himself. Since Ye Wushang had spoken, Old Huang respectfully bowed to him. The others, unaware of the situation, assumed Old Huang had been bowing to old Madame Yun. In their hearts, they genuinely praised Old Huang's impeccable etiquette. "There's also a Zheng Banxiao original. Then quickly bring it out for us to see." Anyone with discerning eyes could see the animosity between Yun Jihong and Ye Wushang. How could a shrewd person like Old Huang not perceive this? Therefore he showed Yun Jihong no kindness whatsoever, coldly ordering him to present the painting. Yun Jihong respectfully handed the painting to Old Huang. He was absolutely certain this painting was a genuine treasure he had acquired through great fortune and at considerable expense. There was absolutely no way it could be fake. Once Old Huang finished his appraisal, he would regain much of the face he had just lost. As the saying goes, what one fears most inevitably arrives. As Old Huang unrolled the painting on the table, his brow furrowed tightly, and a helpless expression crept across his lips. "You good for nothing. Did you intentionally come here to make a fool of me? Do you think I'm idle, or that my aging eyes have grown too weak to spot a fake? Bringing this piece of trash to mock me?" When Old Huang finished examining the entire painting, he finally understood why he had been so certain this Zheng Banxiao painting was counterfeit. This painting was precisely the one that Monkey had sold to Ye Wushang that day on the antique street. Later at the shop, Ye Wushang had thought this modern artificially aged craft had no value and had returned it to Monkey. No sooner had he returned it than Monkey raised the price tenfold, and this fool bought it right back. Yun Jihong was utterly bewildered by Old Huang's words. He had only wanted to request an appraisal. How had it suddenly become an insult to the old man? "Old Huang, why are you so upset? You must examine it carefully and definitely not make a mistake." Yun Jihong still firmly believed there was absolutely nothing wrong with his painting. Are you questioning the skills of this Old Huang? When I was carving out my name in the antique trade, you were probably still running around in diapers. What else do you want me to look at? What more is there to scrutinize? I've gone over this painting from top to bottom, and the only word I see is fake. So fake it couldn't be faker. Yet you still dare to claim it's an authentic work. Yun Jihong's words instantly enraged Old Huang. In Jiangzhou's antique circles, no one had ever dared to question him like this, yet this young upstart had just said such things in public. Old Huang shook his sleeve in fury and glared fiercely at Yun Jihong. Only then did Yun Jihong realize that he must have been set up and bought a fake. For a moment his eyes went vacant and his gaze turned dull. Then with a sudden shudder he pointed at Old Huang and Ye Wushang. "I get it now. You two must be in cahoots conspiring to claim my painting is fake. How malicious your hearts are. Old Huang's declaration that the painting was a counterfeit became the last straw. Everything now was too much for Yun Jihong to bear. Originally, he had asked Old Huang to appraise Ye Wushang's item, so he could thoroughly humiliate him, but instead he had become the one everyone mocked. Fine, since you refused to accept it, let me ask you. Did you get this painting on Antique Street? Wasn't there someone in the parking lot of Antique Street who pulled you aside and said he had a treasure for you? Wasn't the seller a skinny fellow who looked like a monkey? Didn't he drag you to a stall where a guy called Brother, you claimed the painting was his family heirloom? Old Huang's every word stabbed into Yun Jihong's heart like knives. How could Old Huang recount his experience with such exact precision? What on earth was going on? It's common knowledge on Antique Street. Monkey and his partner were waiting for some tourists to trick. Everyone in the antiques game knows about their two-man act. Yet you with no eye for quality actually walked right into the trap. After saying this, Old Huang shook his head helplessly. I was wondering why this painting looked so familiar. I actually thought Master Yun was lucky enough to get a genuine Zhongbanxiao, but it turns out it's the same one monkey, and you have been using in their act. You're right. No wonder anyone with sharp eyes could tell at once. It's so bad you'd find it too rough even to use as toilet paper. After hearing Old Huang's words, everyone suddenly understood. This was Monkey's painting. They had actually believed it was a genuine Zhongbanxiao. Now do you understand why I said your thing is worthless? If you want, I can ask around and have a batch made for you. Alright. What does it matter if it's real or fake? It's a token of the younger generation's affection. Whatever you give me, Grandma loves them all. It was supposed to be a wonderful birthday celebration, but seeing her grandson about to become a laughingstock, old Madam Yun could no longer sit still. She quickly stood up to smooth things over. But everyone's words stabbed like a knife into Yun Jihong's heart. He turned his head to see Ye Wushang looking utterly unconcerned, and when he looked at his grandmother, he caught a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Yun Jihong pointed at Ye Wushang with one hand, then suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Outside, hearing the commotion inside, Yun Mingyao had originally been waiting at the door for the young commander's army to arrive before going in together to wish her grandmother a happy birthday. However, she couldn't bear the loud noise inside any longer, and with her father Yun Yushu's urging, she decided to go in and see what had happened. As soon as Yun Mingyao entered, she found her brother being pointed at and whispered about by everyone. Just moments ago, he had suddenly vomited blood, so she rushed to his side and helped him up. Yun Jihong had simply suffered from a fit of anger where his breath couldn't flow properly, which caused him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Now he had recovered somewhat, casually wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, then spitting another mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the ground. Don't worry, Mingyao, your brother is fine. Today that Old Huang and this Ye fellow have humiliated me endlessly. When the young commander arrives, make sure he gives us justice. Yun Shu was also terrified by what she witnessed, quickly rushing over to hand over a handkerchief and asking, Cousin, are you all right? Do you need anything? Should I call a doctor? Yun Mingyao slapped Yun Shu across the face, and Yun Shu was knocked to the ground by this sudden blow. There's no need for your false sympathy. You husband and wife simply can't stand to see us doing better than you, and now you've even caused my brother to end up like this. The young commander's people will be arriving soon, and I will definitely have them seek justice for us. You better prepare to face the consequences. Clap, clap, clap. Very well, very well. You keep testing my bottom line again, and you've successfully provoked me. Ye Wushang slowly clapped his hands as he walked over to Yun Mingyao's side, then slapped her across the face. This slap is on behalf of Yun Shu for your senseless and unreasonable rampage. How dare you lay a hand on my woman, Ye Wushang? The moment Yun Mingyao slapped Yun Shu, Ye Wushang decided he would no longer hold back, no longer tolerate for the sake of so-called family affection. Ye Wushang gently caressed the cheek that Yun Mingyao had just slapped red on Yun Shu, asking tenderly, Does it still hurt? I'll find someone to prepare some medicine for you later. I guarantee the swelling will go down by tomorrow. Yun Shu tightly gripped the corner of Ye Wushang's clothes. Today was her grandmother's birthday, and now this scene had unfolded. Yun Shu felt extremely guilty in her heart. A wonderful birthday celebration had now turned into a spectacle for everyone to watch the Yun family's disgrace. I'm fine. You're too impulsive. No matter what, you shouldn't have hit someone. How are we going to clean up this mess now? Originally, everyone was so happy celebrating grandmother's birthday. How did it end up like this? Tomorrow, everyone in Jiangzhou will probably be watching our humiliation. The more Yun Shu spoke, the more agitated she became, and tears began to stream down uncontrollably. Ye Wushang gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, patting her back soothingly as he said, My woman, no one is allowed to touch. Yun Mingyao was also stunned by this sudden slap, standing there dazed with her hand covering her face. After a long while, she flew into a rage. You actually dare to hit me? Do you know who I am now? You think you're clever? You have no sense of your own worth. I'll teach you what the word regret means when the young commander arrives. Yun Mingyao had made up her mind in her heart. When the young commander's army arrived, she would definitely exaggerate the story and report it in a way that would make this Ye fellow's bones turn to dust and ashes to satisfy her vengeful anger. I really would like to know how to write the word regret. Do you honestly think you're something special? You should be grateful that you're still a member of the Yun family. If you were anyone else, you would have long lost the chance to stand here talking to me. Ye Wushang snorted coldly, completely dismissive of that woman. Yet her family kept asking for trouble, dancing right on his sore spots. If they continued provoking him again and again, he truly felt he would no longer care about the bond of kinship. Remember the tone you're using now. When the young Marshal's people arrive, I hope you can keep the same attitude. Even if you kowtow and admit your mistakes by then, today's matter will not be brushed aside so easily. We must settle all old grudges and new scores together. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Have you no respect for me, your grandmother? Old Madam Yun saw Yun Mingyao and Ye Wushang locked in fierce argument, and only moments ago they had even come to blows. It was supposed to be a fine birthday celebration. Why did they have to fight over whose birthday gift was better and whose was worse? Why did family members always have to compare with one another instead of getting along peacefully? Are all of you deliberately trying to anger me? Do you want everyone present to laugh at the Yun family? That's because they were the ones in the wrong first. They were the ones who ganged up on my brother. Yun Mingyao raised her head, still refusing to concede. You, are you truly trying to anger me to death? The old lady clutched her chest with one hand and pointed a trembling finger at Yun Mingyao, feeling as if she could barely catch her breath. Ye Wushang hurried forward to support old Madam Yun, afraid that any further shock might bring her harm. Oh, what's all this posturing? If you were really worried about Grandma, why didn't you do something earlier? What are you pretending for now? Are you putting on a show for all of us? Seeing her grandmother in such a state, Yun Mingyao's first reaction was not concern for her health, but a public accusation that Ye Wushang was merely acting and putting on a show. Just as Ye Wushang was about to step forward and teach that woman another lesson, old Madam Yun pulled Ye Wushang back and gently shook her head. A family scandal should not be aired in public. Since things had already come to such a pass, it was better to avoid further trouble. Dear child, I'm fine. Do it for Grandma's sake and let it go. I'm old and I really can't take any more shocks. Please take Grandma back first. She's old and can't stand this kind of agitation. If you stay here, you'll only make things harder to handle. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can take care of it. Yun Shu tugged at Ye Wushang. Her eldest uncle's family was clearly targeting them. If this carried on, a perfectly good birthday banquet would be ruined. Yun Shu immediately decided that she could not leave Ye Wushang and Yun Mingyao here. The way things stood, either of them could explode at the slightest spark, and with even the smallest disturbance they would surely tear the place apart. The two sides simply glared at each other. For a moment time seemed to stand still. Everyone remained motionless, not daring to breathe loudly. Old Madam Yun could only worry helplessly. Both sides were her own flesh and blood, and no matter who was right or wrong, it would be inappropriate to take sides. Ye Wushang had no choice but to follow Yun Shu's advice and first help the old lady into her room to rest. Before taking his leave, he still nodded to old Huang, signaling that since he would not be there, old Huang should look after Yun Shu. That pair of siblings had never cared about family affection and were capable of anything. Old Huang quickly nodded in acknowledgement, and only then did Ye Wushang feel relieved. After helping old Madam Yun back to her room, Ye Wushang took a small ceramic medicine bottle from his bosom and poured a single pill into his palm. Grandma, this is a blood-tonifying and qi-nourishing medicine prepared by a friend of mine. Even ordinary people can take it to strengthen their bodies. Since you just got upset, please take one right away. It will make you feel vigorous and alive instantly. With that, Ye Wushang handed the pill to old Madam Yun and urged her to take it quickly. Good child, Grandma will take it now, right now. Seeing how worried Ye Wushang was about her health, old Madam Yun felt a warm glow spread through her. Even before taking the medicine, she already felt much better. Child, today's affair must have made you laugh. Starting from their father's generation, they have always liked to compete over nothing. Now it's their generation and they still have to see who can outshine the other. The Yun family has barely begun to recover. Who knows what the future will bring? Alas, born from the same roots, why the urge to torment each other? Old Madam Yun couldn't help but sigh. Though it was not yet a case of brothers harming each other, the situation was already as irreconcilable as fire and water. After watching old Madam Yun take the medicine, Ye Wushang gently patted her back and said, Grandma, rest assured. As long as I am here, the Yun family will never fall. Not to mention Jiangzhou. Even all of Huaxian, nothing I Ye Wushang intend to protect can be touched. My Tiance Army will surely shield the Yun family for generations to come. Hearing his words, the old lady's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. She could finally confirm that her earlier judgment had not been wrong. Ye Wushang was indeed the young marshal of the Tiance Army, and the betrothal gifts sent before were meant to bring Yun Shu into marriage. Child, you really are the young marshal of the Tiance Army. This old woman salutes the war god of Huaxiao, the young marshal of the Tiance Army. The old lady knelt down to bow to Ye Wushang, but he quickly held her up. How could his own grandmother pay respects to a junior? Grandma, you are embarrassing me. How can an elder bow to a junior? That would ruin the order of seniority. Here there is no young marshal or anything of the sort. Only your grandson-in-law. Ye Wushang's words made old Madam Yun even more satisfied with her grandson-in-law. When in a superior position, be not arrogant. When high, be free from peril, practice restraint and prudence. When full, be not overflowing. Being high without peril is the way to long preserve nobility. Being full without overflowing is the way to long preserve wealth. Not arrogant or proud, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Even when Meng Yao and the others went too far before, you never used your identity as young marshal to deal with them. In the future, Yun Shu will be truly blessed with you. Hearing the old lady's words, even the mighty young marshal of the Tiance Army could only smile, scratch his head, and say politely, like an ordinary junior, "Not at all, Grandma, you flatter me." "Grandma, how did you guess my identity?" Ye Wushang was still very curious. He had been with Yun Shu and the others for so long without them ever questioning his identity, yet today, meeting the old lady for the first time, she had been able to roughly guess that he was the young marshal of the Tiance Army. As an elder, how could I not know my own child's temperament? With Meng Yao's temper, to put it bluntly, she's nothing but a beautiful yet hollow ornament. How could a prominent figure suddenly take a liking to her? Don't you think so? Old Madame Yun shook her head and smiled as she spoke to Ye Wushang, who continued gently patting her back, listening with patience all the while. And besides, how could it be such a coincidence? The moment you returned to Jiangzhou, someone noticed you had taken a fancy to our Yun family's girl. That is one thing. For another, even old Master Huang suddenly came to offer me birthday congratulations, and all the while, he kept bowing respectfully in my direction. Our Yun family could never command such respect. At the time, only you stood by my side, so the only one old Master Huang could possibly have been bowing to was you. And with you having told me you spent these past 5 years in the army together with that imposing bearing of yours, this old woman knew at once that you were the young marshal. There was no doubt about it. Ye Wushang could not help but give a thumbs up. He had never imagined that the first person to see through his identity would be Yun Shu's grandmother. Nor had he expected it himself. Oh, don't look down on me just because I'm old. I've eaten more salt in my years than you've eaten rice, and I've seen plenty of storms. Though our Yun family is no great noble house, we built everything from nothing with our own hands, so we've always had sharp eyes. The old Madame Yun went on talking as if she had already forgotten the unpleasantness outside moments ago. Now in the room, with Ye Wushang, her face was wreathed in smiles. "Grandmother, you're truly remarkable. Why don't you lie down and rest for a while? I'd like to go outside and take another look. I'm worried Yun Shu might not be able to handle things alone out there." Having stayed so long in the room with the old Madame Yun, Ye Wushang was deeply worried about the situation outside. Yun Shu's pair of cousins, male and female, were hardly good-natured people. They were capable of anything. I could tell from the very start that your heart wasn't in it, and you weren't really listening to me. Sure is far stronger than you think. She can handle it. If you're really worried, go out and look around. It also lets me lie down and rest for a while." With that, the old Madame Yun lay down quietly. Matters of the young should be left to the young themselves. An old woman like her could not be of much help anyway. "Then rest well, grandmother. I'll go over and take a look, and once everything is fine, I'll come back to see you." As if a heavy burden had been lifted, Ye Wushang hurried to head back, deeply afraid that Yun Shu would not be able to handle the scene just now. Lord Qinglong of the young marshal's army has arrived. The herald's cry shattered the awkwardness in the courtyard. Yun Tianhe and Yun Yushu moved to flank Qinglong on either side, while Yun Jinghao respectfully led the way. The guests, hearing the announcement, hastily cleared a path, terrified lest they inadvertently offend any member of the young marshal's army. "Old Master Yun, all of you. Please, there's no need to be so courteous. By seniority, you are about to become the young marshal's elders, while I am merely a subordinate under his command. Your kindness truly overwhelms me. If the young marshal were to see this, how could I ever explain myself?" Qinglong too was extremely uncomfortable with the family's treatment. They insisted on making him the center of attention, like the moon surrounded by stars. Had he known it would be like this, he would have insisted no matter what that the young marshal send someone else. He would rather go to the battlefield and kill enemies than do such birthday congratulating and gift-sending work. Yun Jinghao smiled and said, Lord Qinglong, you are mistaken. Your Tiance army fights abroad to protect our homes and country, shedding blood and laying down lives. Without you, how could we enjoy the peace and happiness we have every single day? What is this little bit of courtesy compared with that?" Yun Jinghao's heart was filled with joy beyond words. Qinglong of the Tiance army had finally arrived, which meant there was no mistake. It was indeed the young marshal of the Tiance army who wished to marry the girl of his Yun family. Yes, I have long admired the Tiance army. Today I am finally fortunate enough to meet Lord Qinglong. Truly an honor that graces my humble home, and a blessing that spans 3 lifetimes. From now on we are all one family, so we must visit each other often. Yun Yushu stood to one side, rubbing his hands together unctuously and speaking with a fawning smile. Qinglong was so disgusted by Yun Yushu's demeanor that his skin began to crawl. He thought to himself that in the future whoever wanted to handle gift-giving and social formalities could do so. He would never do such things again. Yun Tianhe, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly. Although the other man was a great general of the Tiance army, while they were nothing but ordinary commoners, there was no need to bow and scrape and flatter others to such a degree. There was no need to make themselves look inferior. Seeing Yun Tianhe's reaction, Yun Yushu held his head high like a rooster. He thought to himself, you can only stand there and envy me. All of you are only related to the young marshal because of your daughter's good fortune. From now on you'll see for yourself how you'll have to bow and scrape just to get by. At that thought, Yun Shu immediately felt that even the air today was exceptionally fresh. His steps became noticeably lighter. Truly, as they say, a joyful heart brings a man great spirit. When Yun Mingyao heard that the Tiance Army had arrived, she instantly perked up. Both she and her brother had eyes shining with excitement. She quickly straightened her clothes, raised her chin, cast a sidelong glance at Yun Shu, and gave a crooked, contemptuous smirk. Well, the young marshal's men are here now. If you tell your man to come out and kowtow before me in apology, perhaps I might show some mercy and beg Lord Qinglong to spare his life. Otherwise, you'll regret it too late. Look, Lord Qinglong is getting closer and closer. Your time is running out. Yun Mingyao and Yun Jihong were beside themselves with glee. The wheel of fortune had turned. Wasn't Ye Wushang so good at fighting? But what use was being good at fighting? This was the era of firearms. Others used planes, tanks, and artillery. Now that the young marshal's men were here, sooner or later, he would have to kowtow, admit his mistakes, and yield in complete submission. Yun Shu was extremely nervous, and she couldn't help biting her lip. Her heart churned with indecision. If worst came to worst, perhaps she should humble herself on Ye Wushang's behalf. Otherwise, what would happen if the Tiance Army flew into a rage? Her family had only just been reunited after all this hardship. She absolutely could not lose her father again. Just as Yun Shu made up her mind and prepared to step forward to apologize to Yun Mingyao, a pair of hands seized her shoulder. Turning around, she saw that it was none other than Ye Wushang. Why did you come out? Why aren't you inside taking care of Grandma? The Tiance Army is here. Hurry back in and hide. Coming out now is just walking straight into the line of fire. Yun Shu was both startled and overjoyed, but she was afraid that something might happen to Ye Wushang. She hastily pushed him, urging him to hurry back to his room and hide, buying as much time as possible. Yun Shu used all her strength, but could not budge Ye Wushang an inch. Ye Wushang pulled her into his arms and said, "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll be the one to prop it up for you." When has Ye Wushang ever hidden behind a woman? If I go inside, what would become of you? Making you face all this alone. Then would I still be a man? Yun Shu let out a sigh and finally made up her mind. She thought to herself, that's right. No matter how enormous the trouble, the whole family must face it together. There is nothing that cannot be overcome. Even if they are the Tiance Army, they can't just throw reason aside, can they? Yun Mingyao stood with her hands on her hips, her leg bouncing restlessly, lacking any trace of proper feminine decorum. When she spotted Ye Wushang appearing behind Yun Shu, a wave of relief washed over her. She had feared he might hide in his room and refused to come out. "Oh, so you finally decided to grace us with your presence. I thought you'd use the excuse of accompanying my grandmother to stay locked in your room like a coward. Have you made up your mind? Will you kneel and beg for forgiveness, or shall the young commander's men break your arms and legs and tear out your tongue? Sister, this saves us the trouble of having to go in and drag her out while holding back out of respect for grandmother. At least he has the sense to come out on his own." Yun Jihong's arrogance knew no bounds now. The arrival of the Tiance Army was his greatest support, and dealing with someone as insignificant as Ye Wushang would be as simple as crushing an ant. The humiliation he endured today would be repaid tenfold. The mere thought of it bolstered his resolve. The knowledge that powerful forces stood behind him was truly intoxicating. The well-wishers present felt genuine concern for Ye Wushang. They all recognized that the day's conflict stemmed from Yun Jihong's provocation. If only they had kept the peace and focused on honoring the matriarch, none of this would have occurred. Gazing at the smug siblings, Ye Wushang felt a pang of pity for them. He wondered what fueled their confidence. Once Qinglong arrived and his identity as the young commander of the Tiance Army was revealed, he eagerly anticipated their reaction and how they would handle the fallout. "Your concern is misplaced. I've committed no offense, so why should I kneel and apologize? You're not worthy of my regret. Use this time to consider how you'll answer for your actions today." Seeing Ye Wushang wave dismissively with a smirk, Yun Mingyao's fury ignited anew. She itched to rush forward and tear away that infuriating grin. Yet when she saw Qinglong approaching alongside her father, she gathered her courage and strode to Ye Wushang, her finger jabbing repeatedly at his chest, as she declared, "I, Yun Mingyao, am about to become the young commander's woman. Why should I answer for anything? Even the greatest transgressions have the Tiance Army to shield me. Boy, this world runs on power and connections. Someone as powerless as you is destined to crawl with your tail between your legs. Remember, conduct yourself with humility." Ye Wushang could only offer a resigned, bitter smile. The woman remained utterly delusional, still convinced she was the one he would marry, completely unaware of the true identity of the person she had been so relentlessly opposing. The instant Qinglong spotted Ye Wushang emerging from his room, he quickened his pace, eager to find his commander and lament how this delicate matter was far beyond his rough capabilities. As Qinglong moved forward to report, he noticed two women beside his young commander and momentarily hesitated, uncertain which one was his lady. While he stood frozen, deliberating the proper form of address, his eyes caught sight of Yun Mingyao's audacious and disrespectful behavior. How dare she point her finger at his young commander? Rage consumed Qinglong instantly. When he overheard her demands for Ye Wushang to kneel in submission, he strode forward without hesitation. This woman required a stern lesson. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to provoke our Tiance Army? Do you truly wish to taste the fury of the Tiance Army? Qinglong roared in the direction of Ye Wushang. Yun Mingyao assumed the roar was meant for Ye Wushang, and her spirits lifted instantly as she began to borrow the tiger's might. Now it's too late for regret. You should have watched your step when you offended me. Lord Qinglong can hardly stand by and watch. Perhaps by this time next year I'll have to burn some extra paper offerings for you. Yun Mingyao kept covering her mouth to stifle her giggles, already envisioning the moment Qinglong ground Ye Wushang to dust. Young man, after all, we are somewhat related. In your next life, remember to be more cautious. I have given you chance after chance, but you failed to cherish them. Now there is nothing I can do for you. Yun Jihong spread his hands, wearing an expression of helplessness. Yun Shu was frantic with worry from Qinglong's roar. She had naively believed that even the lofty Tiance army might not be entirely unreasonable, and that there might still be a sliver of hope. Now it seemed all was lost, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Ye Wushang quickly steadied Yun Shu, thinking to himself, why is Qinglong making such a fuss? I'm standing right here perfectly fine. Why roar so loudly as if afraid no one else would hear? He scared my wife half to death. It is not over yet. How do you know how things will turn out? Allow me to show you a good show. Ye Wushang resolved to give Qinglong a pair of shoes so tight they'd fit just right for daring to frighten his wife like that. Keep putting on your act. You can only stay stubborn for so long. Yun Mingyao no longer wished to deal with Ye Wushang. The most important matter now was to greet Lord Qinglong. Both Yun Mingyao and Yun Jihong bent forward as they hurried to greet him, just as their father had done moments before. Yun Mingyao imagined that Qinglong would surely be flattered beyond measure. She, the future young mistress, had personally come to welcome him, giving him immense face. He would certainly hurry to raise her up and insist that such honor was too great. At the thought, the smile at the corner of her mouth could hardly be contained. Seeing Qinglong striding over, Yun Mingyao trembled with excitement. This was her first step toward rising above the masses. Soon she would soar to greatness, and everyone present would gaze upon her with envy. Just as Qinglong drew near, Yun Mingyao was certain he would kneel to greet her. She was already on the verge of uttering the words, "You may rise," and had barely voiced the syllable rise when Yun Mingyao's eyes flew wide open, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Qinglong had ignored her entirely and walked straight toward Ye Wushang. What in the world had gone wrong? Seeing his sister standing there in a daze, Yun Jihong quickly shoved her and said, "Mingyao, why are you still standing there like a fool? Can't you see Lord Qinglong has already headed toward that brat? He's eager to vent our grievances for us. Stop dawdling. Today we'll settle all our old and new scores with him." Hearing her brother's words, Yun Mingyao felt as if a veil had been lifted. Right? How had she not thought of it? This Qinglong was certainly eager to prove himself, so much so that he couldn't even wait until she married the young marshal. She would be sure to put in a good word for him before the young marshal later. When Qinglong arrived before Ye Wushang, he resembled a child being disciplined by an elder, standing there with his head bowed, not daring to say a word. Lord Qinglong, it was none other than he who bragged so shamelessly. He even crushed the blood jade bracelet the young marshal gave me into dust. And today, on my grandmother's birthday, he deliberately bullied my brother and me. You must uphold justice for us today. This matter cannot be simply dismissed. Yun Mingyao watched Qinglong standing there, thinking that he was building up his fury and would soon erupt. That was always how it played out in TV dramas. Qinglong had stood there motionless only moments before, but now his whole body began to tremble. Ye Wushang had originally made it clear whom the betrothal gift should be delivered to, yet Qinglong, too busy nodding in agreement, had forgotten the crucial detail: whom they were for. That was how Zhu Qiue's terrible idea came about. Regardless of how many daughters the Yun family had, they would simply send Qinglong to the Yun residence with gifts, saying that their young marshal wished to marry one of the Yun girls. At the time, Qinglong had praised Zhu Ke for her cleverness. Now, however, his guts churned with regret. How could he have listened to that silly bird? When he returned, he would definitely settle accounts with her. Seeing Qinglong tremble uncontrollably, Yun Mingyao nearly jumped for joy. Perfect. This fellow surnamed Yi was about to meet his doom. Was I away from the army for only such a short time, and the tasks I left with you were not many either? So why could you not handle even this one small matter? Did I fail to make clear who it is I intend to marry? Then Ye Wushang's attitude underwent a complete transformation. His entire presence shifted, now radiating killing intent. His expression grew severe, sending an inexplicable chill through all who beheld him. In an instant, the temperature in the great hall seemed to plummet, and some guests of weaker constitution could not help but sneeze. Everyone stood there rooted to the spot, for the situation had unfolded in a way none had imagined. Qinglong was indeed trembling in terror, not daring to make the slightest sound in front of Ye Wushang. From Ye Wushang's words just now, he had addressed himself as this marshal. What in the world was going on? Among those present, only Elder Huang smiled and stroked his beard. He had known all along that Ye Wushang was the young marshal of the Tiance Army. Even the red sandalwood box used to hold the chicken cup during the old lady's birthday celebration had been a gift from him to Ye Wushang. He had long since forged a close bond with the young marshal. Unlike these people who had no discerning eyes, they were still 100,000 miles behind him. What is the matter? Has your tongue become tied now? Must I, this marshal, personally teach you how to speak? Ye Wushang's imposing aura made everyone present afraid to breathe too heavily. Yun Shu too felt for a moment that the man before her had become somewhat unfamiliar. Xinglong hastily knelt on one knee and said, "Young Marshal, I truly was too ecstatic when I heard you were going to hold a wedding. Everyone on the phone line was ecstatic to learn that you were getting married. It was so loud at that moment that I couldn't hear clearly. As a result, when I later sent the betrothal gifts, I could only say that you wished to marry one of their daughters. Who could have known they had more than one daughter? Young Marshal, it was truly an unintentional mistake. Please, young Marshal, calm your anger." Yun Mingyao finally heard clearly that Xinglong addressed Ye Wushang as young Marshal. The dignified Xinglong of the Tiance Army was now kneeling before Ye Wushang, apologizing without pause. Could it be that Ye Wushang was the young Marshal of the Tiance Army? Yun Mingyao could only stare blankly at this scene. Everyone was somewhat incredulous. The young man they had just deemed penniless and powerless had now transformed into the young Marshal of the Tiance Army. The shift was simply too dramatic. Impossible. Lord Xinglong, are you mistaken? Why are you kneeling to him and calling him young Marshal? This can't be. You must have made a mistake. Maybe he just looks like him. Don't let him deceive you. The one the young Marshal wants to marry is me. Wake up. Yun Mingyao shook Xinglong, who was still kneeling on the ground, wanting to hear from him that none of this was real. Xinglong remained kneeling, allowing Yun Mingyao to shake him, but without Ye Wushang's command, he dared not make the slightest move. Under heaven, I doubt anyone dares to impersonate my identity. Xinglong, tell her whether I am indeed the young Marshal they speak of, so she can give up this foolish hope and stop making a spectacle of herself here. Ye Wushang shot a glance at Xinglong, who was still on his knees, deciding to let Xinglong personally tell her the truth. Otherwise, this woman's obstinate nagging would be truly troublesome. Upon hearing Ye Wushang's words, Xinglong dared not delay for a moment, immediately turning to Yun Mingyao and everyone else, saying, "What you have just seen and heard is all correct. The one standing before me is the young Marshal of our Tiance Army, the new war god of Marshal Ye Wushang." Xinglong cast another glance at Yun Mingyao, thought for a moment, and then said, "This is all my oversight. I didn't expect that the Yun family had more than one daughter. But why do you lack any self-awareness? Why did you think our young Marshal would fancy you? You have never had any interaction with him. Where did you get the courage? Impossible. I know now, you are not Lord Xinglong at all. You must be an imposter. The two of you are colluding to deceive us. Impersonating a member of the Tiance Army is a capital offense. Say it quickly. You are not Lord Xinglong. Say it. Say it." Yun Mingyao roared with all her strength. At this moment, how she wished to get a positive answer from Ye Wushang. She frantically shook Xinglong's body. "Humph. I never said from beginning to end that I wanted to marry you. It was all your own wishful thinking. Without my command, see if he dares to make the slightest move. No matter what you do, it's all futile." Ye Wushang sneered and continued, "Since you insist, I am an imposter, then watch carefully whether this can be faked." With that, Ye Wushang stepped on the marble floor tiles. At first there was no change. Just as everyone was puzzled about what he intended, the marble tiles began to crack and collapse in an instant. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, never expecting that such a casual stomp would possess such devastating power. "This stomp, I didn't use even a fraction of my strength. These marble tiles belong to your family, don't they? This stomp of mine cannot be faked. Now tell me, am I the young Marshal of the Tiance Army or not?" Ye Wushang leaned down and lowered his head to ask Yun Mingyao, who was lying on the ground. Ye Wushang's stomp had sufficiently proven his power. His words were like a bucket of cold water, drenching Yun Mingyao's heart, causing her to collapse limply to the ground. Her eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the sky as if her soul had been lost. "Mingyao, please don't do this. What's wrong with you? Don't scare father like this. Just accept your fate. We were wrong from the very beginning. Please come to your senses." Yun Shu knelt on the ground, embracing Yun Mingyao as tears streamed down his face. The proud and spirited man had been utterly broken. Yun Shu gazed upon his daughter's state with a heart torn between pain and helplessness. His beloved daughter had been reduced to this wretched condition, yet the other party was the young commander of the Tiance Army. With his meager strength, he was but an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. All he could hope for was that the powerful man might show mercy, considering they shared some distant kinship. Yun Jihong stared at his father and sister sprawled upon the ground, his two fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms, drawing crimson blood. Before him, Ye Wushang stood like a mountain. He could never surmount, an invisible wall pressing down upon him until he could scarcely breathe. Does being the young commander of the Tiance Army make you untouchable? Does it grant you the right to bully us common folk? We're still family after all. You've reduced my sister to this state. Justice demands reckoning, young commander, or not. Wouldn't you all agree? Yun Jihong spread his arms wide, and from some sudden wellspring of courage he turned to face the guests gathered for the birthday celebration. After hearing Yun Jihong's words, the guests found some merit in his argument. The family had suffered enough already. There was no need to drive them to ruin. A man of Ye Wushang's stature should possess greater magnanimity and see no further reason to pursue the Yun siblings. Witnessing the crowd's favorable response, Yun Jihong finally exhaled with relief. If Ye Wushang truly intended to destroy his family, he had at least swayed public sentiment. Should Ye Wushang act arbitrarily now, he would surely incur public wrath. Fine, truly magnificent. Do you imagine this gives you leverage against me? Do you believe I concern myself with how others perceive me? Xinglong, must you kneel there until dawn? I want them to vanish from my sight forever. Ye Wushang found their scheming even more detestable. Had they simply offered a sincere apology, given their familial ties, and his consideration for Yun Shu, the matter could have been laid to rest. Now they dared to attempt moral coercion upon him. So be it. Everyone present drew a sharp breath. Never had they imagined Ye Wushang could be so terrifyingly ruthless, showing not a sliver of sentiment or mercy. Yun Jihong had moments ago believed his clever stratagem was unfolding brilliantly. Yet in an instant he was plunged into utter despair. Why had events transpired in such a manner? Xinglong, what are you frozen there for? Must I attend to this myself? Drag them away, make them disappear entirely. I shall not repeat myself a second time. Ye Wushang regarded Xinglong's continued inaction with mounting fury, his voice thundering with indignation. Yun Jihong finally came to his senses, dropping to his knees and kowtowing frantically before Ye Wushang. Young commander, I beg your forgiveness. I was wrong. I should never have judged by appearances, never have opposed you at every turn. Had I known you were the young commander, I wouldn't have dared with 10,000 chances, no, not even with 100,000. Spare us, I implore you, spare us. As Yun Jihong pleaded desperately, Xinglong prepared to drag the family away. Yun Jihong could only writhe and beg with frantic desperation, yet it availed him nothing. Only now did he comprehend that for Ye Wushang to annihilate his entire family would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. Knight Wushang cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the Yun family. From the moment he returned, his only wish had been to live peacefully alongside Yun Shu. Yet the Yun family, his own relatives, had time and again pressed their advantage against him. And now on the day of the old matriarch's birthday celebration, they had sought the opportune moment to scheme against him. For a fleeting instant, Knight Wushang truly harbored the desire for their complete annihilation, for them to die without even a burial place to rest their remains. No, 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 please spare my life, young commander. We are family after all. Surely you must show some mercy for the sake of our kinship. Yun Shu, quickly intercede with the young commander on your uncle's behalf. Your uncle truly knows his mistakes now. Please help your uncle. I used to hold you in my arms when you were small, and how you adored your uncle back then. Witnessing the Azure Dragon's movements, Yun Yushu's first instinct was to beg for mercy with every fiber of his being. He dredged up every possible words of supplication from his mind, even going so far as to mention having held Yun Shu as a child. From the very beginning, Yun Shu had simply stood there in a daze, still unable to reconcile herself with the sudden transformation of Knight Wushang's identity. It was only upon hearing Yun Yushu's words that she snapped back to reality. Hurriedly she tugged at the corner of Knight Wushang's garment and said, "Could you possibly spare them just this once? They've already realized their mistakes with what you've done." Seeing Yun Shu plead on their behalf, Knight Wushang contemplated the situation. If he eliminated them now, it would bring him no consequences. He was after all the young commander of the mighty Tiance Army. Who would dare speak ill of him? However, he had to consider what kind of existence this would leave for Yun Shu's family to face thereafter. With these thoughts in mind, Knight Wushang waved his hand, ordering the Azure Dragon to cease. Upon seeing Knight Wushang's signal for the Azure Dragon to stand down, Yun Yushu was overjoyed in an instant. He dropped to his knees and began kowtowing, repeatedly imploring, "Many thanks to the young commander for granting our family mercy. You wretched fool. Why do you still stand there like a simpleton? Kneel and show your gratitude this instant. Thank the young commander for his immeasurable benevolence, for sparing us from death." Yun Yushu turned around, rose to his feet, and slapped Yun Jihong hard across the forehead. The blow jolted Yun Jihong back to his senses. His heart had long been filled to the brim with terror. He hastily began kowtowing repeatedly without end. Knight Wushang gazed upon this scene of supplication from the family and let out a profound sigh. Alas, if only you had known what consequences would follow. Why did you act so recklessly in the first place? Had I not been the young commander of the Tiance Army today, would I have simply been at your mercy? Had it been an ordinary man facing you by now, you would have gnawed away, even his bones, leaving nothing behind. Knight Wushang's words sent a shiver through Yun Yushu and the others. They thought he still had no intention of letting them go. Their bodies could not cease their trembling, cold sweat beating upon their foreheads. Observing their current state, Knight Wushang curved his lips into a smile and continued, "Rest assured. Since I have promised to spare your lives, I am a man of my word. There is no need for you to fear me to such an extent. Moreover, before I left, I gave my grandmother my word that I would show you mercy. As for the one I have wished to marry from the very beginning, it has always been Yun Shu alone. I blame my subordinates for failing to communicate this clearly. Since everyone is present now, I wish to make a formal announcement. I hope you will all bear witness to this moment." Knight Wushang swallowed hard. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a trace of nervousness within himself. I, Knight Wushang, wish to ask the lady beside me, Miss Yun Shu, will you marry me? After all, you accepted my betrothal gifts long ago. Yun Shu was at a loss, completely caught off guard. Never had she imagined she would be the heroine of this moment, nor that Knight Wushang was actually the young commander of the Tiance Army. Within this single day, so many extraordinary events had transpired one after another that she found herself utterly unable to accept them. Aren't you embarrassed with so many people around? Who else has received your betrothal gifts? Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you're the young commander of the Tiance Army. Yun Shu's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Did you forget the blood jade bracelet in your embrace? This is genuine Hongfei red jade, something an ordinary person might never see in their entire lifetime. Besides the one I crushed last time, this is the second one. I saw you place it in your embrace myself. Don't pretend you don't know. Upon hearing Yun Shu claim ignorance, Ye Wushang thought she was putting on an act and hastened to remind her. Recalling Ye Wushang's words, Yun Shu retrieved the blood jade bracelet he had given her and raised her hand toward the sky. The crimson jade, illuminated by the light, radiated an intoxicating brilliance. Only then did Yun Shu realize that upon closer examination, the blood jade bracelet displayed such vivid, resplendent red paired with a transparency like water flowing through a mountain stream. It deeply captivated her. The dazzling crimson, like clouds ablaze at sunset, overwhelmed Yun Shu's senses, her thoughts momentarily frozen in that instant. She found herself unable to look away for a long while. Despite everything, Yun Shu still pouted and said, "You call it blood jade all you want. At first you told me it was glass. How was I supposed to know if it was real or fake? And who proposes with a bracelet anyway? It should at least be a diamond ring. Using just a bracelet for a proposal shows such little sincerity." Huang Lao, who had been standing nearby, was completely mesmerized by the bracelet Yun Shu had just displayed. Though the blood jade bracelet wasn't considered an antique as a type of Hongfei red jade, it perfectly fused red with jade. Any color pushed to its extreme becomes beautiful. This was a glass-grade jade bracelet after all. Huang Lao remained transfixed, only snapping back to reality when Yun Shu claimed it was no match for a diamond ring. It seemed his moment had arrived. Rubbing his eyes, Huang Lao turned to Yun Shu and said, "Miss, you're gravely mistaken. Since ancient times, red jade and green emerald have been treasured. Observe this translucence. This vivid crimson reaches such heights that modern glass products could never achieve. This is genuine Hongfei red jade. Do you have any idea of its worth? For an ordinary person, merely glimpsing it in their lifetime might be an impossible dream." Huang Lao paused, deliberately savoring the suspense he had created, which again piqued Yun Shu's curiosity as she nodded repeatedly. These antique dealers love to do this. Though they knew the truth perfectly well, they deliberately dragged things out, savoring when others begged them to reveal the value, granting themselves a thrill of superiority. "Master Huang, stop the suspense and tell us already. Don't leave everyone hanging halfway." Everyone pressed urgently, all eager to learn just how much this blood jade bracelet was worth, enough for Huang Lao to praise it from beginning to end. Witnessing the crowd's reaction, Huang Lao smiled with satisfaction and said, "That diamond ring you just mentioned, it's a complete joke compared to the blood jade bracelet in your hands. Do you know about Empress Dowager Cixi's jade cabbage? If a master jade carver were to craft an object from this blood jade, its value would not fall below 200 million. Upon hearing the bracelet's value, everyone drew a sharp breath. Though they had been stunned by its beauty the moment they saw it and tried to prepare themselves for its worth, they never imagined the price would be so absurdly astronomical. When she heard that the blood jade bracelet in her hand was worth such a fortune, Yun Shu's hand trembled, nearly dropping it. Fortunately, Ye Wushang was right behind her and caught both Yun Shu and the precious bracelet. Yun Shu was also frightened by her own action. This priceless bracelet had almost been smashed on the ground. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I nearly gave myself a heart attack. I thought for sure I'd broken it." Yun Shu kept patting her chest to calm herself down. Looking at her current state, Ye Wushang found her utterly adorable. He smiled and said, "It's just a bracelet. No big deal. If it really broke, then it broke. Don't make such a fuss over it. You make it sound so easy, but this is worth 200 million. With my salary, I couldn't earn that much even if I worked for several lifetimes." "Wait, if that's the case, didn't you just waste 200 million for nothing before?" Only then did Yun Shu remember that Ye Wushang had once destroyed a blood jade bracelet, meaning 200 million had been completely wasted. At the thought of it, Yun Shu couldn't help but feel her heart ache. That was real money, hard cash. A mere bracelet means nothing to this handsome man. Besides, that blood jade bracelet was my betrothal gift to you, yet someone else wore it first before I could retrieve it and give it to you. What kind of gift is that? How could I possibly give something that has been defiled by another to the woman I love? It was better to simply destroy it. When Ye Wushang discovered that Yun Mengyao had already worn the bracelet, he felt there was no longer any reason for it to exist. Hearing Ye Wushang's words, everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The blood jade bracelet was not just worth 200 million. Such treasures had buyers, but no sellers on the market. To destroy it so casually, truly a man of extraordinary wealth and pride. After hearing Ye Wushang's words, Yun Mengyao could only shrink behind her father and brother. At the time, she had secretly taken out the blood jade bracelet and used it herself. Only now did she realize she had been nothing but a clown. Her dream of becoming the young marshal's wife was nothing but an impossible fantasy. Ye Wushang, however, felt it was only natural. Since the gift was meant for his wife, it had to be flawless. How could he give something that had been used by others like a second-hand item? You don't need to hide and cower. I said I'd let you off and I won't settle scores later. For my wife Sake will consider the blood jade bracelet matter closed. From now on don't be so overbearing and arrogant. We're family after all, so let's all get along. But if I ever find out you've used my name to bully others or committed any illegal acts, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Just mentioning the blood jade bracelet made Yun Mingyao's family shrink back in fear. Ye Wushang knew they were worried he might not let them off the hook. After all, only now did they realize how incredibly valuable the blood jade bracelet was, all because of Yun Mingyao's own delusional schemes. Ever since the first time Ye Wushang encountered Yun Mingyao's family, they had been the type to judge people by their appearance and think highly of themselves. When Yun Mingyao thought the person to be married was her, she became utterly wild and unbridled. Now that his true identity was revealed, there was a good chance they would continue to run amok using his name. Ye Wushang understood he had to make things clear with them in advance. Understood. Our family will certainly conduct ourselves properly from now on, and never bring disgrace to young Marshal. Yun Mingyao's family quickly knelt to the ground, kowtowing and expressing their gratitude for Ye Wushang's magnanimity in forgetting their past offenses. Just then Yun Shu strode over and seized Ye Wushang by the ear, demanding, "How many more secrets have you been keeping from me? And just now outside, what have you been calling yourself? Besides, I never agreed to your proposal. Why are you already calling me your wife?" Ow. Let go. I swear there's nothing else. Besides, didn't you already accept my betrothal gifts? If you disagree, just give them back to me. Then what should I call myself? Your husband. Ye Wushang stood on tiptoe as Yun Shu tugged his ear. Her strength was nothing to him, not causing the slightest discomfort, yet he feigned agony, as if she were tearing him apart. I'm shameless. Whatever's in my hands is mine. Who can prove you gave it to me? How you address yourself is your own affair. You haven't even given me a proper proposal, humph. Yun Shu pouted, pretending to be upset. When she heard Ye Wushang might take back the blood jade bracelet, Yun Shu hastily stuffed it into her bosom and clutched it tightly. Despite claiming she didn't acknowledge Ye Wushang setting aside its immense value, this was the first thing he had ever given her. It was essentially a token of their love. How could she possibly let him take it back? A knowing smile graced Ye Wushang's features as he turned to address the crowd, who had originally come to offer birthday greetings to old madam. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Ye Wushang, whom you call the young commander of the Tiance Army, stand before you as an ordinary man proposing to Miss Yun Shu, this gentle and beautiful lady before me. Will you marry me? With these words, Ye Wushang turned and knelt on one knee before Yun Shu. He took her hand gently in his eyes radiating tenderness and longing, revealing how desperately he hoped for an affirmative answer. For a moment Yun Shu grew flustered under Ye Wushang's gaze, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness as she turned her face away. Don't just stand there, say yes. Marry him. Yun Shu's father Yun Tianhe was the first to speak up. At long last he had found such an excellent son-in-law. He absolutely couldn't let this catch slip through his fingers. He waved his hands, urgently calling out to the crowd to join him. Say yes, say yes, say yes. The thunderous chorus rang out. Everyone clapped and cheered for Yun Shu to accept Ye Wushang's proposal. Only Yun Mingyao's family stood apart, heads bowed and silent, utterly out of place among the jubilant crowd. Young lady, if you won't accept the old man here has a granddaughter. Young commander, if you don't mind, I could introduce you too. My granddaughter is quite the looker too, you know. That's right. Young commander, if Miss Yun Shu won't have you, our family has daughters still unwed. Would you consider? I won't ask for a single cent of betrothal gifts from you, young commander. Simply agree and all our family's property shall be transferred to your name by tomorrow. After hearing old Huang's words, a realization dawned on the crowd. If Yun Shu refused, their opportunity might arise. If young commander favored one of them, wouldn't their entire clan rise to glory? Old Huang could only shake his head with a helpless, rueful smile. He had merely wished to help Ye Wushang, never expecting some in the crowd to take his words seriously. Old Huang glanced at Ye Wushang, then shrugged and spread his hands wide as if to say, I wanted to help you, but things took an unexpected turn. This isn't my fault. That's right, young commander. We don't need any bride price at all. I'll even give all my properties as dowry. Young commander, please consider our daughter. Shameless ones. Others are introducing partners to the young commander, and you all join in the fuss. Young commander, my sister is still single. Shall I set up a date for you? The crowd burst into excitement. One stone stirred 1,000 waves, and everyone scrambled to push their daughters forward. Looking at the frenzy around him, Wu Yinshang smiled and said to Yun Shu, see, if you don't agree soon your husband-to-be will be stolen away by someone else. Look how popular your husband is. Marry me, Yun Shu. Wu Yinshang had imagined this proposal countless times, had composed countless words in his mind for this moment. But when it finally arrived, all those carefully prepared speeches vanished. He could only nervously utter these 3 words, marry me. After hearing Wu Yinshang's words, Yun Shu immediately pouted and said, you dare. You still dare to set your sights on other families' girls. I'll definitely give you some family discipline. Now put it on me quickly. Finishing her words, Yun Shu handed the blood jade bracelet she had been cradling in her arms to Wu Yinshang, signaling for him to put it on her hand himself. You mean you agree? Wu Yinshang was momentarily stunned, unable to react.
Yun Shu nodded with her eyes closed, her face flushed with shyness. Young commander quickly put the token of betrothal on the young commander's lady. Seeing Wu Yinshang's reaction, old Huang grew anxious on his behalf, and hastily offered a reminder, fearing the young commander might remain foolishly frozen. Joy overflowed from Wu Yinshang's face. This was the happiest day of his life. The woman he loved had finally accepted his proposal. He quickly took the blood jade bracelet and placed it on Yun Shu's wrist. Once he had returned in a coffin draped with a horse's hide, hoping only to return home with honor worthy of Yun Shu to give her a beautiful future. Now he had accomplished it. Yun Shu also smiled radiantly with sweetness. There was a time when Wu Yinshang left without a word, and she severed ties with her family, living alone with Keke. Never had she imagined she would have this day that made everyone envious. Yun Mingyao, however, stood to the side, puffing her cheeks in anger. Having dreamed of becoming the young commander's wife, her eyes turned red with fury as she could only stand aside with her hands on her hips sulking. Yun Jihong tried to comfort his sister. Mingyao, don't be upset. Hurry, and joined everyone in applauding to congratulate the young commander. The young commander was magnanimous enough to let us off this once. We should be deeply grateful. Besides, even if we can't be husband and wife, we'll still be family. If anything comes up, the young commander will certainly help us for Yun Shu's sake. Yun Jihong's words did nothing to help. The petty-minded Yun Mingyao felt even worse, not happier. She flung her hand away, disregarding what day it was, and stormed out. Yun Jihong couldn't be bothered with his sister. He and his father clapped enthusiastically to congratulate Wu Yinshang and Yun Shu. When a big tree provides shade, it's easy to keep cool. With the young commander becoming the Yun family's son-in-law, there would certainly be endless benefits for them. Everyone present felt delighted to witness this historic moment. From this day forward, they would all have to cultivate good relations with the Yun family. With the young commander now tied to the Yun family, their future was destined to soar to greatness. How is my grandmother? I completely forgot to ask you earlier. Was she all right being left alone in the room for so long? Only then did Yun Shu recall that in her anxiety over Ye Wushang and swept up in the blissful euphoria of his proposal, she had utterly forgotten that her grandmother had been so overwhelmed by the shock that Ye Wushang had helped her back to her room. It's been quite a while now. I wonder if she's feeling better. Ye Wushang gently stroked Yun Shu's head and said, don't worry. I have medicine specially prepared by Elder Sun from the Medicine God Valley. When I helped grandmother and I gave it to her right away. By the time I came out, she had already fallen asleep. You too. I've actually been awake for a while now. I was standing at the door watching you for quite some time. Youth is truly a blessing, truly a blessing to be young. It turned out that grandmother Yun had long since awakened, feeling considerably better and could no longer bear to remain cooped up inside. She had come out to see what was happening outside, only to witness the scene of Ye Wushang proposing to Yun Shu. Grandmother, how can you say such things? I'm never speaking to you again. Yun Shu was so embarrassed by her grandmother's words that her face flushed crimson as she buried herself into Ye Wushang's embrace. A girl grown soon to leave her home. What's there to be shy about? Men should marry, women should wed. Let me make this perfectly clear, young man. You'd better treat our Shuer well. If you ever dare betray her or mistreat her, even if you're the young commander of the Tiance Army, this old woman will be the first to object. I'll risk this old bones of mine to break your legs. For her granddaughter, Yun Shu, grandmother Yun cared deeply. She had watched her grow up, clever and nimble, but stubborn-willed. Otherwise the girl would not have suffered so much over these many years. Rest assured, grandmother. From now on, Yun Shu will have me to rely on. I swear I will make her the happiest woman in the world. If danger ever arises, I will stand before her, even if it costs me my life. Ye Wushang struck his chest and gave his solemn vow. Over these 5 years, Yun Shu had suffered so much for his sake. Endless grievances, raising Keke all alone. He would repay her with his entire life. Yun Shu's grandfather Yun Zhenghao had remained silent from the very beginning, standing there without uttering a single word. He had been observing the development of the situation from start to finish. As a grandfather, whichever side he supported would be problematic. Now that matters had completely stabilized, he finally spoke. Distinguished guest, today is my wife's grand birthday celebration. I am deeply grateful for your presence. Although there was a small interlude in the middle, fortunately the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. For any inconvenience caused, Yun offers his most sincere apologies. With that, Yun Zhenghao bowed respectfully in each direction toward the assembled guests to express his heartfelt regret. Master Yun, you are too kind. The honor of attending the birthday celebration for the old madam today is our privilege. Moreover, we were blessed to witness the young commander's proposal to Miss Yun Shu. What fortune! For your Yun family today brings not one, but 2 blessed occasions. Wouldn't you all agree? Indeed, indeed. Master Yun, please don't take it to heart. Today is a day of great joy. You've truly gained an excellent grandson-in-law. When the young commander holds his wedding, we mustn't forget to come for a drink. After Elder Huang set the tone and ignited the atmosphere, the assembled guests eagerly joined in urging Yun Zhenghao not to dwell on it. After a series of minor incidents, today's birthday banquet for Elder Madam Yun and Ye Wushang's proposal had reached a satisfying conclusion despite a few complications. Yun Mingyao and her family had stormed out, unable to endure the provocation, but everyone else departed in high spirits. At the banquet table, no one was willing to let Ye Wushang, the soon-to-be groom, off easy. To them, this was a rare opportunity to gain recognition before the young commander of the Tiance Army, and they all rushed forward to offer him toasts. Ye Wushang could only accept every toast that came his way. It would be improper to refuse anyone such courtesy. As for Qinglong, his situation was even more awkward. Seeing that Ye Wushang had already found his heart's desire, the various aristocratic families who had come to offer birthday greetings knew their daughters had no chance of becoming the young commander's wife. However, Lord Qinglong appeared to still be unattached, and those with such intentions immediately turned their gazes upon him. Qinglong found himself utterly ill at ease, everyone watching him like a lamb awaiting slaughter, all eager to devour him at once. Unceasing streams of people came to toast him and introduce their daughters. In the eyes of ordinary folk, a great general of the Tiance Army was a prize worth vying for. Now Qinglong wished desperately for the banquet to end so he could return to his troops. After a bout of traditional drinking customs, the banquet finally concluded well past midnight. Elder Madame Yun's grand birthday celebration had reached its perfect end. Young commander, it's getting late. I must return. You should rest soon and take good care of your health. Qinglong prepared to take his leave from Ye Wushang and return to his troops. He had been away from the Tiance Army for far too long, and with Ye Wushang absent, there were countless matters requiring his attention. Upon hearing Qinglong's intention to depart, the entire Yun family prepared to see him off. Ye Wushang waved his hand, saying, "All of you please sit down. I'll accompany Qinglong outside. There are still some matters I need to attend to. You may continue with your own affairs here." With that, Ye Wushang and Qinglong walked out together. "Got any cigarettes?" Ye Wushang extended his fingers, spreading his index and middle fingers apart as he asked Qinglong. Qinglong immediately produced a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for Ye Wushang. "While this commander is not at the border, you'll need to be extra vigilant. No more of your usual recklessness. This peace is only temporary. If they ever learn that this commander has left the Tiance Army, they will surely take action. You must remain on high alert." Ye Wushang drew a long drag from his cigarette. Currently, everything regarding the Tiance Army in Jiangzhou had to be entrusted to Qinglong and the others. Lately, Ye Wushang's eyelids had been twitching incessantly. Though he had never believed in such superstitions before, he couldn't help but feel a sliver of worry. "Young commander, you're not planning to return to the Tiance Army. Without you, what kind of Tiance Army would it even be?" Hearing Ye Wushang's words, Qinglong erupted into agitation. Ye Wushang was the soul and faith of the Tiance Army. Only with him could the Tiance Army advance fearlessly and triumph over all opposition. "You've misunderstood my meaning. Should anything happen, consult more with Vermilion Bird and the others. Even young eagles must learn to soar alone eventually. Remaining under my wing forever, none of you will ever grow. If you encounter anything beyond your capability, contact me immediately. I will arrive as quickly as possible." After some contemplation, Ye Wushang added, "That's about it. Hurry along. This commander's wedding must proceed without any mishaps this time. Ensure everyone receives their invitation, especially the old war god. If you forget him, that old codger has quite the fearsome temper." Qinglong nodded respectfully and promptly departed. By the time Ye Wushang and Yun Shu returned home, it was already deep into the night. Since they had come back so late, Keke had fallen asleep in Yun Shu's mother's room alongside Yun Shu's mother. Ye Wushang and Yun Shu could only tiptoe back to their own room, being extremely careful not to make any noise that might wake them. After both of them had finished washing up, Ye Wushang gazed at Yun Shu in her silk nightgown, her exquisite figure on full display. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Watching Ye Wushang's deeply affectionate expression, Yun Shu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She then walked over to Ye Wushang's side and sat down on his lap. Seeing Yun Shu close her eyes and tilt her head up expectantly, Ye Wushang momentarily lost himself, standing there in a daze. This girl before him was simply too foolish. 5 years ago he had hurt her, and she had raised Keke all alone. Truly heartrending. As Yun Shu waited and still received no response from Ye Wushang, she finally couldn't bear it any longer and opened her eyes to ask, "What's wrong?" Just as Yun Shu opened her eyes and began to speak, Ye Wushang suddenly snapped back to reality and lowered his head to press his lips against her blossoming crimson lips. The sudden action caught Yun Shu completely off guard, yet she quickly composed herself, reaching out her arms to wrap around Ye Wushang's neck. Thus the two of them shared a deep, passionate kiss together. The two of them had originally been nothing more than a fleeting encounter, yet Ye Wushang had long ago resolved to take responsibility for Yun Shu for the rest of his life. Over the past few days they had experienced countless events together, and Ye Wushang's devotion to her was evident in everything he did. Added to the series of incidents that had occurred during her grandmother's birthday celebration today, Yun Shu realized she had fallen deeply in love with this man before her. The two of them embraced and kissed for a long, long while. Many things are like a single sheet of paper. Once Yun Shu actively responded to Ye Wushang, that final barrier between them had already been broken through. After so many years had passed, as Yun Shu prepared to take things further with Ye Wushang, once more she didn't know why, but her heart was filled with nervousness and her hands couldn't stop trembling. "Don't." The moment Ye Wushang began to move his hands, the words unconsciously slipped out from Yun Shu. Her mind went completely blank. Why had she stumbled at such a crucial moment? Husband, why don't we try again? Seeing Ye Wushang stop his movements, Yun Shu felt extremely regretful inside. Why had she been so useless, letting those two words slip out so carelessly? Seeing Yun Shu finally address him so affectionately as husband, Ye Wushang's heart overflowed with joy. After all this time, Yun Shu had finally been willing to call him that. Every bit of effort had been worth it. Ye Wushang smiled and shook his head, his gesture conveying a refusal. Filled with confusion, Yun Shu assumed it must have been her earlier slip-up that had ruined Ye Wushang's mood. So she asked, "Weren't you just wanting to? With me? What's the matter now?" Ye Wushang suddenly rose and pulled Yun Shu into an embrace, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Then he took a deep breath and walked to the window, pushing it open as wide as it could go, wanting to use the cold night air to calm himself down. Seeing Ye Wushang's state, Yun Shu felt extremely upset inside. What she had been thinking was completely different from what Ye Wushang had assumed. She had long since accepted Ye Wushang completely. Ye Wushang turned to Yun Shu and said, "Rest assured, your husband's heart is not that fragile. It's not what you're thinking. It would be rather meaningless if everything happened all at once. I've long contemplated when we should take our relationship to the next level. All these years apart, we've missed out on so much. There's so much I need to make up to you. We'll be getting married soon. Why don't we savor a sweet romance before the wedding?" Ye Wushang suddenly walked up to Yun Shu with a solemn expression and said, "Miss Yun Shu, would you be willing to embark on a romance with me? One without the possibility of parting, only growing old together." As Ye Wushang spoke, there remained a hint of nervousness in his voice, as bashful as a high school student. Yun Shu smiled. Ye Wushang's words had swept away her worries. She had been concerned that he might have been affected by her words, but it seemed that was not the case at all. How many years had it been since Yun Shu had felt so unburdened? It was as if she had returned to her school days, that carefree sensation of youthful innocence and bliss. The next moment, Yun Shu turned to Ye Wushang and said, "Since that's the case, I shall graciously grant your request. Why don't you express your gratitude? Then I must thank this beautiful lady before me for her great benevolence for granting me such an opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than Ye Wushang and Yun Shu burst into laughter together. Both of them were elated, their hearts brimming with joy. Yun Shu walked over to Ye Wushang and gazed out the window together. From behind, Ye Wushang embraced her, and the two stood there in tranquil silence, admiring the distant scenery. The landscape beyond the window was exceptionally beautiful, the moon unusually full, and the person in his arms incomparably lovely. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yun Shu nestled in Ye Wushang's embrace, her fingers tracing circles upon his chest. She raised her head to look at him and asked, "This was your own decision, you know. Who knows when you'll get another chance? Do you have any regrets?" Ye Wushang gently stroked Yun Shu's head and replied tenderly, "We have a lifetime ahead of us. I will spend every remaining moment by your side and by Keke's. Besides, aren't we getting married soon? We have all the time in the world. There's nothing to regret." Ye Wushang took a deep breath and held Yun Shu tighter. "There was a time when simply holding you like this was an impossible dream. Before I returned, I had already prepared for the possibility that you might never forgive me. Fortunately, heaven showed me mercy. Everything is progressing favorably. Being able to hold you like this fills me with profound happiness." Yun Shu laughed and said, "Bah, not only must you thank heaven, you must also thank me. If it weren't for your wife here being beautiful and kind-hearted, who else would have forgiven you?" A smile curved Ye Wushang's lips as he said, "Then I must thank you, my dearest wife. Marrying you is the greatest blessing of my entire life. I believe I am already the most fortunate man in the world." Yun Shu paused and said, "I feel the same. Being married to you, Ye Wushang, is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Will you be returning to the Tiance Army afterward? After all, you are the young commander of the Tiance Army. Is it truly acceptable for you to remain here in Jiangzhou, accompanying me and Keke? You won't get into any trouble for this, will you?" Yun Shu couldn't help but worry about this matter. In her heart, she was still terribly afraid that Ye Wushang might abandon them again and return to the Tiance Army. But after all, he was the commander of an entire army, and staying in Jiangzhou indefinitely was hardly appropriate. Sooner or later, the higher-ups in Huaxiao would surely grow dissatisfied. Ye Wushang nodded and said, I'm not going back. I've already briefed Qinglong on everything regarding the Tiance Army. If anything comes up that he can't handle, he'll contact me. Don't worry. Every man in the Tiance Army can fight 100 foes and has a sharp mind. Nothing will go wrong. As for the higher-ups, don't worry. Your husband isn't someone who sits around eating idle rice. There are people above who have my back." Ye Wushang thought for a moment, concluding that staying in Jiangzhou for now shouldn't cause any major problems. The old war god had also said he would help handle matters if anything arose. Even if the higher-ups of Huaxia didn't fear Ye Wushang's Tiance Army, they would still show face to the old war god. Hearing that Ye Wushang had backing of his own, Yun Shu couldn't help but smile. She never expected that the Ye Wushang who feared nothing before others would one day need someone to shield him. "Oh, I never thought our young marshal would one day have to rely on someone else's support. I'm really quite taken aback." Ye Wushang patted Yun Shu and said, "Even if I am the young marshal of the Tiance Army, this is a society ruled by law, all right. I'm the young marshal of the Tiance Army, not the emperor of Huaxia, my dear wife." "Then what are your plans next?" Yun Shu put away her smile and asked Ye Wushang seriously. In truth, Ye Wushang had long been thinking about it. Jiangzhou was simply too small a place. Yun Shu, after all, had once been a top student, and in Jiangzhou, she could never fully display her talents. Besides, Keke would soon be growing up. They couldn't stay cooped up in this little corner of Jiangzhou forever. A broader world awaited her. Ye Wushang thought for a moment and said, once everything is settled and our wedding is over, let's go to the capital. If we keep staying in this small place called Jiangzhou, you'll have no room to develop. I still have some connections and money. We'll start our own company in the capital. That's been your dream all along, hasn't it? And when Keke enters primary school, she should have a better learning environment too. The world of Jiangzhou was truly too small. If Keke stayed here, she would only become an ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. As parents, they had to consider everything possible for their child. Yun Shu's heart jolted. She hadn't expected Ye Wushang to still remember the dream she had held ever since graduating from university. Once she had been so ambitious, longing to own a company of her own. But reality had been cruel. Yun Shu felt another surge of warmth in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she barely held them back as she said, thank you for still remembering my dream. Thank you, darling. With you here, everything feels wonderful. A smile curled at the corner of Ye Wushang's mouth. Gazing at the moon and stars in the sky through the window, he gently stroked Yun Shu and said, silly, I'm your husband. What's there to thank me for? If you really want to thank me, then once we start our company, make a fortune, and go public, you have to keep me well, all right. Ye Wushang paused for a moment, then continued, don't think about anything else. With me around, the days ahead will only get better. Look at how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. And how perfectly round the moon is tonight. The moonlight fell upon Ye Wushang's face. Yun Shu turned her head to gaze at him, and in that instant she realized that this man beside her, whom she had never truly noticed before, was so remarkably tall and handsome. Bathed in the silvery afterglow, an urge surged within Yun Shu's heart, the longing to become one with the man standing before her. Yun Shu seized Ye Wushang with unexpected strength. This delicate girl, who had always seemed fragile, somehow managed to drag him from the window to the bedside and push him onto the bed. Wife, what's come over you? Ye Wushang was caught completely off guard, his mind still reeling from Yun Shu's sudden actions. Yun Shu paid him no heed. She pressed her lips to his, and slipping off her nightgown, she whispered, husband, make love to me. Hours passed. Only when both were utterly exhausted did Yun Shu contentedly drape herself across Ye Wushang's chest. Yun Shu gently traced her fingers across Ye Wushang's chest. There was not a single unscathed spot on his body. Scars of every size covered him entirely. Most harrowing was the jagged wound on his left chest, enough to make anyone's heart race with fear. Yun Shu's heart ached beyond words. The man resting in her arms had subjected himself to all this suffering simply to earn glory and forge a future worth coming home to for her. Husband, you've worked so hard these years. Yun Shu's eyes brimmed with tears, and unable to hold back any longer, she broke into sobs. Ye Wushang noticed Yun Shu's gaze fixed upon the scar on his chest. Gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, he said, there were indeed many close calls over the years when I felt I might not make it. But the thought that you might still be waiting for me kept pulling me through. This wound on my chest still hasn't fully healed. Then are you all right? Have you seen a doctor? No wonder you always look so pale. Tomorrow let's go to a proper hospital for a thorough examination. Hearing Ye Wushang's words, Yun Shu was suddenly seized by worry. She had been suffering in silence with her own injuries all along. Don't worry, I've already had elder son from the Yaoshan Valley take a look. A cure is just around the corner. And don't think this wound was all for nothing. The one who gave me this scar is probably just starting life anew, suckling at his mother's breast right about now. Ye Wushang quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. He truly didn't want Yun Shu to worry excessively. He knew his own body best. Until Xiao Zhuang found the cold jade stone, he could only rely on elder son's medicine to suppress the injury. Until the cold jade stone was found, everything remained uncertain. How could a man let his woman worry about him? Aren't you just trying to brag about how formidable your skills are? As long as there's a way to heal you, that's all that matters. You are not allowed to die before me, or else Keke and I will be left all alone with no one to rely on. Ye Wushang spoke to Yun Shu with tender affection. Rest assured, I'll be here for all the days to come. It's getting late. Let's sleep. You've had such an exhausting day. Yun Shu nodded, and before long, she drifted off to sleep nestled in Ye Wushang's arms. He carefully lowered her head onto the pillow, afraid to disturb her slumber. Gazing out the window at the moon, Ye Wushang made a solemn vow in his heart. One day their little family would live happily together. He would never again allow any hardship to befall his loved ones. The next morning, when Ye Wushang opened his eyes once more, he discovered that Yun Shu had long been awake, her head resting on her hands as she gazed at him continuously. This caused Ye Wushang to feel somewhat flustered. Wifey, why did you wake so early? Won't you sleep a while longer? After speaking, Ye Wushang pulled Yun Shu into his embrace. I've been awake for a while now. You were sleeping so soundly like a little piglet, and I didn't dare wake you. Ye Wushang laughed and said, fine then, comparing your husband to a piglet. You were so exhausted yesterday during the day and stayed up so late last night. Look, you're already developing dark circles under your eyes. Upon hearing Ye Wushang's words, Yun Shu immediately prepared to get up to find a mirror to examine her eyes. After all, which girl doesn't care about her appearance? Just then Yun Shu suddenly recalled that she had been the one who initiated things last night. Her face flushed crimson as she lay back down on the bed, burying herself completely under the covers. The thought of how passionate they had been for several hours made her face burn even redder. She felt she couldn't face anyone now. Suddenly a pair of strong hands embraced her from under the covers as a voice asked, "What's wrong, wifey? You were fine just moments ago." Ye Wushang was also bewildered. Yun Shu had been about to get out of bed, yet suddenly she had burrowed into the quilts and refused to come out. Under the covers, Yun Shu pushed Ye Wushang away and wrapped herself completely in the blanket, leaving only her head visible. It looked precisely like a maggot wriggling about. "Go wash up and get dressed quickly. If we don't hurry downstairs, my mother will be nagging endlessly. I don't want my first thoughts in the morning to be filled with her drivel." Yun Shu hastily urged Ye Wushang. Even though Ye Wushang was her husband, Yun Shu remained extremely embarrassed and used this excuse to change the subject. Ye Wushang was puzzled by where Yun Shu found such strength. Her hands and feet were entirely wrapped in the blanket, yet she somehow managed to push herself off the bed. Smiling, Ye Wushang proceeded to get dressed. Watching Ye Wushang dress, Yun Shu's face flushed red again as she turned away to the other side. Upon seeing this, Ye Wushang sat down on the head of the bed where Yun Shu had been lying and said, "We've been married for years now. What's there to be shy about? I've finished dressing. You should hurry too. As you said, if we're any slower, your mother's going to tear down this door." Seeing that Ye Wushang had finished dressing, Yun Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said to him, "Turn around. I need to get dressed." Ye Wushang was momentarily speechless. They were husband and wife. Why did she still have to act so coy about changing clothes? "Hurry up and turn around, don't dawdle." Under Yun Shu's repeated urging, Ye Wushang had no choice but to comply reluctantly. "All right, are you satisfied now? Hurry up." After confirming that Ye Wushang had turned around properly, Yun Shu finally relaxed, got out of bed, and began dressing. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden urgent knocking came from the door. "Mom, Dad, what time is it? The sun's already shining on our backs. Why aren't you two ready yet? Grandma sent me to tell you to come downstairs for breakfast. She said if you're any later, the breakfast will go cold." A tender, childish voice came from outside the door. It turned out Keke had come to hurry Ye Wushang and Yun Shu out of bed. As someone who had been through it all, Mother Yun understood that young people sometimes need their privacy. An old woman like herself going over to disturb them would be most inappropriate, so she sent Keke to prompt Ye Wushang and Yun Shu instead. Upon hearing Keke's voice, Ye Wushang quickly replied, "Keke, hang on. Mom and Dad are just brushing their teeth and washing their faces. We'll be done soon. Why don't you go downstairs slowly by yourself? We'll come down for breakfast in just a moment." After hearing this, Keke nodded outside the door and immediately ran downstairs to report to her grandmother. "Grandma, Mom and Dad said they'll be right down." Keke proudly showed off the results of her inquiry to Grandma Yun, her voice echoing throughout the spacious villa. Ye Wushang shook his head helplessly. He had told Keke to take the stairs slowly, yet the child was still so rash and impatient. "Did you hear that? Your mother even sent Keke to hurry us up. Let's get moving." With that, Ye Wushang turned to look at Yun Shu. Suddenly he noticed that she had already dressed in a long skirt and high heels. Although they had been living together and seeing each other all this time, it was only today that he realized how breathtakingly beautiful his wife truly was. Yun Shu had long been recognized as the greatest beauty of Jiangzhou. In recent years, consumed by the struggle to make a living, she had neither the energy nor the time to adorn herself, and so she had lost some of her former radiance. Now that everything had settled into stability, a woman would naturally beautify herself for the one who delights in her. Dressed up, Yun Shu was in no way inferior to the woman she had once been. Ye Wushang couldn't help but swallow hard. "Honey, you look stunning today. How about we go downstairs a little later? It wouldn't hurt to stay a little longer. Keke must be lonely all by herself." At this moment, Yun Shu truly enchanted Ye Wushang. He wished that the house held only the two of them so no one could disturb them. Yun Shu swatted away the hand Ye Wushang had placed on her shoulder and said, "What? Yesterday's unflappable young marshal has changed today, hasn't he?" Yun Shu still intended to tease him about his initial aloofness from yesterday, and Ye Wushang could only scratch his head sheepishly. "You're a grown man, yet you act like a child. We're getting married soon. There will be plenty of time ahead. Why are you in such a hurry now? If we delay any longer, my mother and Keke will start getting anxious." When Yun Shu finished washing up and came downstairs with Ye Wushang, her mother had already reheated the entire table of breakfast dishes. Ye Wushang found it hard to believe. What day was it that made breakfast so extravagant? Wasn't it supposed to be just fried dough sticks and millet porridge? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "Honey, pinch me. Ever since last night, everything has felt unreal. Am I dreaming?" Yun Shu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Though she too was curious why breakfast was so lavish today, since Ye Wushang asked her to pinch him, she certainly would oblige. After all, such an opportunity wouldn't come along every day. Yun Shu pinched Ye Wushang's waist with all her strength. He immediately winced in pain, never imagining that his wife would have the heart to be so ruthless. "That's strange. Given your mother's usual frugal nature, this doesn't add up. Why would she go to such extravagance for a single breakfast? What exactly is going on today? After confirming that all of this was not a dream, Ye Wushang became even more puzzled. It made no sense. What on earth was happening? What are you standing there like a fool for? Come eat breakfast quickly. I just heated it up for you. If you don't eat now, it'll get cold again. When Yun's mother saw Ye Wushang and Yun Shu descending the stairs in a daze, she hastened to urge them on. Upon hearing their mother's urgent summons, Ye Wushang and Yun Shu quickly sat down, fearing that any further hesitation would result in a lengthy lecture. Once they were seated, their mother took her place beside Yun Shu and said to Ye Wushang, "Wushang, the milk seems to have gone cold. Could you take it to the kitchen and warm it up? Drinking cold milk isn't good for your health." Normally the kitchen was her private sanctuary. Yet today, for the first time, she had allowed Ye Wushang to enter alone, even addressing him so affectionately. Ye Wushang hesitated for a moment, then picked up the milk and walked toward the kitchen, tilting his head 45 degrees upward as he went, his eyes drifting toward the ceiling. Ye Wushang mused to himself, could this really be a dream? That couldn't be right. When Yun Shu pinched him just now, it hurt so much. If it were truly a dream, shouldn't he have woken up by now? Ye Wushang shook his head and decided to stop dwelling on it. He figured his mother-in-law must have sent him to warm the milk so she could say something to Yun Shu privately. He'd find out when he returned. Ah, this is truly delightful. There's nothing more satisfying than porridge in the morning. By the way, Mom, what special occasion is it today? What made you willing to go to such expense? Such an elaborate breakfast spread. It's not your and Dad's wedding anniversary today, is it? Yun Shu asked her mother as she sipped her porridge. Yun's mother propped her head on one hand, gazing at Yun Shu with a foolish, delighted smile, utterly speechless. Seeing her mother's expression, Yun Shu felt deeply embarrassed and finally paused. Mom, stop staring at me like that. I'm getting goosebumps. What's gotten into you today? I ask you something and you won't answer, just standing there grinning at me. If you have something to say, just say it. The smile on Yun's mother's face was impossible to suppress. She took Yun Shu's hand and said, "You silly girl, you have such good fortune. Times have changed. Your father came back and told me everything that happened yesterday. How could things possibly stay the same as before? My son-in-law is the young commander of the illustrious Tiance Army. Just think, in the past it was only fried dough sticks and plain porridge with no nutrition at all. What's wrong with having a better breakfast? I think it's perfectly reasonable. I absolutely cannot let my precious son-in-law go hungry." Hearing her mother's words, the porridge still in Yun Shu's mouth nearly sprayed out. So her mother had learned that Ye Wushang was the young commander of the Tiance Army. That was the reason for her sudden change in attitude. No wonder you're the type who's usually so frugal, yet today you'd spend so extravagantly. And Mom, do you have to be like this? When did you become so status conscious? Regardless of what identity Wushang holds, isn't he still your son-in-law? I remember you weren't someone who valued wealth over character. Yun's mother patted Yun Shu's hand with a smile. Nonsense. No mother-in-law would resent her son-in-law for having status and wealth. Who wouldn't want a golden turtle son-in-law? You should count your blessings. How many women in all of Jiangzhou envy you? It must be heaven opening its eyes seeing how miserably you lived these past years. I'm going to the temple to donate some incense money and thank the Bodhisattva for her protection. Yun Shu rolled her eyes, shaking her head as she felt her mother had become somewhat deluded. What did her husband's hard-earned honor and glory have to do with the Bodhisattva? Seeing Yun Shu's dismissive attitude, Yun's mother couldn't help but click her tongue, saying to her daughter, "Silly girl, why won't you listen to what I tell you? Right now Wushang is quite the prize. Until you two get your marriage certificate, your mother won't rest easy. How many people outside are just waiting for you two to have a falling out? Don't you dare let slip away such a fine son-in-law. Did you hear me? This is an opportunity that won't come twice." Seeing that Yun Shu was ignoring her, Yun's mother quickly shook her daughter's shoulder, deeply afraid that this foolish girl would be too slow to realize things and lose this excellent son-in-law, allowing someone else to benefit from him. Yun Shu reluctantly pressed her lips together, turning to her mother and saying, all right, my dear mother. After I finish this breakfast, I'll go with Wushang to get our marriage certificate. Will that satisfy you? Now can you let me eat my breakfast in peace?" Yun Shu answered her mother impatiently. If she didn't agree, she probably wouldn't be able to finish her breakfast peacefully today. Only then did Yun's mother's face light up with joy. Sneaking a glance toward the kitchen to confirm that Ye Wushang hadn't come out yet, she pulled out the household registration book from her chest and handed it to Yun Shu, her expression as if she were doing something underhanded. "Take it quickly. Your mother prepared this for you long ago. You're lucky to have such a good mother, or else you'd be foolishly going about not knowing what to do." Seeing that her daughter had finally come to her senses, Yun's mother's hanging heart finally settled down. She had lived more than half her life and seen all kinds of things. There were plenty of cases where people married then divorced. She need not mention her daughter's current situation with Ye Wushang. After today, her daughter and Ye Wushang would be a settled matter, nailed down tight as could be. Just then Ye Wushang also emerged from the kitchen carrying warmed milk. Seeing the mysterious look passing between mother and daughter, he was momentarily at a loss, wondering what secret they were whispering about. "You two eat your breakfast first. I haven't hung the laundry yet, so I'll go do that now. Keke, come with Grandma and help out." Upon seeing Ye Wushang come out, Yun's mother quickly left to give the young couple some time alone together, using washing the clothes as an excuse to take Keke and leave the dining room. Do you feel like your mother is being rather odd today? Something just doesn't sit right with me. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's definitely something strange. Ye Wushang handed a cup of warmed milk to Yun Shu, his gaze following the direction where Yun's mother had departed. Yun Shu accepted the milk from Ye Wushang, smiling as she said, "She just found out you're the young commander of the Tiance Army. She's afraid you'll abandon your wife and daughter, unable to resist the temptations of this colorful world, and run off with someone else. That's why this morning, she even prepared the household registration book, hurrying us to get our marriage certificate." Yun Shu waved the household registration book her mother had slipped to her, her lips pursed with a hint of helplessness. Only then did the light bulb go on in Ye Wushang's mind. So that was the reason. He wondered why his mother-in-law had seemed unusually enthusiastic when she saw him this morning. "Listen to the way you're talking, treating your husband like some kind of scoundrel. When would Ye Wushang ever be that kind of person? Let's go get it done after breakfast. The sooner we have the marriage certificate, the more your parents can rest easy." Looking at Ye Wushang's earnest, flustered appearance as he tried to defend himself, Yun Shu found him both adorable and amusing. Yun Mu was secretly watching the two of them from the stairway entrance. When she heard that Ye Wushang had agreed to go get their marriage certificate with her daughter today, the worry in her heart finally eased. Yun Mu was truly anxious. Ye Wushang was no longer the penniless and powerless young man he used to be. Such a good son-in-law once missed could never be found again. Yesterday, when Yun Tianhe returned home, he had spoken with her at great length about many things. The couple had lived through more than half their lives. Ye Wushang was now the young commander of the Tiance Army, a new generation war god. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone throughout Huaxiao would give him some face. Wealth was truly no more significant than paper before Ye Wushang. No wonder Zhao Sanjia had gifted this villa without hesitation. They absolutely had to ensure that their daughter Yun Shu held onto him tightly. After breakfast, under Yun Mu's repeated urging, Ye Wushang and Yun Shu drove toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Honey, did you bring your household registration book?" Yun Shu suddenly remembered that Ye Wushang had been an orphan since childhood. She hadn't seen him prepare a household registration book earlier, so she couldn't help but ask. Ye Wushang gripped the steering wheel tightly, a bitter smile unconsciously tugging at the corner of his lips as he said, "I have been an orphan since childhood with no parents. I've already made plans to just register my household at your place. Moreover, ever since I joined the army and became the young commander of the Tiance Army, my identity has been classified as the highest national secret. Otherwise, if others found out that Keke and you are my wife and daughter, what if they tried to use you to threaten me?" Yun Shu nodded. She had actually forgotten about this crucial detail, still mentally treating Ye Wushang as that powerless young man with no money or influence. It seemed they could only register Ye Wushang's household under her family. Suddenly Yun Shu thought of something. "That won't do. You're the young commander of the Tiance Army after all. If you register your household at our place, wouldn't that make you a live-in son-in-law? That simply won't work. Won't people laugh at you behind your back? How embarrassing would that be for you?" "No, I won't agree." Yun Shu firmly refused to agree to this arrangement. It would have been one thing before, but now that Ye Wushang was a different person entirely, becoming a live-in son-in-law would make people laugh themselves to death. Seeing Yun Shu's slightly angry expression, her brows furrowed tightly, Ye Wushang hastily spoke to comfort her. "What's wrong? Does becoming a live-in son-in-law mean I'm no longer your husband? Haven't you endured far more grievances these past years than this commander? Besides, I am the young commander of the Tiance Army. Who would dare laugh at me? Moreover, this really can't be helped." "Then fine, we'll do as you said." Yun Shu could only helplessly agree to Ye Wushang's request. Yun Shu suddenly nudged Ye Wushang and said, I'm saying if. What if, like you mentioned, my and Keke's lives were threatened by your enemies? Would you give up your principles for my sake?" Ye Wushang's expression suddenly turned grave, and the killing intent emanating from his body was barely contained. Without the air conditioning on, the temperature inside the car seemed to drop. Yun Shu couldn't help but shiver. "As long as I am here, I will not let such a thing happen. This, if, will never be allowed to occur. Whoever dares to touch even a hair on my loved ones, I shall crush their bones and scatter their ashes, making them regret ever being born into this world." Yun Shu was frightened by Ye Wushang's current expression. She hastily tried to soothe him. All right, don't be so serious. I was just making an assumption, you understand. Drive carefully, we're almost at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yun Shu stood before the gates, her heart swelling with countless emotions. Not long ago, she could only rely on Keke to survive, believing she would never in her lifetime set foot in a place like this. Now, gazing upon the large characters on the sign, she could not help but sigh. "What's wrong? We're here to get our marriage certificate, yet you're sighing. Are you not happy, wife?" Ye Wushang noticed Yun Shu's sigh and gently stroked her hair, asking softly. Yun Shu smiled, taking Ye Wushang's arm as she said, "No, I was just reminiscing about the past. I never imagined I would come to this day. Today is my big day. How could I possibly be unhappy? Come on, let's not stand here any longer. If we keep loitering like fools, people will start thinking we've lost our minds." With that, the two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff inside had been waiting for quite some time. Ye Wushang had already called Qing Long beforehand to arrange everything in advance, though otherwise the current Ye Wushang could not even produce an identification card. Because his identity was the nation's highest secret, even if he recited his ID number, it would show as no records found. Without making advance arrangements, how could they possibly obtain their marriage certificate? Young Commander, there are too many eyes and ears around here. Please, you and the young commander's wife follow me. Our staff were ready long ago. It will only take a moment to process your paperwork. We won't take up too much of your time. The moment they stepped inside, the staff at the entrance recognized Ye Wushang and quickly went to greet them, preparing to lead them to a private office for separate processing. You know who I am. Ye Wushang was somewhat surprised to be recognized so instantly. Seeing Ye Wushang questioning her, the staff member dared not delay in the slightest as she replied, Lord Qing Long made all the arrangements in advance. He even sent us photographs of you and the young commander's wife, so we wouldn't make any mistakes. Rest assured, young commander, the photographs have already been automatically destroyed. We absolutely will not cause you any trouble. Looking at the enthusiastic staff, Ye Wushang could not help but smile. That kid Qing Long had finally done something right. Just before, he was still worried that something might go wrong, like the incident with the betrothal gifts last time. This time he truly had gotten everything in order. Ye Wushang nodded unconsciously. The two followed the staff toward the private office. Yun Shu nudged Ye Wushang and asked, Hubby, you've made this way too exaggerated. Getting a marriage certificate still requires pulling strings and using connections. Anyone who sees this would think we're here for a job interview. Ye Wushang laughed and said, if you want to work here too, I can pull some strings for you. The interview might get you some bonus points. But as for the written test, you're on your own. You'll still need to rely on your own efforts. Get lost, you're teasing me again. Yun Shu pretended to be a bit angry and pushed Ye Wushang lightly, her lips pouting. The Jiangzhou Civil Affairs Bureau staff member inside the room was unbearably nervous. Her supervisor had already explained the seriousness of the situation. The young man before her held an extraordinary status, and any requests must be fulfilled to the best of their ability. The staff member's hands trembled, especially intensely terrified that a single misstep might offend the couple before her. Yun Shu handed her household registration book and ID card to the staff member in the room. In no time, her and Ye Wushang's marriage certificate was stamped and issued. Ye Wushang's information had even been added to the household registration book. The efficiency of it all left Yun Shu utterly stunned. Yun Shu held the marriage certificate in her hands, gazing at it for a long time. Ye Wushang simply watched his wife, unwilling to disturb her, while the staff nearby dared not make a single sound. After a long while, Yun Shu finally snapped back to her senses and said, Honey, does this mean everything is done? Are we officially husband and wife now? What kind of questions are those? The marriage certificate is right in your hands. What do you think? The staff have been watching us for quite a while now. Ye Wushang suddenly felt a hint of helplessness. His ordinarily clever and sharp-witted wife had turned strangely slow-witted. Only then did Yun Shu realize that the staff had already completed everything long ago, and she had been foolishly staring at the marriage certificate, wasting so much time. She quickly bowed to the staff member as an apology. The Civil Affairs Bureau staff member hastily waved her hands, indicating that such a gesture was unnecessary. She was there solely to serve them. After taking the marriage certificate, Yun Shu happily held Ye Wushang's hand and left. Once the two were far away, the staff member finally let out a sigh of relief. At last she had sent off those two esteemed figures. Throughout the entire process, she had remained cautious, every moment terrified of making any mistake. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a gentle breeze drifted by. Yun Shu couldn't help but lower her head to look at the marriage certificate in her hands, the smile at the corners of her lips spilling over uncontrollably. She was now truly the lawful wife of the man beside her. Yun Shu glanced at Ye Wushang, then at the marriage certificate, and instantly felt that the hardships of these past years had all been worth it. The man before her eyes and their daughter Cuckoo were the greatest compensation heaven had given her. Haven't you had enough of looking? Ever since we got the marriage certificate, you seem like a completely different person, as if you've been put under some kind of spell. Seeing his wife's dazed expression, Ye Wushang couldn't help but tease her. Yun Shu put away the marriage certificate, looked at him, and said, Mr. Ye, I am now your lawful wife. Is there anything you would like to say to me? You look beautiful today. Ye Wushang scratched his head. Though he was the young marshal of the Tiance Army, trying to find words to describe his own wife made his head spin. This was harder than charging into battle. Seeing Ye Wushang unable to utter a single word after racking his brain, Yun Shu found it utterly amusing and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, who would have thought that the mighty young marshal of the Tiance Army would be stumped by the simple task of finding a few idioms to describe his own wife? How disappointing. Don't you agree, young marshal? Yun Shu couldn't resist teasing him further. Ye Wushang's face turned red from holding back his thoughts, yet still nothing came to mind. Seeing his predicament, Yun Shu quickly spoke up to ease his embarrassment. Mr. Ye, it is my honor to become your wife. May we support each other through the rest of our lives. Please take good care of me in the years to come. Having said that, Yun Shu extended her hand. Ye Wushang reached out and pulled her into a warm embrace, saying, Wife, please take good care of me too. With me by your side, I will never let you or Cuckoo suffer the slightest grievance again. In Ye Wushang's arms, Yun Shu nodded vigorously. With her other hand, she raised the marriage certificate high, tilted her head toward the sky and shouted, "Today we are married." Ignoring the stares of passers-by, Ye Wushang lifted Yun Shu up and spun her around, shouting together with her, "That's right. Miss Yun Shu, today we are married." Who would have thought the marriage certificate could be processed so swiftly? Originally, Yun Shu and Ye Wushang had requested an entire day off, yet the entire matter was settled in less than half an hour. Since they had already taken the day off, the couple decided to relax rather than return to the company. They planned to go home first and show the marriage certificate to Yun's mother, giving her a reassuring peace of mind. Otherwise, given how agitated Yun's mother had been when they left, she would not have been able to sit still until she saw the certificate. She might have even wanted to accompany them to the Civil Affairs Bureau herself. Yun Shu and Ye Wushang arrived home in high spirits after parking the car. Yun Shu noticed her mother pacing back and forth at the villa entrance, apparently anxious about something. Looking at her mother's state, Yun Shu helplessly shrugged at Ye Wushang and said, "See, I told you my mother wouldn't be able to rest at home without seeing the marriage certificate in my hand. Fortunately, we came back right after getting it done. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to eat properly all day." With that, Yun Shu walked quickly toward her mother with the marriage certificate. However, Ye Wushang noticed that Yun Jihong's BMW was parked in their villa's parking space. This matter might not be as simple as it seemed. Yun's mother seemed lost in thought, so absorbed that she didn't notice Yun Shu, a grown person, walking right up beside her. Looking at her mother's state, Yun Shu found it rather amusing. Wasn't it just a marriage certificate? Did it really need to render her mother so distracted and absent-minded? Yun Shu jumped up and draped one arm around her mother's neck, while waving the marriage certificate in front of Yun's mother's eyes with the other hand. "Mom, look what this is. Now you can finally put your heart at ease, right? Look at you standing here completely absorbed in thought. People who don't know might think you're up to something." Only then did Yun's mother snap back to reality. She nodded upon seeing the marriage certificate in her daughter's hand, then glanced at Yun Shu again and looked in the direction from which Yun Shu had come. Her mouth opened as if to speak, then closed shut. Her hands clasped together, wavering between speaking and remaining silent. Seeing her mother's strange behavior, Yun Shu couldn't help but ask, "Mom, weren't you constantly urging me and Wushang to get the marriage certificate? It's done now, so what's wrong with you? If you want to say something, just say it. You acting like this definitely means something big has happened. Where's Wushang? Didn't he come back with you? Your uncle's family is here again. Mingyao got into some trouble. They want Wushang to help now, and they're sitting in the living room as we speak. Mom, don't worry. Wushang is right behind me, and will be here any moment." Yun Shu quickly patted her mother's back, trying to soothe her. Inside, she wondered how much trouble Yun Mingyao had gotten herself into this time, to the point where her uncle's entire family had to make a collective visit. Just then, Ye Wushang arrived in front of Yun's mother. Only upon finally seeing her son-in-law did the weight lift from Yun's mother's heart. If Ye Wushang had not returned for even one more day, Yun Jihong's family would have waited at the villa indefinitely. Seeing Yun's mother's state, Ye Wushang quickly offered words of comfort. "Mom, don't worry. I'm here now. I heard everything you said earlier. I've got this handled. Let's not stand at the door anymore. It's windy outside. You're getting on in years, so don't catch a cold. Your health comes first." Hearing her son-in-law's words, Yun's mother nodded. Ye Wushang and Yun Shu each took a side, supporting Yun's mother as they entered the villa. Once they stepped inside the villa, it would have been better if they had not entered at all. Ye Wushang and Yun Shu had only been worried about Yun Shu's mother's health, but now they saw Yun Jihong and his father Yun Shu sprawled on the sofa with their feet propped on the coffee table, munching melon seeds, and tossing the shells carelessly all over the floor, leaving the entire living room in utter disarray. Seeing this scene, Yun Shu's mother's blood pressure nearly shot through the roof. Her body went limp, and she clutched her head, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Yun Shu and Ye Wushang were supporting her. If she had fallen to the ground, the elderly woman's body would have suffered no small injury. "Honey, take Mom upstairs first. There is a jade porcelain bottle on my bedside with medicine inside. Give it to Mom, then help her lie down in bed and sleep. It's all right, don't worry. I'm here." After giving Yun Shu these instructions, Ye Wushang patted her hand, urging her to hurry and take her mother upstairs to rest. Only then did Yun Shu and his son realize that Ye Wushang and Yun Shu had come back. They hastily patted their clothes and stood up, then said to Yun Shu, "That's right, Shuer, I just saw that your mother seemed unwell. Hurry up and take her upstairs to rest. We happen to have something to discuss with Wushang, so don't mind us." These two truly did not treat themselves as outsiders. Yun Shu rolled her eyes at them, then looked at Ye Wushang as if to say he should handle things as he saw fit, and helped her mother upstairs. After Yun Shu went upstairs, Ye Wushang flopped down onto the sofa and said to the two with contempt, "Go on then. What exactly are you here for today? I don't have much time to sit around with you, so spit it out." Wushang, let me presume to call you that, seeing that I'm your elder. It's no problem, is it? After all, I am Yun Shu's uncle. Yun Shu's face was full of fawning flattery, and the sight made Ye Wushang feel utterly disgusted. "Fine. Since you are Yun Shu's uncle, you are also an elder to me. But what exactly do you want to say? Don't beat around the bush. I don't have that much patience." Yun Shu still would not get to the point, which made Ye Wushang, who already had no good impression of their family, even more repulsed. He began to grow impatient. Dad, you're going to worry me to death. Meng Yao is still locked up in the detention center. If you keep dawdling like this, how long before you get her out? Let me speak. Seeing how his father was dragging his feet, Yun Jihong decided that he should be the one to raise the matter. Here's what happened. On grandmother's birthday, Meng Yao ran off halfway through. She drank way too much by herself, then got into the car and hit someone, killing them. The victim was the wife of the Jiangzhou police chief, and she was pregnant. The case is being strictly investigated now. You are powerful and highly placed. Can you help us deal with it? Yes. As the saying goes, an official who outranks you by one level can crush you. Wushang, you are, after all, the young marshal of the Tiance Army. You outrank him by how many generations? Just one word from you, and I guarantee that police chief won't dare make a peep. He'll release our Meng Yao immediately. Seeing his son speak up, Yun Shu quickly chimed in, afraid Ye Wushang would not understand. After hearing Yun Jihong's full account, Ye Wushang immediately burned with rage. So it was only because the victim was the police chief's wife. If she had been an ordinary person, wouldn't they have simply used their connections or thrown money at the matter? Now the person killed was the police chief's wife, and 2 lives had been lost in one body. Yet now they wanted him to clean up their mess. If he did them this favor, would he, Ye Wushang, still be worthy of being called a man? Ye Wushang clapped his hands and said with a smile, Excellent. Indeed, a single rank higher can crush an ordinary man to death. Do you two still have any regard for the law? A life for a life, debts must be repaid. These are eternal principles that have remained unchanged since ancient times. Yet you dare ask me to tarnish the Tiance Army's reputation. Do you wish for my Tiance Army to be condemned for generations to come? Ye Wushang's voice reverberated throughout the villa, so startling Yun Jihong and his father Yun Shu that they immediately shrunk back in terror, not daring to utter a single word. Yun Shu and Yun's mother upstairs were also alarmed by Ye Wushang's voice. They wondered what Yun Shu could possibly have said to provoke such fury from him. Sure, her mother has taken her medicine and feels much better now. There was quite a commotion downstairs just now. Go check it out quickly and don't let anything serious happen. I'll be fine staying here alone. Yun's mother urged Yun Shu to go downstairs and keep an eye on things. Ye Wushang had always been at odds with the Yun family, and now, with just the 3 of them in the living room plus that recent disturbance, Yun's mother sensed that something catastrophic was about to unfold. In the living room downstairs, after exchanging hesitant glances with his son Yun Shu and Yun Jihong, gathered their courage once more, preparing to make another attempt, hoping that Ye Wushang would relent and help them. After the father and son had exchanged meaningful looks, Yun Shu had no choice but to steel himself and approach Ye Wushang. Wushang, we're family after all. When family can help family, we should. Isn't Meng Yao's matter simply a word from you? You should consider our connection for old times' sake. That's right. We're all relatives, and besides, my father is Yun Shu's own uncle. With your abilities, just give the order, and that insignificant public security bureau chief won't dare to breathe a single word of objection. Seeing his father make the opening move, Yun Jihong also found his courage and chimed in. But when both of them noticed that Ye Wushang's face remained overcast with his eyes shut, they wisely fell silent. Ye Wushang suddenly opened his eyes. Are you finished? Have you both said your piece? Now it's my turn to speak. He slapped his palm against the coffee table, which shattered with a deafening crash. The father and son were so terrified they immediately cowered into the corner. Ye Wushang pointed his finger at the 2 men huddled in the corner and cursed. Do you possess even a shred of humanity? If the person who was struck was your own daughter, how would you feel? Yet you have the audacity to utter such monstrous and depraved words again and again. How could that possibly be the same? They simply had bad luck. You're the young commander of the Tiance Army. When one person in our Yun family rises to prominence, we all ascend together. What's wrong with enjoying some special treatment? Yun Shu, clearly accustomed to bullying others and lording it over them, still believed he could act arbitrarily by relying on Ye Wushang's status. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave now. I'm afraid this matter is beyond my capability. If there were anything else Ye Wushang could help with, I would spare no effort. But this, breaking the law, disturbing order, and bullying others with one's power, is something I will not do. For Yun Shu's sake, Ye Wushang did not wish to make things too awkward, for after all they were still family. He pointed toward the villa's entrance, issuing a dismissal to the father and son. Ye Wushang, my father is at least your elder. Is it proper for you as a junior to drive us away like this? We're all family, yet you find it so difficult to help us with this small favor. When Yun Jihong realized Ye Wushang had no intention of helping to get his sister out of trouble, he didn't know where he found the audacity, but he pointed his finger directly at Ye Wushang's face as he spoke. Ye Wushang slapped Yun Jihong across the face. They truly had some nerve. Had they forgotten who Ye Wushang was daring to point at him while speaking? A poor man in a bustling city has no visitors, while a rich man in a remote mountain has distant relatives. I didn't want to bring this up, but since you put it that way, let me settle the score with you. During those past 5 years when Yun Shu and Keke were left all alone in the world, what did you two ever do? Now you come crawling to claim kinship. Do you even deserve it? Yun Shu descended the stairs, clapping her hands as she said, That's right. If you've come today for this matter, I'm afraid we're powerless to help. Wushang made it clear at grandmother's birthday celebration that he wouldn't show any mercy to illegal activities. Leave now. Let's pretend today's events never happened. Yun Shu was so humiliated by Ye Wushang and Yun Shu that his face flushed crimson. In a fit of rage, he picked up a shard from the coffee table that Ye Wushang had shattered and hurled it at Yun Shu. How dare a short-sighted woman like you speak? Unfortunately, the shard grazed Yun Shu's cheek, instantly slicing open a wound as blood came pouring out. She hastily covered the wound with her hands, but crimson continued to seep through her fingers. Ye Wushang immediately rushed to Yun Shu's side and pressed an acupuncture point to stanch the bleeding. He then turned to Yun Shu and said, "Do you truly not know how to write the character for death? Didn't you say I could solve anything with just a word? Fine. Then next year on this very day will be your memorial. We were once family, so I'll burn extra offerings for you." As Ye Wushang was about to strike, Yun Shu grabbed his arm and said, "Let it go. Make them leave quickly. I don't want to see them anymore. Did you hear me? Get out of here before I change my mind." Ye Wushang roared at the two people before him, suppressing the fury burning in his heart. Ye Wushang, remember this. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Today's humiliation, Yun Jihong, will remember it all. Someday I will repay you 100-fold. Yun Jihong had now thrown caution to the wind. The slap from Ye Wushang had split his lip and blood kept trickling from the corner of his mouth. With Yun Shu present, he didn't believe Ye Wushang would go so far as to kill him, which was why he dared to act so brazenly. Ye Wushang sneered and said, "Then I look forward to it. Even if I gave you another 100 years, you'd still be that hopeless good for nothing. Now get out of here. Jihong, let's go quickly. We need to get you to the hospital for your injuries. If your health fails before we even resolve Mingyao's situation, what am I supposed to do?" Seeing that the relationship between both sides had become completely irreparable, Yun Shu hurried to urge his son to leave with him. His daughter's matter would have to be resolved another way. But Yun Jihong spat out the blood in his mouth and wiped his face. Then he turned to his father and said, "Dad, I'm fine. Let's go. Don't think for a second that I can't save my sister without you, Ye Wushang. Yun Jihong has connections and resources aplenty. Just you wait. One day I will make you regret this." With that, Yun Shu dragged his son away. Yet Ye Wushang found it utterly amusing. Threat after threat, full of bravado. If they truly had a way out, they wouldn't have come here today in the first place. Those insufferable father and son finally left. Ye Wushang looked at the living room he had left in a complete mess and shook his head helplessly. Given what had just happened, anyone would have found it impossible to control their emotions. Yun Shu hurriedly comforted him. "It's fine. Those people just like to use moral blackmail. Don't mind them. At worst, we can cut ties with them as relatives. The house is a bit messy now, but I'll clean it up later, and we can go buy a new coffee table." Ye Wushang gave a bitter smile. Gently stroking Yun Shu's freshly scratched face, he said softly, "Does it still hurt? Wait for me. I remember old son left me some medicine last time. It said that after using it no scar will remain. I'll go get it right now." With that, Ye Wushang hurried upstairs to look for it. Yun Shu didn't idle either. By the time Ye Wushang brought the medicine down, Yun Shu had already begun methodically cleaning the previously chaotic living room. Ye Wushang quickly took the broom from Yun Shu's hand and made her sit on the sofa. He picked up the medicine and gently applied it to her wound. "You're injured, so why rush to work? Just rest." It was supposed to be a joyful day, but those two ruined everything. Whether it was due to a busy night last night or the stress from today's events, Yun Shu had somehow fallen asleep on the sofa without Ye Wushang noticing. He applied some calming balm to her temples, gently massaged her for a while, then fetched a small blanket and carefully covered her with it. Ye Wushang picked up the broom with a wry smile. In the end, he had to clean up the mess he himself had made in the living room. Next time, he had to control his temper. After all, this was his own home. Breaking things meant not only cleaning up, but also spending money to replace them. This losing deal had to stop. Ye Wushang carefully cleaned the living room. He didn't know how much time had passed. Looking at the now spotless living room, it seemed a bit strange without the coffee table. Ye Wushang wiped the sweat from his brow and revealed a satisfied smile. He turned to look at Yun Shu on the sofa and realized his wife had been watching him all along. So he said, "Why don't you rest a little longer? Why are you staring at me like a lovesick fool? You're making me feel embarrassed." Yun Shu burst into laughter. Ye Wushang felt even more bewildered and quickly placed his hand on her forehead to check if the wound had become infected and caused a fever, thinking that his good wife couldn't have gone silly. Yun Shu pursed her lips at Ye Wushang's reaction and gently slapped his hand away, saying, "What are you doing? I just didn't expect the esteemed young marshal of the Tiance Army to actually be willing to do these chores. Now that your household registration is in my family, it's exactly like those novels. The war god as a live-in son-in-law, ha. Do you also have the nickname Twisted Mouth Dragon King?" The more Yun Shu talked, the harder she laughed. Ye Wushang could only smile wryly and said, "Come on, wife. I'm your husband. What's wrong with me cleaning up a bit? Now, since when did you start reading these kinds of novels? Are you feeling better? Do you want to go pick up Keke from school together?" Ye Wushang glanced at the time and realized that after all the commotion, it was almost time for Keke to finish school. Since Yun Shu was now awake, he asked her if she wanted to go along. Yun Shu pondered for a moment. If she didn't go with him, there was nothing to do at home anyway. Just lying there would be unbearably dull. She said, "All right, today counts as the big day we got our marriage certificate. Mom has also lain down to rest, so why don't we eat out? Consider it a celebration, shall we?" Ye Wushang smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Since we're celebrating our successful marriage registration, we should at least have a proper meal. Besides, we've never gone out to eat together before. Today is my treat, so eat your fill." "Fantastic. Then get ready to bleed your wallet today, my dear husband." Arm in arm, Ye Wushang and Yun Shu happily headed out to pick up Keke from school. On the drive to pick up Keke, the atmosphere was not as cheerful as one might expect. Yun Shu sat in silence, seemingly lost and thought about something. Ye Wushang found her demeanor hard to understand. She had been so excited and cheerful before leaving the house, but now she had turned somber the moment she got in the car. He couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? You were fine just a moment ago. Why the long face now? Is your wound hurting again?" As he spoke, Ye Wushang reached out and gently brushed his hand over Yun Shu's wound. Yun Shu sighed and gazed at Ye Wushang for a long while before saying, "When are we leaving Jiangzhou? Let's take my parents and get out of this place. There are too many bad memories here. Once my uncle and the others learn about your identity, they'll surely use it to cause trouble. What happened today has exhausted me. I don't want to go through it again." Ye Wushang pulled the car over to the side of the road, resting his head in his hand in silence. After a long moment, he said, "So what do you have in mind? Have you thought about when we should leave? Setting aside your mother for now, is your father willing to give up his just-started business and come with us?" Ye Wushang frowned. Although he had previously mentioned taking Yun Shu and Keke away from here, he hadn't expected that after today's events Yun Shu would already be considering it, and a family-wide relocation at that. Ye Wushang said with a helpless look, "Wife, we can leave, but can you give me a little more time? I promise it won't be long. Just give me a few days, all right? Just a few days. The wedding I promised you hasn't happened yet. I swear it will be a grand, world-renowned ceremony." Yun Shu frowned and thought it over, then nodded and said, "Fine, I'll listen to you. Once the wedding is over, we'll leave this place as soon as possible. This place is full of intrigue and deception, with nothing here for me to miss." Yun Shu took a deep breath and continued, "Husband, I don't actually yearn for a luxurious wedding. Over these years I've realized I have no close friends here either. I think it's enough to have my family's blessings." Suddenly Ye Wushang unbuckled his seatbelt and pulled Yun Shu into his arms, saying gently, "Don't worry. Everything you said I'll keep in my heart. I'll start making arrangements to leave Jiangzhou right away. I'll give in to you on everything but the wedding. You must listen to me on that. Ye Wushang will make you the happiest woman in the world. I want them all to know that Yun Shu never chose wrong, that Ye Wushang am the man worth waiting for. I want them all to look up at you with envious eyes."